Chapter 226 Witch Hunt, 1. Walk. Marquis Caliban entered a new space through the portal. It was the outer sections of the tower. Unlike the 23rd floor, this was full of hot air, and the thick scent of blood wafted around him. His face hardened at the sight in front of him. Everything was in ruins. There were destroyed buildings and traces of a violent battle. For a moment, Marquis Caliban wondered if he opened the wrong portal. That was because the place that he had entered coordinates for was the Kalat auction house. Nowhere else in the tower had flourished like it, so of course he would wonder if he arrived at the wrong place after seeing the ruins. But the moment he saw the subordinates of the Bloodland sitting on top of the remnants of the buildings, he realized that he was at the right place. What hap? You're here. Marquis Caliban was about to shout at the subordinates, but a familiar voice spoke up from behind his head. It was the voice of Duke Ardbad. The Marquis turned his head and unwittingly gasped. Sir! Don't make a big deal out of it. The underlings will become uneasy. Duke Ardbad waved his hand like it was nothing and plopped down next to his subordinates. His right sleeve was empty. The toned and muscled arm was gone. What happened? Marquis Caliban pushed his anger down. As the Bloodland rose, he battled his way through countless battlefields, but he had never seen a bloodied battlefield like this. Because he had been staying on the 23rd floor after the Demon's Forest was destroyed, he wasn't up to date on what happened. Duke Ardbad took a big bite from the bread he was eating and spoke nonchalantly. The red dragon went crazy. That means... You've heard about that thing called the Trismegistus's tablet or whatever, right? Yes. In the auction house it was being sold, the red dragon made a fuss. I guess they weren't satisfied with just turning the magic tower, the magnate's people, and the bureau into their enemy. Humph. Marquis Caliban felt like he knew what happened after that. It probably meant that they had turned all the other clans that had participated in the auction into their enemies. He could guess what went down. The confrontation of Red Dragon, who was trying to steal the tablet, and people trying to stop them. Red Dragon had won. To be honest, it wasn't that surprising. It was a bit humiliating, but even the Bloodland was no match for the Red Dragon. Those guys were strong even to fight against the entire tower without even blinking an eye. However, he couldn't believe that they had taken one of Duke Ardbad's arms. The Duke Ardbad he knew wasn't someone who would easily lose to someone, unless it was the Gluttony Emperor. No, even the Gluttony Emperor wouldn't have been able to attack him one-sidedly like this. Ardbad didn't symbolize power for nothing. But he lightly waved his hand like he didn't want to walk about it. Aside from that, how did it go with the hoarder? We received a promise that he would come visit the capital. Also, with Baron Lau. Marquis Caliban explained what he learned. Duke Ardbad nodded his head, since it was all things they had guessed. I see. With this, the Emperor will be put to ease a little. Anyway. The Elohim, those bastards must have gone crazy too. Duke Ardbad's eyes were burning up. From Red Dragon to Elohim. He didn't know why there were so many people after them. Everyone in this tower is nothing but a parasite to burn up. I don't know why it's so hard to regain our promised land. Duke Ardbad muttered with annoyance. Caliban. He called for the Marquis. Yes, Your Grace. Marquis Caliban quickly bowed, kneeling. In a battlefield, the commander's orders were equivalent to the Emperor's. The Marquis's eyes shone. We're going to prepare our military. Get ready. It meant that the parasites who tried the Emperor's will would be swept away. It was a declaration of war. Marquis Caliban's body trembled. The peace that a group called Arthea had created through their death was finally about to crack. Yes, at once. A long time after Duke Ardbad and Marquis Caliban left with their subordinates, a new red portal opened, and Yeon-woo and his party appeared. It's a mess. Brahm looked around the Kalat auction house, or what was left of it, shaking his head in disbelief. Even if it was understandable that they turned their backs on the other clans, what about the bureau? On top of that, touching the auction house meant that they had turned several mysterious merchants' unions into enemies as well. It was hard to know the exact power of the Guardians from a player's standpoint, especially the 12 Zodiacs, the greatest guardians that even the gods and demons couldn't touch. If they stepped up, the Red Dragon wouldn't be able to avoid damage. And the unions of the mysterious merchants? They couldn't step up and fight against the Red Dragon like other clans or the Bureau. However, as large as the Red Dragon was, they needed that many more supplies. If the unions cut them off, it would be hard for them to fight. There was no way the Red Dragon wouldn't know something that even a child knew. Did they have something to back them up? But since they were being this arrogant, it seemed like they were just leading everyone, including themselves, on the road to destruction. That's how rushed they are right now. I guess. If their queen dies, everything's over for them. Brahm calmly nodded his head at what Yeon-woo said. If the Summer Queen died, the power that they had would cave in like a sand castle. Thinking about it now, it was like they were dangling off the edge of the cliff at the moment. If they're kicked about 1 to 2 times more, they'll fall straight into the abyss. It'll be fun to watch if something that big falls. Yeon-woo smirked and looked into his shadow. Boo! Check-esh. As the shadow stretched out, a robed lich appeared. Please. Give me your orders. Find where the Red Dragon went. Boo nodded and floated up to the sky, holding his black bead up. Walk. The bead emitted a light downwards and started to pour out magic. Boo had grown at a fast pace, exceeding the powers of most other liches with rune magic, Victoria's studies, the other research that had been gained from studying the Philosopher's Stone, the Power Lawless Book, and demonism. Brahm looked at Boo with an interested face. That guy is even more amazing every time I see him. Where did you find him? What are you talking about? Yeon-woo had found Boo through an earring he earned as a reward. As far as he knew, Boo was a player from a long time ago. You didn't know? I don't think he realizes it yet either, but that guy was probably pretty famous when he was alive. Even if he's a lich, that kind of growth is impossible. To be exact, it's probably better to describe his new powers as getting them back rather than growing. Brahm stroked his chin. Even if no one knows, that guy was probably above the 3 friends you got there. If compared to people now, he would probably be one of the 9 kings. Shannon, Han Ryeong, and Rebecca's emotions were relayed to him through his connection with them. Of course they would, since they had considered Boo beneath them as he still couldn't speak properly. Yeon-woo also had a strange face. Boo was originally on the level of the 9 kings. Yeon-woo had only met 2 of the 9 kings so far, the Martial King and the Summer Queen. However, he had seen a bit of the others through their shadows on the 21st floor, so he could guess what kinds of beings they were. But Boo being compared to them? He couldn't imagine it. And furthermore, why had such a person fallen as a soul and become bound to an artifact as a mere tutorial reward? Also, the artifact that Boo had been inside of was rank D. It wasn't something that such a person would have used. The name Boo was given because of the fact that he was a witch doctor. Tien, witch doctor is Buddhisolsa in Korean. But Boo didn't seem to react much to what they were saying, perhaps oblivious to the situation. While Yeon-woo was deep in thought, Boo's voice rang out. I will show you. The black bead shined a sharp light. At the same time, several scenes flashed past Yeon-woo. They were scenes of what had happened in this place. Walk. Has the Red Dragon finally gone crazy? The treasure is just going back to whom it should belong. Isn't that right? Items are taken with power. Isn't that something you guys do well too? With a scoff from Tom, the beginning and the clash between the Red Dragon and the others, the Kalat auction house was destroyed instantaneously. Like a ghost, Yeon-woo could watch everything from above the auction house. This was the power that Boo had created using the Lawless Book as a reference. It recreated old events using the vestige left behind in objects. The Red Dragon's power was incredibly overwhelming. It was shocking enough that the youngest of the 9 dragon sons, Tom, had come, but they even managed to push all the other clans back. Duke Ardbad's right arm was sliced off by the old sword, Hanan's cane, and the 2 bishops from the Devil Army weren't able to overpower the murderer twins, Jack and Ripper. Hawkeye Troy extended his fingernails to massacre the rebelling scholars of the Magic Tower, and such gruesome scenes were happening all over the auction house. It's a mess. Yeon-woo was so taken aback that he laughed in disbelief. This was what he had aimed for in the beginning, but it seemed like the scale would grow larger than what he had expected. All the better for me. The dirtier the water became, the more they fought, and the person to benefit from all this was him. Meanwhile, Tom took the tablet and moved to the 76th floor through a portal. The commotion in the Kalat auction house ended there, but the confusion that was left behind lasted for a long time. Between the different clans and players, Yeon-woo found the witches he had been looking for. Looking down at them, he moved towards where they were. They were familiar faces to Yeon-woo. Dark and Margaret. From some time ago, Viera Dune started to be followed by people who seemed to be protecting her. I didn't know why, but the first witches who were born from the mother of witches, Night, protected Viera Dune at her side, becoming her teachers or her family. Viera Dune was the clan leader of Walpurgis Nacht, but she couldn't lead them alone. So there were people who became her godmothers, protecting her. The first witches. No one knew where they came from. However, it was widely known that they were old monsters that had been alive since the beginning of the tower. Dark and Margaret were among those first witches, and they had taught Viera Dune seduction and occult power. Just what happened? Why is the emerald tablet there? There are traces of something on it, but it's definitely the emerald tablet. Who leaked it? It seems like it's from Leant. Just who would do such a thing? The reason for the participation of the 2 witches was simple. It was so they could confirm the legitimacy of the tablet. And once they found out that it was real, they realized that someone had leaked the tablet. If they weren't stupid, they had probably already guessed that they might be the ones to receive backlash for what would happen. But they couldn't show it. First, let's get out of here. Since they had confirmed the Emerald Tablet, they were planning on discussing what to do after returning to their headquarters, Brocken Castle. Dark and Margaret took the young witches under their command with them and recited magic to activate teleport from far away the commotion to return to their headquarters. Boo! Yeon-woo didn't miss it. Brocken Castle wasn't a physical location. The endless world of night that witches spoke about was in a subspace, and there weren't any paths or coordinates to get into it. So he ordered Boo to find the coordinates from traces they left behind, and the result was: I have found it. Bingo! Chapter 227 Witch Hunt, 2. Clan House. A clan needed a reliable base once they had enough members. However, with the continuous war in the tower, it wasn't easy to protect a base from danger. On top of that, it wasn't easy for clans centered around the higher floors to get new recruits. Even if scouts roamed around the lower floors for potential, there were limits to that process, and even if they scouted players, it wasn't easy to set up a station to maintain their presence on each floor unless you were a large clan. On the other hand, it was hard for clans that were set up on the lower floors to maintain their power as they climbed floors. It wasn't easy to set up a clan house because of the unique preferences of the people in the tower. Alforoni, dominating on the 77th floor, and the Red Dragon with their headquarters on the 76th floor were special cases. However, the mysterious merchants, who made the impossible possible, gave a solution. They began to sell the outer space that made up the subspaces outside of the tower. The outer space was the only area that could guarantee safety for multiple clans. Because it was a superior location, permission to enter could be controlled, and it was easy to defend, even if there were intruders. Thanks to that, even though the outer space was expensive, it was sold like hotcakes. That was also why Arthea's clan house wasn't discovered to this day. In addition, the endless world of night, Brocken Castle, where the witches stayed, was also one of those outer spaces. Unless you knew the exact coordinates, you couldn't even dream of entering. If you were even a bit off, you could crash into an unknown area between spaces. Boo was able to confirm that he was right after checking several times. I will open the portal. The teleport portal opened wide. Beyond the red portal, there was a glimmering space. Before we move, we don't know if there are any traps of tricks set beyond here. So everyone, be careful. Brahm, Galliard, Fanti, and Edora gravely nodded their heads. Even if they were chasing after Red Dragon, this was a superior territory of the witch's endless world of night. It was said that even a dog knew to stay away from other dogs' territories. No one knew what the witches had set up in their territory. Vieradoon didn't say a word about it to Yeon-woo's brother, although they were lovers. They had to be prepared for everything since they were entering an unknown world. And above all, we have to prioritize information about Ananta. Don't do anything that'll draw attention to you. Fanti, already having heard about Sha and Brahm's backstory, sniffed and pounded his chest. I might be a mischievous son who doesn't listen to his father, but I know that much. Yeon-woo nodded his head. Pulling his magic bayonet out, he took a step inside the portal. And at that moment, he felt like he was back in Africa. A memory of himself leading his subordinates into unknown land was overlapping with the present time. Calming his boiling blood down, he spoke. Let's go in. Brocken Castle didn't appear right beyond the portal. They must have judged that it was dangerous because someone could follow them like Boo had, so the path to the Brocken Castle was full of twists and turns. Each time Yeon-woo turned a corner, he saw different sights. Who are you folks? You're the Walpurgisnacht, right? What are you? So I'm right. You easy bitches. I could smell something disgusting all the way over here. Sweep them all away. The witches were described as easy because they had given their bodies to demons. People had already come by where Yeon-woo and his party were moving through. The Red Dragon already invaded the secret locations and labs of Walpurgisnacht, and they were torturing the witches to find out more information. You dirty things! Why are you doing this to us? We don't have anything to do with this. Then why are you here? It was so we could confirm too. It's the truth. Really. The purpose of their torture ranged from trying to confirm their suspicions of Walpurgisnacht. RC, clan. To confirming the information that they learned about the exact location of Walpurgisnacht and their other bases, and how their subordinates were organized. The Emerald Tablet was. The Emerald Tablet? Found in the Faust dungeon. It was an item from another world that Faust made with orders from Mephistopheles. Be more clear. I'll tell you, so, please. Please kill me. There was also information about the Emerald Tablet. We don't exactly know what that is either. All we know is that it's something mysterious from unknown gods. Unknown gods? What the witch confessed was that the information on the Emerald Tablet was something that had nothing to the gods and demons on the 98th floor, and of supernatural beings from a completely different world. Yeon-woo suddenly felt cold. The tower was a place with many different dimensions and worlds. With the different cultures, the tower was able to keep on growing. Even with that, the Philosopher's Stone was knowledge that most people weren't aware of. But Faust had used Mephistopheles to receive a part of the knowledge of the gods from other worlds and make the Emerald Tablet. A part. Not everything. Then how far did the knowledge of the gods from other worlds reach? The problem was that there weren't any messages from the gods and demons about this. They had been busy sending him messages when they were bored, so why were they quiet about this? Yeon-woo wanted to hear the details, but the witches didn't know much. Since the person in charge of the Emerald Tablet was Vieradoon, the puzzle would be solved when she was caught. Also, it wasn't just the Red Dragon that was after Walpurgisnacht. I didn't think I would see you here. How dare you? The other clans that had been humiliated by the Red Dragon at the Kalat auction house showed up to bother them, and many rankers and clans made an alliance after hearing that the Emerald Tablet was from the Walpurgis Nacht. Because of this, everywhere that Yeon-woo's party passed by was in ruins. The corpses littering the ground explained how bad the battle had been. In the midst of that, there were souls that hadn't moved on yet. Eat. Hey. We sound like your pets since you say it like that. Well, I'll dig in. Hee hee hee. I'll feel full for the first time in a long while. Shannon and Hanryong could consume the dead souls as much as they wanted. The attack of the Red Dragon, the witches that were being chased, and people that were following after them. The trick that Yeon-woo set up was becoming bigger. And as they walked, they arrived at their destination. You have entered the endless world of night. Warning! This is private property. Receive permission from the owner of this world. If you trespass, you may be very disadvantaged. What happens here won't be recorded by the tower. An ashy world appeared along with messages filled with warnings. Cliffs that soared meters into the sky covered the stars. The little canyons between the cliffs looked like complicated mazes, and even that was hard to tell for certain because of the fog. I guess witches are witches. Why is this place so creepy? Humans aren't creative at all. Yeon-woo agreed with Shannon, opening his draconic eyes to observe the canyons. There were flaws webbed everywhere. They must have been extra tight with security because even the draconic eyes weren't able to see how the canyons were made. Ugh! Why is it so gloomy? This is why witches are told they're creepy. It's ghost world formation. Everyone turned to Brahm at what had said. A ghostish fog is artificially spread to give intruders illusions and fear and take away from their lifespans. It's difficult to deal with. Fog of blood. Yeon-woo was reminded of a skill that Bu had. The fog scratched at the lifespans of the enemies and buffed allies. What Brahm said about Bu being an outstanding black magician flashed through his head again. Can you get rid of it? Yeon-woo asked. Brahm shook his head with a sour smile. Maybe if I had the Book of Mercury, but I can't get rid of it. But I can decrease the effect it has on our allies. Galliard added on, then I'll help find the path. The skill that Galliard had, Fairy Eyes, helped him to find the truth, so it was useful. Also, he had the best eyesight out of them, so if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. As Brahm recited a spell, a blue effet wrapped around them. Brahm has cast Blessing, Curse Defense on his allies. Brahm has cast Blessing, Immunity Increase on his allies. The party has been made. Current members, 4/4. Number. Galliard Finn Black Kelvin. Fanti Cheongram. Edora Cheongram. Yeon-woo felt strange about the party that was assigned by the system. It was normal for teams or clans to work together, but he had never imagined he would be in a party himself. Yeon-woo's name was still censored, and Brahm wasn't counted as a party member because he wasn't a player anymore. He could lightly sense the locations of his party members, so he would be able to find them even if they were split apart. 2 sudden quests have been created. Hidden Quest/Field Arrest, 1. Summary: a while ago, the Bureau decided on disciplinary action for the Red Dragon, who attacked the Kalat auction house for personal reasons. However, there is a limit to what the Bureau can do, so help is needed. Capture or kill the Red Dragon's players within the given time. You can take a percentage of the skills or artifacts of the ones you kill. Time limit, 3 days. Conditions of completion. Red Dragon members killed. Red Dragon buildings destroyed. Reward, the artifacts or skills of the one you killed. Additional rewards depending on karma. Hidden Quest/Field Arrest, 2. Summary: Red Dragon is asking for an explanation from Walpurgis Nacht after what happened. However, because they were denying all charges, the Summer Queen Ismenios has come to a decision. From now on, destroy and take everything related to Walpurgis Nacht. Only the players and clans that contribute will receive rewards, and the top 3 players will be given dragon's blood. Time limit, none. Conditions of completion, destruction of the Walpurgis Nacht. Reward. Opening of Intrinian. If the conditions are met, dragon's blood. Hyung Neem. Yet. I saw. Fanti shouted in excitement. Yeon-woo shook his head looking at the quest window. So the bureau stepped up. And the red dragon fought back without restraint. Like the summary in the quest windows, it was hard for the bureau to touch the red dragon even if they gave them disciplinary action. That was how powerful the red dragon was. So the bureau decided to give all players a quest to attack the red dragon. There was a time limit of 3 days, but the red dragon would have to expect some damage as punishment. However, the Summer Queen had cleverly reflected the damage they would get onto someone else. She had given the Walpurgis Nacht as a sacrifice to draw attention away from the red dragon and gave rewards for the new quest. Of course, most players will attempt both quests. Just as Yeon-woo had planned, the entire tower was in pandemonium. Multiple variables could pop up, but one thing was for sure. The Walpurgis Nacht is properly fucked. They already had a lot of eyes on them, but with the red dragon added to the mix. Brahm must have been thinking the same thing as the smile didn't disappear from his face. He met Yeon-woo's eyes, and looked away, coughing lightly. Then, let's go. There's no time. Galliard was in the lead as the Pathfinder, Brahm was in the center, Fanti and Edora were standing to his side, and Yeon-woo watched the rear, in case of attack. The canyons were extremely creepy. The fog didn't disappear even as Brahm and Galliard used magic and spirits, and they weren't able to see clearly. Yeon-woo sent his consciousness forward, hoping that he would see something, but he couldn't feel anything, like he was trying to grab air. Ki-yi-yi-yi-eighth. Kikai-kikai-ki. When the wind crashed into the rough cliffs, it sounded like screams. And for some time, the party was able to see. This is a bloody mess. There were traces of swords exchanged and corpses everywhere. Everything they had seen so far seemed like child's play. The problem was that party members and allies had fought amongst themselves. No, to be exact, it seemed like they had fought without caring about who they were attacking. It was a disaster. Brahm had said that the ghost world formation made people hallucinate and decreased their lifespans. It seemed like these people were its victims. Yeon-woo was able to tell his party members to be careful. But the moment he turned around, there was no one standing behind him. It was just filled with fog. What is this? Since when? Yeon-woo's eyes hardened. They had been swept up in the barrier and caught off guard. But to think Brahm's buff would be broken this easily. He couldn't believe it, so he checked his body. However, the buff was still there. Then did it even trick buffs? This fog? Yeon-woo attempted to open his draconic eyes and extrasensory perception before it was too late. But just then... Oraboni? Oraboni. Edora's voice could suddenly be heard through the fog, and a black shadow approached him. There you are. Edora appeared through the fog. When her concern-filled eyes turned to those of relief. Swag. Yeon-woo swung his magic bayonet without any hesitation. Edora's head was blown away. Click here to be a supporter and get 11 chapters ahead of time. Chapter 228 Witch Hunt, 3. Edora's head rolled on the floor. Plop. Yeon-woo remained calm in a situation that anyone else would freak out in. Edora's head stopped next to some pebbles. Edora's body was still standing. Blood didn't spurt from her head. Just then, Edora's eyes came to life, and she smiled. Oraboni. That's not fair. Striking a weak girl like me with a sword. I didn't know you were like this. I'm disappointed. With those words, her body and head scattered into the fog, and a new form appeared in its place. Black mask and black clothes with Vigrid. It was like Yeon-woo's reflection in water. However, the aura from him was different. Rather than being pleasant, it was vicious. A doppelganger. So you know me? Most people don't. The doppelganger was busy giggling. As it did, Yeon-woo's eyes darkened. A doppelganger was a monster that imitated others. Because it doesn't have its own mind, it continued to mimic others, hoping to become complete by killing who it copied. However, it also had the desire to become stronger, so it couldn't stay as one being for too long. So Vieira used this aspect of the doppelgangers, saying that she could make fun experiments using this. Vieira Dune did all kinds of experiments to collect doppelgangers. What she mainly tested was learning. Doppelgangers usually lost all collected data when they switched over to a new personality. It was to prevent the confusion between identities. However, Vieira Dune continued to store this data. The reason why a doppelganger continued to change was to have its own identity, and she collected the recorded data to use it in another way. If it worked, the doppelganger would be able to continue growing while absorbing the abilities of others. That being seemed to fit the description in the diary. It's a test subject. Even after it changed from Adora to himself, the being didn't change much. Rather, it was exuding the aura of having multiple souls. Yeon-woo glanced around at the corpses around him. Their faces were all filled with shock and confusion. They had already been overwhelmed from the ghost world formation, but it seemed like it had become worse after meeting a doppelganger. How many of them are there? There would probably be plenty of Vieira Dune's test subjects around the Brocken castle. If beings like this were around, it wouldn't be easy to enter the castle in the center. A lot of clans would suffer from this. It was amusing. He had expected Vieira Dune to have done all kinds of things to protect the castle, but nothing like this. He had definitely made the right decision to make all the clans move. What are you thinking about? You dare to be distracted in front of me? The doppelganger frowned, its pride hurt. As it did, it spread its wings of fire and started to spew out a wave of heat. It had the same property and movements as Yeon-woo. It had mimicked him in that short time. Kwang! The doppelganger kicked up into the sky, flying towards Yeon-woo. But Yeon-woo just smirked. Shannon! Check-esh! Suddenly, Yeon-woo's shadow stretched out, and Shannon appeared with his sword breaker. Clang! The doppelganger's sword was futilely blocked by Shannon. The sword breaker, wrapped in darkness, didn't move an inch. Just when the doppelganger's eyes widened in disbelief. What should I do? Capture him? There's a lot to find out. Sure. Hee hee. Shannon laughed lightly, swinging the sword breaker. Clang! With the pure sound of metal, the doppelganger's sword was easily swept away. Shannon rapidly closed the distance between them, stretching his left hand out to grab its collar, and pinned it to the ground. Kwang! The ground sunk. The doppelganger struggled to escape, but because of the sword breaker that landed on its chest right after, it was fixed to the ground like a skewer. How? That's all you amount to. Isn't it? Even if a doppelganger had copying abilities, there were limits. The only reason why the doppelganger had reigned as the strongest was because of the ghost world formation. However, Yeon-woo wasn't affected in the slightest by it. The doppelganger couldn't even copy his powers, so of course it would fall behind. Furthermore, Shannon was a death noble stronger than most monsters. His level was different from a mere doppelganger. I hope you last longer, buddy. Shannon laughed darkly, splitting the doppelganger in half. Kyokke! The doppelganger shouted in pain. But Shannon just laughed maniacally and swiped at the being. The doppelganger's body continued to restore itself, but Shannon repeatedly ripped it up. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo gave orders to Bu to set up a barrier so the witches couldn't observe them. Ha 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 ha! Shannon's lunatic laughter became louder. His demonic energy slowly crept into the skin of the being, amplifying the pain. Usually, being able to heal itself was a blessing to monsters, but it was nothing more than a curse right now. Haha. I think his personality changed a bit. Yeon-woo was deep in thought as he watched Shannon. Even though Shannon seemed flippant, he actually had a serious side to him. He had never seen Shannon like this before. Had he changed after becoming a death noble? If it was a change for the worse, he would have to interfere. But nothing was certain yet, so he decided to observe further. Please. The doppelganger eventually surrendered. Tisk. What the heck? It was just getting fun. Can't you take it a bit more? Ha. Brrr. At this moment, Shannon seemed crueler than his owner in the doppelganger's eyes. It looked at Yeon-woo with pleading eyes. Yeon-woo uncrossed his arms and slowly approached it. Asterisk. Yeon-woo learned a lot from the doppelganger. The seal of restraints was on it in case of betrayal, but that was easily taken care of by Boo. When the last of its binds were untied, the doppelganger told them everything so he could die as fast as possible. It knew quite a lot, from how the canyons were formed, the weaknesses of the ghost world formation, methods to escape the fog and find your way, to information about Walpurgis Nacht. It was only a test subject, but it had seen many things during the time it lived in the Brocken Castle. However, that was all it knew. It didn't know about the details. So you don't know how to break the ghost world formation? B. Because Pattaya is in charge of the territory, I don't know, so please. It didn't look like a doppelganger anymore in its condition. Its body was ruined like a broken doll. All it could do was open its mouth. It begged to be killed now that it had spoken about everything, but... Wait. Yeon-woo cut him off. What? You said Pattaya, right? Is she around here? Why, yes. The doppelganger instinctively knew this was how it could die comfortably, and it quickly shouted before Yeon-woo could change his mind. Because there are so many intruders. She said it was an emergency. Pattaya's in charge of getting rid of as many intruders as possible using the ghost world formation. Is she watching us right now? She's probably busy focusing on the Elohim right now. Is that so? Yeon-woo stroked his chin. Like Dark and Margaret, Pattaya was one of the first witches who created Walpurgis Nacht. Her ability was clairvoyance. Usually, she watched things through her crystal and supported those on the front lines. It seemed like that was the case this time as well. Yeon-woo had confirmed that Ione and the rest of the Elohim had entered the ghost world formation. Pattaya would definitely have her plate full taking care of them. It meant that it was the perfect time to attack her from behind. Where is she? Thankfully, the doppelganger was linked with Pattaya, and it knew her general location. When there wasn't anything more to learn, Yeon-woo turned to speak to Shannon. I'm going to use it for Sha to test, so tie it up and put it inside Intrinian. Sha was absorbed with research about alchemy these days. She would like this if it was given to her as a present. He. I'll even decorate it nicely with a ribbon. Wait. You said you would kill me if... The doppelganger shouted with a pale face. However, Yeon-woo just smirked. When did I say that? Shit. You son of a bitch. You won't be comfortable in death. I already know I can't go to heaven when I die, so you don't have to worry about that. Stay away. The doppelganger squirmed in Shannon's hands, but it couldn't do anything. Yeon-woo called Han Ryong and Rebecca while its screams were ringing out. You guys heard, right? Save the others according to what it said. Yes, sir. You're going by yourself? Rebecca asked with a concerned face. The first witches were so powerful that even most rankers didn't touch them. But Yeon-woo just grinned and shook his head. She's only skilled in magic, she's nothing in battle. Also. His eyes flashed icily. I'm not weak anymore. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shit. Pattaya pulled her hair out looking at the crystal. Her sisters had always been jealous of her silky hair, but it was tousled badly right now. It was because of the images in the crystal. The crystal reflected was happening in the canyons. And of course, the canyons were a mess. Most people were taken care of with the ghost world formation and the doppelgangers, but the problem lay with those who weren't. The Red Dragon, the Elohim, the Devil Army, the Sea of Time, all the large clans, and several high rankers. They were after the Red Dragon as well as the Emerald Tablet. When the quest suddenly popped up, players continued to flow in. It was because the Red Dragon released the coordinates. Because of that, she was going crazy as the person in charge. The cores that made up the Ghost World formation were being destroyed, and all the test subjects and chimeras that were protecting the castle were being massacred. The young witches and first witches were dying out, and it seemed to be a matter of time before the castle walls would be broken through. She was blocking them off, but she couldn't do a 10-person job by herself, so she needed to find another way. Margaret is headed for the Red Dragon and Dark said she would go for the Sea of Time. Different strategies flashed through her head. The problem is the Elohim. For some reason, the Elohim was working harder than the Red Dragon. It was of utmost importance that they were taken care of. Just when she clenched her teeth, Pattaya instinctively looked back in surprise from the uneasiness she felt. She was met with 2 will-o'-the-wisps. They were horrendous will-o'-the-wisps that caused shivers to go down your back just by looking at them. Her face paled. A dagger flew at her. Pug. Cug. She rolled on the floor from the chest-splitting pain. The tablet fell over, and the crystal cracked as it hit the floor. Yeon-woo was coldly smiling on top of her body, burning the will-o'-the-wisps above his eyes. How? She had definitely closed this area off with magic. Pattaya couldn't believe it had been broken through. Also, she should have felt his presence. Extrasensory perception synchronization. Shunpo. Yeon-woo used the 2 skills to hide his presence. With Boo's black magic added on top of that, no one would have been able to realize he was approaching. Unless it was a high ranker with impeccable senses, it was impossible to sense him. I have a lot to ask, but you probably won't answer them, right? Just kill me. I will. What? Yeon-woo swiped Pattaya's neck with the magic bayonet. Pattaya's eyes widened because she didn't think he would just kill her, but her life ended there. Then, Yeon-woo absorbed her corpse and soul with the Bathory's vampiric sword. As he did, most of her vestige came over. There were things about the general situation of Walpurgis Nacht, and information about the Brocken Castle and Ananta. Yeon-woo soon frowned. Ananta is locked underground in the castle. So that was why she hadn't contacted Brahm recently. She was caught by Viera Dune. The good thing was that she was still alive. But her condition was critical. They needed to find her fast. Boo. If you learn anything else, let me know right away. Yes. Sir. Boo had regained most of his abilities as a witch doctor. Because of that, he could control souls extraordinarily. There was no need to torture them like before. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo moved to his next prey, as quietly and stealthily as possible. He couldn't be caught. If he continued to go up, he would arrive where Viera Dune and Ananta were. Whoosh! Chapter 229 Witch Hunt, 4. Kwa Kwang. 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 Fuck. Tom cursed as he saw the meteorite on the ground. Every time he screamed, the scales on his skin shook. His scales were red from fury. These rat-like bitches dare. He had barely recovered from the fear of the hallucinations and the chimeras in the ghost world formation, but witches had suddenly appeared from the sky. They were just trash that wouldn't have been difficult to deal with, but they were blocking the red dragon from the safety of the sky on their broomsticks. The problem was that he couldn't touch them. This was all because of the first witch Margaret, who wasn't coming down from the sky. She was wrapped in purple light, pouring out all kinds of magic. She stopped the red dragon from moving by controlling gravity and covered the witches around her with barriers to defend them. Also, meteorites were falling from the sky like rain, and the ground was doing impossible things like enlarging and shrinking. Was that witch's magic power limitless? Even if she had a lot, she should have dried out by now from using magic like that. But Margaret didn't even seem tired. Rather, the longer she went on, the more rosy her cheeks became, and the level of the magic was also becoming stronger. Walk! Just then, a purple light shined around Margaret again. It was an ominous and creepy light. At first, it had been subtly shining like a star, but it was now as bright as a full moon. Mere witches couldn't continue doing these miraculous things. Then that only left one possibility. The Philosopher's Stone. That's what that bitch is using. And it was a Philosopher's Stone that was assimilated to her body. It was similar to the aura of the Summer Queen. It was definite proof that this case was related to the Walpurgis Nacht. The medicine to heal the Summer Queen was right in front of him, but he felt like he was going to go crazy not being able to approach the witches. Beginning. Dang, he has died. There's no way this can go on. Troy approached him with a crumpled face. Dang he. She was one of the 81 eyes who moved with Tom and Troy. She was the weakest of them, but a high ranker was still a high ranker. That was how bad the situation was. Tom grit his teeth. If only they could get that bitch, the path would clear up. But no matter how many times he activated his signature skill, it didn't affect Margaret. When Margaret flipped her hand over earlier, she lifted the ground. Thanks to that, the red dragon had to suffer the humiliation of losing of their forces. They couldn't retreat now that they were here either. The Summer Queen was dying at a rapid pace. They had to find the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. Retreating in this kind of urgent situation? No way. They didn't have any second chances. He was also uneasy because the Elohim had moved before them. If they got the real tablet, everything would go down the drain. They were short on time. Anxiety and time were pressing at him. All kinds of factors were stressing him out. They wouldn't come out successful at this rate. Tom eventually decided to ask for more help. Currently, only a part of their forces were in the endless world of night. It was because they needed to stop the attack from others. It was also to quickly react when other information was found out. But since it was confirmed that the Philosopher's Stone was here, he didn't have to worry about that. I'll have to see those bastards. He didn't want to see his brothers' faces, but he didn't have anywhere else to turn to. He was about to contact them but... Quang! He heard something explode in the sky. It was enough to shake the ground as well as the outer space. Tom and Troy's gazes were naturally drawn up. The other players of the Red Dragon who had been dealing with the meteorites looked up as well. A fire was spreading where the witches were gathered. It was a pitch-black fire. Tom, who had seen his mother control several fires, had never seen this color before. It was dark as the night, and the blackish fire emanated a heat that was hotter than most fires. It was probably the fire that one would experience in hell. The explosion that had begun from Margaret instantly spread to the other witches and soared up even higher in the sky. The atmosphere boiled, and the after effects quickly came down. Plop plop plop. From the pieces that were falling like hail, Margaret's head was included. But even that was burned black before it arrived at the ground. What is this? Tom was flustered at the sight that he never would have imagined. Why had there suddenly been an explosion, and why was Margaret dead? Did the Philosopher's Stone explode because she hadn't used her magic properly? Whatever the reason was, one thing was clear. This was their chance. Now! Run! We have to arrive before the Elohim. With Tom and Troy at the lead, the hundreds of players from the Red Dragon began to run. Beyond the twisted canyons, they could see a sharp mountain that looked like it was poking the sky. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This strange sight wasn't just happening in front of Red Dragon. Hey! Why so suddenly? Mysterious explosions occurred all over. The first witches that had miraculously pushed the intruders into a corner suddenly burned to death without even being able to scream. Thanks to that, the players who had been caught up in the ghost world formation were freed. These witch bitches definitely have something. Let's take it. Finders keepers. The rate at which they progressed increased. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The enemies are near. We have to stop them. Everyone, be prepared for death. Great Mother is with us. Even if we die, we can live forever in her arms, so don't spare your lives. The Brocken Castle was at the tip of the sharp mountain beyond the maze-like canyons. It was surrounded with firm walls, and it was where most of the witches' powers were amplified because it was closest to the moon. The witches gave off an ominous aura flying down on their broomsticks with their pointed hats. From the first witches who were birthed from the Great Mother, young witches that had just begun to learn the laws of witches, to the witches who had never left the castle before, all the witches in the tower moved busily. A few years ago, Heaven Wing Cha Jeong-woo had attacked the castle, but it hadn't been this bad. The level of danger was completely different. It was something that could determine whether a clan would survive or not. The large clans and high rankers were backing the witches into a corner. They were even using the power of the Great Mother, but the canyons would crumble at this rate. Just now, the Monster World formation was bypassed. The Disaster World formation and Underworld formation have both been activated. There were 5 world formations that defended them: Ghost World formation, Monster World formation, Disaster World formation, Underworld formation, and Calamity World formation. It wasn't just the Emerald Tablet that they found in the Faust dungeon. The magic knowledge they found was enough to create an entire archive, and the Walpurgis Nacht used what they needed to protect themselves. That was also why the accomplishments of the witches had recently improved. But no matter how outstanding a barrier it was, with the attack from the most skilled in the tower, the castle seemed like a sand castle. Or is it that we've been able to get this far because of the 5 barriers? Dark clenched her teeth. As a first witch birthed by the Great Mother, this danger seemed especially out of the blue. If only this happened a little later. Just where had things gone wrong? From when Ananta stole test subject BX_71? Or when the Emerald Tablet was stolen from Leant? Or from when the Great Mother had gone silent? No. Even with all the variables, they had done what they needed to do. And they were on the brink of having the Great Mother descend. It was probably when the tablet was put to bid at Kalat auction house. The Walpurgis Nacht realized that something was wrong, and they would be blamed. The problem was, they didn't have a clue who the real culprit was. It would definitely be a well-known player if they were powerful enough to move the Red Dragon and shake the tower up. But they couldn't close in on anyone. Brahm. He might have done this to rescue Ananta. No. It's not him. It's true the exile is smart, but many are needed to plot this. People who are clever. But he's not. Just who is it? Dark's head was dizzy. But she couldn't find the answer. I need to focus on stopping them first. It's not too late to find the culprit after that. Normally, the Walpurgis Nacht wouldn't have been able to stop all the intruders with what they had, but Dark was confident. They had a secret weapon other than the magic and barriers from the Faust dungeon. The Philosopher's Stone. It was a weak prototype that couldn't even be called the Philosopher's Stone, but it was effective enough. It was incomparable to the tablet on the Kalat auction house. It was the pure Philosopher's Stone that was made with the actual Emerald Tablet. The first witches had Philosopher's Stones like these. If these were used, and the young witches went to the forefront and fought using guerrilla warfare, they would be able to stop the invaders. The reason why the Red Dragon and other intruders hadn't passed the Ghost World formation was all thanks to this stone. Dark was trying to stop the Sea of Time. They were almost matched with the Red Dragon in terms of power, but their numbers were relatively lower. Jing! She heard the notifying magic that enemies were coming. Dark put the Philosopher's Stone in her mouth. Everyone prepare for YAA. The smell of blood. Dark widened her eyes at the smell of blood that wafted from the canyons. Just then, a dark shadow covered her head. Dark turned to look in that direction. 2 will-o'-the-wisps were right in front of her. Hub! Dark quickly turned to get off of her broom. But the sword already passed through her left shoulder. Her left arm was severed from her body and flew in the air. The culprit. Dark was able to know as soon as she saw the masked player with wings of fire. She didn't know if it was the leader or an underling, but it was clear that it wasn't the Sea of Time. I have to tell Vieira. The young witches with Dark were all dead to her now. The player was so quick that even she couldn't see him properly, so they wouldn't be able to avoid it. It was her fault for realizing too late. She needed to fix her mistake. She had to tell Vieira that there was a dangerous person like this. And until she received an answer, she had to keep him busy. Dark turned her magic power to the Philosopher's Stone in her mouth. With this, all kinds of things were possible. A miraculous stone. That was what the Philosopher's Stone meant to the witches. She would be able to stop that player that was either brave or foolish for having come here. However. What? Dark's eyes widened. The Philosopher's Stone didn't move. It was just a stone. Like it was broken. She had checked that it worked properly before she left the tower. Why was it suddenly broken? Just then, the masked person lightly flipped his body and approached Dark. She shivered at the creepy will-o'-the-wisps beyond his mask. But Dark soon blinked at what he said. It won't work. Probably. What? Because that's what happened for the rest of them. He spoke like he had been responsible for that. What kind of? The moment Dark's eyes widened, the masked player rushed at her to put his magic bayonet into her left chest. Ting! The magic organ was completely cut off. Dark's eyes became bloodshot. Yeon-woo extended his hand to grab Dark's head. He could see her eyes filled with terror through his hands. The black fire from Yeon-woo's fingertips covered Dark's head. Yub! Yub! Dark shouted in fear, but she was soon burnt to a crisp. 42. Yeon-woo counted the number of witches he had taken care of, tossing Dark's corpse onto the ground. Her head broke apart, and a purple stone was left behind. Check-esh! Just then, Yeon-woo's shadow stretched out as Bu appeared to absorb the Philosopher's Stone. Purple fire glimmered in the eye sockets of the skull. Good job! I'm honored. To obey your orders. Bu bowed. Controlling the Philosopher's Stones of the witches was all thanks to him. With the knowledge that he had learned researching the Philosopher's Stone, Bu knew the sole weakness of the Philosopher's Stone. To be exact, it was a weakness that Yeon-woo, who succeeded, didn't have, but the witches had. Because the Philosopher's Stone was perfect, it didn't need any interference with magic power from the outside after it was complete. Bu had used this to block the flow of magic power to make the stones the witches had just normal stones. With Yeon-woo's quiet movements on top of that, the witches fell like autumn leaves. It was important to save Ananta right away, but it wasn't good to let the Walpurgis Nash succeed in their defense. Everyone had to keep on attacking each other and eating away at each other's forces. It's done. Yeon-woo coldly smiled seeing Bu done absorbing the Philosopher's Stone. The person who had gained the most from the attack was probably Bu. Chapter 230 Witch Hunt, 5. The Red Dragon and the other clans moved along the path Yeon-woo had opened. The Elohim were at the very front, reaching the end of the canyons. Suddenly, Ione, who was in the lead, paused. Is it cleared? Those witches. There's nothing they can do. Ione grimaced at the presences he could feel behind him. His eyes were shining a gold color. Not a lot of people knew this, but Ione was blind. No, to be exact, he was born blind. But he was able to become one of the most skilled people in his family, the Protogenoi family, because of one thing. It was the ability that was passed down in his family. Omniscient viewpoint was similar to Alforoni's Thousand Li Eyes in many ways. Tien, Thousand Eyes changed to Thousand Li Eyes for accuracy. Li is a unit of measurement. However, unlike the Thousand Li Eyes that allowed the user to see wherever they wanted, Omniscient viewpoint only allowed the user to look through the eyes of things called wards. Ione had placed his wards throughout Brocken Castle, and he was able to quickly pass through the 5 barriers and watch the movements of those behind him. He could see that the red dragon and the others were quickly catching up. They had put some distance between them, but the others might reach where they were. Ione was extremely dissatisfied that someone was following them. The Elohim, with the blood of the gods, had to be in the lead at all times. They couldn't allow others to catch up. And only the Elohim deserved a holy item like the Philosopher's Stone. Ether. Ione picked out one of the many subordinates following him. Ether flinched. He had realized what Ione was going to say. His face turned frantic. Ione, stop the people behind us from advancing. As for why you have to do that, I'm sure I don't have to say. Ione gave Ether a sharp look. Ether bit his lower lip. The reason why Ione was being like that was simple. He was telling him to make up for not catching the baby dragon human. Since the incident had also resulted in the death of Hemera, a promising clan member, Ione's attitude was to be expected. Yes, sir. Understood. Eventually, Ether had to listen to Ione. It wasn't just Ione who was glaring at him. The Senate, Consul, and even the heads of some families were looking at him with all kinds of emotions. Discomfort. Contempt. Hate. Dissatisfaction. Pessimism. There wasn't a single positive gaze among them. Shit. Their arrogant eyes were always the problem. They treated him like this just because he was his father's child, although he had worked so hard to assimilate with them. He backstabbed Arthea and did other disgusting things. He worked like a dog that always wagged its tail for its owner. But you still. But he was always alone. The Senate membership was just a nominal position. He had nothing else to his name. So Ether had reached out to the Devil Army. What he needed was acknowledgement, and he thought that he could properly prove himself here. If only he comes down. Then, I'll make you lick my feet. You disgusting sons of bitches. And like that, Ether watched the 70 of them continue to climb up with Ione at the lead. His clenched fists shook. Sir. Ether swallowed his anger as he turned to his subordinate. His eyes were coldly calm. What about Ione's wards? They're not here, right? Yes. It's been confirmed. Those bastards. They think we'll die here. The fact that they hadn't set up any wards here meant that they were being used as a throwaway card. They probably thought he was only useful enough to tie the red dragon down. But Ether didn't plan on suffering like Ione thought. Everyone, release the demon eyes. With those orders, an intense demonic energy began to whirl around Ether and the others. A thin line of blood was drawn on their foreheads, and a cynia appeared. It was a cynia with 3 circles that looked like eyes inside of a triangle. Demon eyes. It was a brand that was only allowed to servants of the demons. Waak. And the demonic energy that Ether, a potential candidate to replace Yevuk, the 9th bishop, was exuding, wasn't normal. Black fog was glittering behind him like light. It was a symptom of borrowing the demon's strength. What is it, Ether? Just then, Kindred reached out to Ether with telepathy after reading the change. Kindred and the other devil army were following after the Elohim through the path that Ether taught them. That's... Ether explained the situation he was in, about having to stop the red dragon and the others. When he was done, he spoke about why he contacted them. So if you help. Stupid fool. It was a cold voice. Ether shut his lips. His fists shook. This tone. emotion. The scoff. It was all too familiar to him. You can't even do that? Useless. Tisk. Kindred continued after clicking his tongue. No. It might be for the better. You said you wanted to be the 9th bishop. Yes. I dared to. Then, that test will be administered here. Ether squeezed his eyes, trying to focus. Where you're standing right now is a place that has to be passed to arrive at the castle. Like Ione said, protect that place as best as you can. Kindred's voice was cold as ice, but Ether clenched his fists with determination. This was a chance. The last one. And he laughed at himself. Arthea, the Elohim, and the Devil Army. He had sought after a place for him, but there wasn't anywhere for him. Same as in the past, he was struggling by himself. Is this a curse? Jeong-woo. Your soul is still binding me. Ether felt Kindred and the other bishops moving away, and he kicked off the ground with his subordinates. They looked like a pack of starved wolves spilling demonic energy behind them. Just then, familiar people appeared. It was the Red Dragon. The Elohim? The Devil Army? What are they? Tom scowled at the appearance of a disruptor, since they were already behind the Elohim. But regardless of that, Ether jumped off the ground and landed on Tom. In his right hand was the power of the Devil Army, and in his left hand was the power he stole from his little sister. Flash! A white light covered the Red Dragon. Move, you mongrel! Tom was planning on using the dragon's power of elemental contact to twist the space around Ether, but then... Qua qua quang! Tens of lightning bolts fell from the sky. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I barely lost them. The Bao God Jeong-woo pressed his left arm to stop the bleeding and tied it up with a bandage. But his entire body was already wrapped in bandages, so this new one didn't really stand out. The chase of the One-Horned tribe had made Jeong-woo's mind lose hope. They continued to follow Jeong-woo as if they knew exactly where he was, and even pushed him to the brink of death several times. Jeong-woo had barely escaped, but he couldn't stop the injuries he was receiving day by day. And when the Martial King himself appeared, he struck terror into Jeong-woo's heart. Jeong-woo had been confident in his martial arts. He was Ho Yi's apostle Tien, Yi changed to Ho Yi for accuracy, and he hadn't forgotten his training either. But meeting the Martial King was like meeting a wall. It was a wall that you couldn't break down or crack. A monster even amongst the 9 kings. He felt like he knew why the arrogant Summer Queen avoided confrontations with the Martial King. The feeling of being chased without being able to rest was so fun. It was the best. It was like living on Earth, the feeling of being able to die anytime. Being a high ranker, he had moved further away from the concept of death, but he felt like that feeling was coming back now. His heart beat faster. Sister. I think there's still a long time to go until I see you. Right. Jeong-woo was busy giggling. But even so, he couldn't continue this dangerous lifestyle. He needed somewhere to rest for a while. Only then would he be able to properly fight against the One-Horned tribe. Jeong-woo wanted to land an arrow in the Martial King's head at least once. Somewhere to hide. Somewhere to hide. Where would be a good place? He needed somewhere to hide his presence. It might have been better to hide amongst many. While he was busy contemplating, a ripped piece of paper suddenly came at him. Jeong-woo read it out of boredness and his eyes changed. They're recruiting mercenaries. Mercenary recruitment notice. The West Wind Union is scouting mercenaries. The objective of this recruitment is for the fight against the Walpurgis Nacht. The price can be dealt with separately from the quest's rewards. Now that he thought about it, he heard about something like this while he was on the run. The Bureau was furious at the Red Dragon for attacking the Kalat auction house, probably. He didn't look too much into it because he was busy with the Martial King, but... Walpurgis Nacht. He became interested. If it was the West Wind Union, it was the largest scale union out of all the unions. It was perfect to hide himself. And he had run out of money right now. Since the other large clans are involved in it too, it might be a good chance to dip the one-horned tribe in the mud if needed. When it was hard to catch your prey, it was best to pull it into a busy environment. Jeong-woo wet his lips. Prey. He liked that word. He wanted to catch the martial king. The hoarder. It would be nice if he was here too. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is the list of mercenaries who participated. Atron's eyes shined looking at the list his subordinate brought. Fucking bastards. After the auction became messed up because of the Red Dragon, his reputation also came crumbling down, just like the auction house. The union avoided him, and the VVIPs turned their backs on him. He hadn't done anything wrong in particular, but it was an unspoken rule that a merchant who failed to oversee an auction couldn't survive on this floor. He had basically lost everything. But there was still one thing he had. Money. He had the wealth that he collected when he distributed the VVIP invitations. Atron gathered all his wealth to use mercenaries for revenge. There were S-class mercenaries like Black Skull and Twice, solo players like the Ice King, and others. Like that, he had gathered about 500 mercenaries. They were all rankers. That wasn't all. He made contacts with 3 different assassin guilds: Blade Assassin, Moon Shadow, and Black Hand. They were all famous in this field. However, he hadn't explicitly said that he was after the Red Dragon when he recruited them. It wasn't because he was scared of the Red Dragon. It was because plainly taking revenge like that wasn't Atron's taste. Getting in their way and making a mess. That's what I should do. Taking what the Red Dragon wanted from right in front of them would be the sweetest revenge. And this was also a new chance for Atron. If he could have the real tablet, he would be able to move on from this. Of course, it was a gamble, but he had always gone all in since he was young. The Red Dragon. I'll rip you apart. The paper crumpled in Atron's hand. And that night, another large portal was opened to the Brocken Castle. Chapter 231, Witch Hunt, 6. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. The mercenary group entered the canyons as soon as they passed the portal. Atron was among them. In a normal situation, he wouldn't have participated, as he never put himself in danger, but he was boiling with rage. He wanted to see the Red Dragon in despair for himself. But when he entered the Monster World formation, he realized something was wrong. What is this? There were traces of vicious fights, and there were even famous rankers among the dead bodies. It was filled with monstrous-looking chimeras as well. Because of that, Atron and the others struggled quite a bit. Stop the attack. It's an attack from above. Take your aim. The mercenaries moved frantically to push the chimeras back, and the assassin guilds jumped out from the darkness to kill them. But the group's synchronization wasn't great, so they continued to lose players. And since the witches appeared occasionally to bother them. It's a witch. She's using magic again. Dispel. Use dispel. You son of a bitch. It's open there, Ak. When they entered the Disaster World formation, their force of 500 had shrunk to 100. But there were those who stood out. Black Skull, Twice, and the Ice King. However, people's gazes moved to the others. Poo poo pung. The witch was hit. That bitch is dead. How was she hit? There should be a barrier. Every time Jeong-woo, who was disguised as someone else, pulled his bow, the heads of the witches exploded like watermelons. Quack quack quack. He swept them away in one stroke. Monster! And a mysterious person covered in a black robe swept away the monsters around him. Thanks to these two, the damage didn't worsen, and they were able to arrive at the Calamity World formation. The S-class mercenaries were envious of them, but that wasn't what the lower-level mercenaries thought. Thanks to those two, most of their lives were saved, and they didn't even feel jealous because the gap in their skills was too great. However, the problem was that no one knew their identities. Just who are they? If they were that strong, they were probably high rankers. But no one could guess who they were. The same went for Atran. Jang in turn. Those are probably nicknames. When he first employed them, they didn't show their skills, so they were assigned as D class. That was why he didn't know how powerful they were. Atran attempted to engage in conversation with them to become closer to them. But every time he did, the two just replied curtly. The conversations didn't go on for long. But they were still doing everything they needed to do. Atran didn't have anything else to talk to them about. I think the Red Dragon and the Elohim are fighting ahead. When Moon Shadow brought new information, having scouted ahead, the atmosphere became stiff. The Red Dragon and the Elohim. The leader of Moon Shadow, Crescent, heavily nodded his head. Yes. I think it's the beginning, Tom and Ether. Atran was lost in thought for a moment. His goal was to hurt the Red Dragon, but there wasn't any need to put themselves in danger. Is there another way to get to the fortress? I think we can avoid the two if we go through the bypass. Crescent's words trailed off. He probably meant that it was dangerous to go through the bypass. Atran glanced at where Jang and Turn were. The two were silently sitting a bit apart from the others. Eventually, Atran came to his decision and looked back at Crescent. Then if we go through the bypass, can we get to the fortress? I'm asking if it's possible. Yes. It's possible. Then let's do that. We have to get the real tablet. Atran's eyes flashed fiercely. Asterisk. Dune, we have to establish countermeasures. Dune. Please. The Brocken fortress was noisy. The witches had faces showing their urgency. Just a few hours ago, they had been confident they could fend off attacks from all the large clans. If they had the knowledge and the Philosopher's Stones, they thought they would be equivalent to the 8 large clans, that they could surpass them. And things had been going smoothly until a mysterious explosion suddenly occurred. Dune. The witches left in the fortress held onto Viera Dune with despairing faces. They needed to set up countermeasures. But Viera Dune just closed her eyes. She didn't say anything. Her pale face looked even whiter than normal. As she did, the witches felt themselves becoming even more desperate. All their forces were outside of the fortress, ordered to stop their enemies, and they continued to be wiped out by the explosions. There were only scholars left in there. If the fortress was broken through, it was really the end for them. The Sea of Time has arrived at the north entrance. The West Wind mercenaries are quickly approaching through the bypass. In about 15 minutes, they'll arrive at the west entrance. At the south entrance the Trafalgar clan. Rancor Shan. The Elohim is right about to pierce through the door. The barrier is almost down. Dune. Please make your decision. The longer the reports of the young witches went on, the more frantic the witches became. But Viera Dune just stood still. The only motion recognizable was her green hair slightly shaking through her pointed hat. Suddenly, the sound of a rock the size of a house falling onto the lake could be heard. The One-Horned Tribe H, has arrived at the G, Ghost World Formation. What? Why are they here? The Monster World Formation, the Disaster World Formation, and the Underworld Formation have broken. They entered the Calamity World Formation. What are you talking about? Even if it's broken, there's no way it would be destroyed that quick. It's the Martial King. The Martial King has arrived. News of the Martial King's appearance made them go into shock. We're done for. That was all that they could think of. They didn't know why the Martial King had appeared, nor why the One-Horned Tribe, who didn't care about the happenings of the tower, was here. But one thing was for sure. The clan couldn't survive like this. This was a disaster. Defeat was written on the witches' faces. A heavy atmosphere descended. Just then, Viera Dune opened her eyes. They were white eyes without any pupils. The leader of all witches and the manifestation of the Great Mother slowly opened her mouth. Mother has spoken. Color started to flow back into the witches' faces again. The Great Mother. The being that had birthed them but had not been answering their questions recently returned to save her daughters from danger. What did Mother say, Dune? Someone asked, but Viera Dune stood up silently. We have to go to the lab before they come. The answer will be there. So everyone, please hold on a while longer. Viera Dune's voice quietly rang out. Mother will soon arrive to take care of her lacking daughters. Quang. With the sound of a gigantic explosion, the barrier of 9 layers broke like glass, and the door of the fortress blew away. The Elohim had succeeded in breaking through the fortress first. Amidst all the dust, Ione spoke in a low voice. We'll enter now. Kill all witches you see. They're only dirty prostitutes who sold their souls to demons anyway. They have to disappear forever. However, leave their lab and archives intact. After the forbidden knowledge is separated, everything else will be taken. The players of the Elohim all looked sharply around and jumped forward. Mere prostitutes had held them back until now, so they were planning on destroying them as soon as they saw them. Everyone moved at the speed of light. And from far away, there was someone watching them. I don't have to do any work. Yeon-woo smirked on a tree nearby. Not only did they kill all witches they met, they broke the door of the fortress. He was thankful for that. It would have been nice if they did good acts like that from the beginning. Yeon-woo pulled out Vigrid as he was thinking this. Playtime was over. It was true he was thankful to them, but he wasn't going to let them have Viera Dune's head. I'll set them back a bit. Yeon-woo activated his powers in succession. Dragon Body Awakening, 3rd step. Stigmata of the Goddess. Hyoungshin Axel. Dragon's blood circulated around his body as scales popped up. Yeon-woo poured magic power into Vigrid with all the buffs he received. At the same time, he didn't suppress the devilish aura he was emitting. Wave of Fire. 72 Bien Yeol, Pa, Cham. The trajectory of Vigrid's black fire landed on top of the escaping Elohim's head. Kwa kwa kwang. Kwa kwaka. Its effects were spectacular. Before the Elohim could do anything, the black fire swept away all the Elohim at the front, and even shook where Ione was. When Bu added supporting magic on top of that, the explosions continued to sweep the Elohim away, and it became chaotic where they were standing. Egg. Just win. Save me. The continued waves of heat and its after effects didn't let them rest. They couldn't know how great the damage was, how much they were hurt, where their comrades were, or when another attack was going to happen. They couldn't even move their bodies. The combination of Bu and Yeon-woo was much more destructive than expected. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo grew his wings of fire and flew into the fortress above where they were. I will show you the map. Bu threw the map he got from the witches to Yeon-woo. A 3D representation of the locations of the buildings and even where Yeon-woo was marked blue on the map. It's like a navigation system. Yeon-woo moved towards where it was marked green, where Ananta was, and into the underground prison. He didn't get caught by the witches. Rather, he killed those around him with aura when he found them through extrasensory perception, not making a single sound. When he arrived, Yeon-woo gathered his magic power and spoke. Bu, when I move into the prison, take care of everything underground. Yes. Sir. It wasn't just the prison underground. The underground was more complex than the fortress, and there were labs, magic archives, and even storage rooms with treasures in them. They were all treasures that the witches of the Walpurgis Nacht collected over time. And on the 7th underground floor, the real emerald tablet was secretly kept. Yeon-woo didn't need it, but there was no need to let others have it. He was planning on taking everything he wanted before the Elohim or the Red Dragon got there. Since Bu knew all the secrets of the Brocken Fortress, it was definitely possible. It seemed like there were a few guardians here and there, but he didn't worry about it. After having eaten multiple Philosopher's Stones on the way here, Bu was already strong enough. Inferno sight had grown in his eyes, so if he surpassed the final limits of his current status, he would be able to rise to an Elder Lich. He must remember some things about his life as well. I should ask him when this is done. With that in mind, Yeon-woo kicked the door down with all his strength. As he did, the ground exploded, and a hole that went 6 floors down was created. Feeling Bu leave his shadow, Yeon-woo dropped to the 6th floor. Yeon-woo felt a sense of déjà vu. There were glass coffins on the walls. Inside the coffins, people were sleeping in a purple liquid. It was a color similar to the Philosopher's Stone. It was the same sight that he saw when Orangutan had been making the Philosopher's Stone. Each glass coffin was connected with pipes to the center, and inside, Ananta was in a deep slumber. As if she was a sleeping princess in a forest, waiting for her prince. Click here to be a supporter and get 11 chapters ahead of time. Chapter 232 Witch Hunt, 7. What's this? You look like a dried-up kernel of corn. Ananta was memorable since the first time we met. My comrades all laughed, and Viera shook her head. I suddenly really wanted to look at a mirror. I didn't think I was ugly, did I really look that bad? Anyways, Ananta was always close to crossing the line, saying mean things like that like it was nothing. She had a sharp atmosphere around her that made it hard to approach her. That was why the team members laughed, but they asked me again and again why we had to keep her close. However, why did she look like a dog that was all bark and no bite to me? I wanted to become closer to her, even if that wasn't part of the conditions that Brahm outlined. His brother said the impression he got from Ananta was that she was venomous. Also, it was that she was lonely. Her loneliness behind her frozen exterior was what pulled his brother towards her. Since he always stuck his nose in others' businesses. Though he used to be holed up in his room all the time, he quickly caught on to things and often interfered. At first, Ananta was annoyed that his brother kept on following her around. She continued to insult him and even attacked him with a sword later on. Sighing, she relented to his pleas to become her friend and asked him a question. Do you like me? No. I have a girlfriend. Then what is it? Why are you bothering me? Go ahead, tell me to meet that geezer. I'll cut your tongue out right after. So you're saying that you won't use your sword if I don't tell you to meet Brahm, right? We'll see. He. I'll play with you. What? Your bark is fierce, but your eyes are sparkling like a puppy. So I'll play with you. Aren't you grateful? You won't ever find a friend like. Seriously, this bastard. Ack. You said you wouldn't use your sword. No one knew what she was thinking as they engaged in playful conversations like that. However, one thing was for sure. These conversations marked the start of Ananta opening up to Jeong-woo. Arthea was sick of Ananta's insults and didn't go near her anymore. Their relationship ended with Ananta and Brahm reuniting, her falling in love with his brother, and rescuing Shi. And now, Ananta was in front of him. Why are you like this? Ananta. The person that he saw in the diary and Brahm's memory was here. She loved his brother passionately, but her affection was never returned. She was an unfortunate woman who had raised Shi like her own, but she couldn't even hug her anymore. She had been pushed to the edge of the world and was, in the end, caught by the witches. Bu investigated the souls of many witches, and he delivered the information he learned to Yeon-woo. Thanks to that, Yeon-woo knew the general situation of what Ananta had been through. What about the test subject? Where is BX-71? Test subject? Why are you looking for that from me? Do you think anything will change just because you pretend not to know? I'm talking about the dragon human you took. The vessel that is needed to birth our mother. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Why are you laughing? You guys are crazy. Completely. What? Tell this to Viera Dune, the bitch that's referring to her daughter as a test subject in a vessel. I'll rip her apart one day. Test subject BX-71. It was what the Walpurgis Nacht called Shi. They did many experiments to bring their great mother to their plane, and they found Faust's knowledge in that process. They had experimented with all kinds of beings and narrowed their options down to using Shi. And it was not just Ananta, but everyone in the glass coffins who were such test subjects. There were all kinds of beings: a normal human man, baby goblins, spirits, old people, and so on. Something in common among all of them was that they were unmoving in the purple liquid, like dolls. Sha was BX-71. She only received the name Sha after she met Ananta. You can look forward to it. I'm not nice enough to forget about this. I'll kill every one of you by ripping your legs and arms from your body. Ananta continued to resist under the horrible torture. No, she even glared at the witches in her bloodied state. Because of this, the witches felt shivers when they looked at Ananta, even though she was bound up so she couldn't move. After they realized they couldn't learn anything from Ananta, they assigned her a mysterious number called Pa-12 and sent her to the labs. Ananta was also a dragon human. Her identity was completely set, so it was hard to use her as a vessel, but she was great to experiment with. They even tried to sell her to the Elohim at an expensive price. This was also something he learned after squeezing information out from the witches' souls. The Walpurgis Nacht had heard that the Elohim were starting to tie up loose ends and contacted them. Restoring the superior species. How useless! The Elohim's obsession with lineage was really amazing. It wasn't that it was hard to understand. Godly blood became fainter as time went on, and powers would disappear. A few power-hungry families were even taking to incest. However, even that had its limits, so they needed Ananta. They were going to use her to take their seeds and use her as a test subject when there was no use for her anymore. Even if they pretended to be better, the Elohim was no different from the Walpurgis Nacht. They were all trash that had to be cleaned up. I should save her first. Yeon-woo found the source code of the magic circle with the connection through Bu, and contacted his magic power with the magic circle. One of the advantages of the Philosopher's Stone was that it could be changed to any type of magic power. When his title, Blessed by Magic Power, was added to this, the hacking process went smoothly. Jing, pong. All the pumps and pipes that led to Ananta's glass coffin fell. Purple liquid poured out to the ground, and with the sound of something unlocking, the glass coffin slowly opened. Yeon-woo quickly examined Ananta's condition. Even though all the experiments were paused, she didn't show any signs of waking up soon. Her face was pale. She's too exhausted. And her mind is being completely controlled. She needs to be treated quickly. Her mind was nearly gone, as though they had been trying to make her into a doll. Yeon-woo stopped her exhaustion with a temporary healing magic and laid Ananta down in a capsule he pulled out from Intrinian. It was a healing capsule that he had prepared in case of injury. Just being inside it would heal you. The next time you open your eyes, the family you wanted to see will be there. So just hang on and wait a little longer. Yeon-woo stroked Ananta's forehead. Her rigid eyelids became less tense. Did she hear him? Or was it just a coincidence? He couldn't know, but Yeon-woo thought she seemed relieved. He put her back inside Intrinian. In the lab, there were many other test subjects than Ananta. But he didn't feel any life from them. They were breathing, but their souls were dead. It was right to send them away so they wouldn't be in pain anymore. Woong. Yeon-woo gathered aura at his fingertips. Just when he was about to explode it. What's this? What happened here? Why is the storage empty? All the treasures have disappeared. The treasure chest of ghouls isn't here. The weapons storage is empty too. Same with the archives. from the magic books to the emerald tablet, they're all gone. Just which rat bastard? The labs. Run to the labs. Now. The lab is in danger. He could feel the witches suddenly running around with his extrasensory perception. They had lost it from seeing the empty storage and archives. I thought there wouldn't be enough time. Boo did better than I hoped. How confused they would be. Thinking of Vieradune's crumpled face, Yeon-woo smirked. Moss. Tur. Just then, Boo's skull popped out from his shadow. They. Enemies. I know. Good job. Your. Happiness. Island. Great. Honor. To me. Boo bowed, his body trembling like he didn't know what to do from the compliment. Inferno sight burned with joy in his eye sockets. Yeon-woo flicked his fingers and shot the gathered aura. Snap. It was a skill he had recently learned after researching aura. Pippy-ping. Tens of snaps pierced the glass doors to land directly in the foreheads of the test subjects. Their heads swung and fell helplessly to the ground. Blood and purple liquid poured out to the cracked glass on the floor. Boo absorbed the purple liquid on the floor. Those were all materials to make the Philosopher's Stone too. He needed it to become stronger. He had already collected the other Philosopher's Stones that were in the underground prison. Vieradoon and the witches arrived in the lab after Yeon-woo and Boo completely hid themselves. How did something like this? The test subjects. What about Pot 12? Find Pot 12 first. Pot 12 is the only one not here. Damn it. It hasn't been that long since their traces were left. The rat bastards wouldn't have been able to get far, so find them. Quickly. The witches first searched for Ananta in the messed up lab. However, they quickly started to look elsewhere as they realized Ananta wasn't here. Meanwhile, the other witches tried to calm the trembling Vieradoon down. The materials for the vessel to call forth our mother. The message that Vieradoon received from the Great Mother. It was to prepare a temporary vessel even if it wouldn't last long. She also said she would punish those who ruined her deep sleep. It was more of a prophecy than a message, and Vieradoon had thought of Ananta first. They had been planning on allying themselves with the Elohim after selling her, but the situation was too urgent. And with Ione backstabbing them so directly, this was the only way. However, all their plans would be ruined if Ananta was gone. She looked around to see if there was anything else that could work as the vessel, but all the test subjects had holes in their heads the size of a fist. It would really be the end of the Walpurgis Nacht at this rate. Dune, calm down. Calm down? How can I calm down? What's everyone doing? What have you been doing to let things get this far out of hand? Vieradoon slapped away the hand of the witch trying to pat her shoulder and spat out those words. Her pupil-less eyes were scarier than normal. The witches all stepped back in surprise. Their leader, who hadn't stumbled even once, was making a sharp voice for the first time. At that moment, they were able to remember what kind of person Vieradoon was. She was the most witch-like witch. She entered the clan without any background, sweeping away her competitors to become the leader. Her competitors all died mysterious deaths. Poison, assassination, disappearances, brainwashing, there was no evidence, but it was clear that Vieradoon had done it. That was why everyone, including the first witches, were scared of her. She was someone who stabbed her lover's heart without any hesitation. She was someone who could take care of people like that without blinking an eye. Furthermore, she was talented enough to receive the favor of the Great Mother. No one could touch her. It had been quiet, without much happening, but Vieradoon hadn't changed. No, her spite was greater after holding it in for so long. Twist. The hair under her hat began to spin to turn into snakes. Her signature skill. The snakes that ate their parents and turned people into stone wrapped around the necks of the witches. The witches turned pale. Their backs stiffened. The tens of snakes in Vieradoon's pupil-less eyes made them pause their breathing. Everyone! Listen well. Before the intruders come, find Pot 12, no, Ananta, that bitch. Even if everyone here dies. Do you understand? Yes. Yes, understood. Then run. Vieradoon's voice calmed down again, but the rigid atmosphere continued to close around the witches' necks. They frantically ran. If this went on, they may actually end up as Medusa's food. Vieradoon activated magic to chase after the enemy too. There were traces of the security system being hacked. She was going to find how the source code was stolen and chase after the culprit that way. As she did, she found something unexpected. The patterns of the magic power were somewhat familiar. It seemed like it was from a draconic species. No, to be exact, it was similar to her old lover's. She had definitely killed him. Vieradoon suddenly felt a hair-raising fear, and just when she turned her head to the other witches. Boom! Something exploded from the ceiling. Glimmering black fire spread out and swallowed everything in its path. It melted the witches around her, and chased after the witches that had gone out to search. From the labs, archives, to the storage rooms, from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, everything underground shook. Everything collapsed, not being able to take it. Everything that the Walpurgis Nacht had worked for all that time fell in one sweep. Yeon-woo appeared through the black fire and broke the barrier that had been protecting her. You! The moment she saw the eyes in the black mask, Vieradoon's eyes widened. Even though he was wearing a wig, it was someone she held hands with, kissed, and spent nights with for over 5 years. The person who had smiled at her first thing in the morning. There was no way she wouldn't recognize him. Her dead lover was right in front of her. Pug! But Yeon-woo immediately swung the grid like there was no need to speak with her. Vieradoon's head flew back in the air. Before it was swept up by the black fire, her eyes were filled with shock, terror, and fear. Chapter 233 Witch Hunt, 8. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. I still didn't know. Why did Vieira leave me? Vieradoon was the enemy who poisoned Jeong-woo and planted a knife in his heart. She had used his emotions up to the very end. Because of that, his brother had been lost for a long time after she had left. Leant and Bahul had earned something by leaving him. They both sat in high positions within the Chong-A Wado and Red Dragon, respectively, and received more honor and wealth than when they were in Arthea. But Vieradoon didn't have anything to gain. She had become the leader of the Walpurgis Nacht, but his brother had been fine with her leaving Arthea to go someplace else. That was how much he trusted his lover, and she knew this more than anyone else. She didn't have any reason to betray him. They hadn't had any misunderstandings, and they never fought. Right before she poisoned him and stabbed him, they had been smiling at each other. They whispered sweet nothings to each other, and promised to be together until the end. His brother had confirmed this with his draconic eyes. Just what had made her that twisted? Or had she always been putting on an act to hide who she really was? Then, were all her sweet words towards his brother fake? No one knew the truth except Vieira. And Yeon-woo thought, it's not my business. Whatever the reason was, she had turned her back on his brother. He didn't have any reason to think about why the person who made his brother suffer until the very end would have done such a thing. However, as he cut the neck of his enemy, there weren't any emotions in his eyes. Check-esh. Vieira's separated head and body suddenly turned to smoke. As I thought. Vieradoon's signature skill. It was a power that she received from the one whom the witches called their Great Mother. Vieradoon had an outstanding talent for mind control and mental-type magic. The Great Mother liked this, and she gave her the power to move the ego data of Vieradoon to another body. In other words, it was possible for her to switch bodies. Of course, there were limits to this, but it was still a skill that Yeon-woo was after. I have to take it no matter what. It means that I can have extra lives. Yeon-woo shouted at his shadow. Boo! I've found her location. Boo sent the coordinates through the connection. Wag! Yeon-woo spread his wings of fire apart. Probably because of the limits of the skill, the coordinates weren't too far. He threw his body in that direction with blink. Kwang! The ceiling collapsed where Yeon-woo and Viera-dun had been. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Huff, huff. Ha! As soon as Viera-dun opened her eyes, she gasped and fell to the floor. The beads of sweat on her forehead dripped to the ground. She had only lost one of her many bodies in the castle, but it wasn't like the pain of having her neck cut went away. She could still clearly feel the sword on her throat. Those eyes, definitely. They were eyes that shouldn't be in this world anymore. But why were they there? Why? What happened? Dune. What's the matter, Dune? Are you all right? The witches ran frantically to her because of her sudden body transfer, not knowing what was going on inside her head. This was a chimera storage room inside the fortress. They had been planning on releasing additional chimeras to fend off the intruders, but they were surprised at her sudden body transfer. It meant that the base was already in ruins because of the enemies. Dune. Once they saw her shaking eyes, they realized. She was someone who was always calm, never showing her emotions. But for the first time ever, Viera-dun had flustered eyes. And she continued to say words that they couldn't understand. No way. There's no way. That guy is dead. Dead. I definitely checked. Dune. Just then, one of the first witches carefully touched her shoulders. Viera-dun's head instantly twisted towards her. Gulak flinched and took a step back. The moment she saw Viera-dun's white eyes, she got shivers down her back. It seemed like Viera was going to swallow her up any minute. But Viera-dun grabbed Gulak's collars and pulled her towards her. Her eyes were bloodshot. He's dead, right? I definitely killed him with my hands. Right. I don't know what. Say yes. Yes. Why, you're correct. After Viera-dun glared at Gulak for some time, she was able to settle down. Sorry. I was too into it. She released Gulak and swept her damp hair back. It doesn't matter who he is. I'll find that out when I take his mask off. But the Philosopher's Stone didn't work. Definitely. Even if it was a sudden attack, she wouldn't have lost so easily like this. The Philosopher's Stone she had was the best one they had created. It was connected to her soul, so if she was in danger, it would be triggered automatically. Because of this, Viera-dun was confident that even if Alforoni or the Summer Queen came, they wouldn't be able to break the Philosopher's Stone. However, when her head was cut off, the Philosopher's Stone hadn't worked at all, like it was a broken watch. The masked man. He's behind all this. The one who released the tablet and caused all this commotion. And it was clear that he was further along with the research of the stone, since that was how he was able to stop it from triggering. Did the other witches? Viera-dun clenched her teeth. She felt like she knew how their defense had fallen so futilely. Since the Philosopher's Stones were useless now, they couldn't fight against the large clans. I have to catch him first. Her mind became disoriented. She didn't know who he was or why he was after them. But one thing was for sure. She had to find a way to deal with him. Ananta was necessary to wake the Great Mother, but it seemed like Ananta was with the masked man right now. Whatever they did, they had to catch him. If this fact is revealed to the other large clans, she could end up waking a tiger to chase out a wolf, but this was not the time to weigh such things. Viera-dun looked around at the witches in the Chimera storage room and was about to tell them to get into a defensive formation. Just then, Dune! Be careful! Gulak shouted with wide eyes. Viera-dun was about to ask what the matter was, but Pugh! She felt something hot behind her back, and a sharp blade pierced through her left chest. Instead of screaming, Viera Dune coughed up blood. Her lungs were boiling. She couldn't breathe. Her chest felt uncomfortable. "Where do you think you're going?" Viera Dune stiffened her back subconsciously after hearing the voice in her ear. It was a tone like he knew where she was going. He knew about body transfer. There weren't many who knew about this even in the Walpurgis Nacht. But seeing how he knew, it was definitely swipe. However, Viera Dune wasn't able to continue her thoughts. A new blade landed in her head. Just before her consciousness faded away, she saw the witches and chimeras being swept away from the aura of the black fire. Quang! Cough! Viera Dune let out the scream that she hadn't been able to when she opened her eyes again. The pain of having your neck cut twice was just so painful. The ego data must have not settled properly yet, because her vision was still blurry. She was in a dark room. But before she could get herself together, he grabbed her neck again. A sword cut through her jugular this time. Pug. Krrk. The last thing she saw before her vision cut off was a pair of will-o'-the-wisps burning in the darkness. Quang. Viera Dune's deaths continued after that. Swipe. In a defense facility deep underground. No. Pug. When she opened her eyes in the body of a young witch on the battlefield. No. Qua qua quang. Even in the forest in the most outer sections of the endless world of night. Please. Krrr. Even when she woke up near the gate and tried to escape. Please stop. Every time Viera Dune attempted body transfer, Yeon-woo was hot on her heels, cutting her neck, stabbing her heart, and crushing her head. And in the furthermost area of the Brocken castle, Viera Dune flapped around like a fish out of water after being stabbed by Vigrid. Please. Please. Viera Dune panted. Her firm mind was half destroyed. Even if she came back alive, she couldn't completely escape from the shock of death. Her continued deaths, combined with the fact that someone was one step behind her, amplified her fear. On top of that, Viera Dune failed to use her mind control multiple times. Her specialty, mental type magic, was powerful enough to push all her rivals to death. Due to an unknown reason, curse, hypnosis has failed. Due to an unknown reason, curse, mind wash has failed. Side effects from the repeated failed skill attempts are occurring. Mind control didn't work on Yeon-woo. Cold-blooded. Cold-blooded, the greatest enemy of all mental type magic, made all her skills fail. Because of this, Viera Dune suffered from the reflex and penalties from her failed attempts. The damage to her ego data became greater, and her mind and body began to separate. Her soul had started to come apart. The indifferent leader of the witches was completely trapped in fear. But the more tired she became, the more dissatisfied Yeon-woo felt. He was frowning behind his mask. Pug. Vigrid passed through her into the ground. Viera Dune wasn't able to move, like she was a butterfly that was pinned down. Stop overreacting. Yeon-woo growled looking at her. Ananta suffered more than you. Even She, and that guy. You shouldn't scream at this much pain if you want to pay for all of their suffering, right? There were two different choices that people would make when they were pushed to the extremes of fear. Bear it, or give everything up. She was the former. You. Who are you? She knew that she couldn't escape from Yeon-woo, so she shouted in fury. Yeon-woo couldn't understand what she was saying for a moment. Then, he rubbed his face and smirked. Oh. I had this on this whole time. It's no fun this way. He slowly took his mask off. Click. And when she saw his face, she paled. Her eyes widened. She froze and wasn't able to say anything. This was another type of fear. The fear that a dead person had come back to life. She wasn't mistaken when she saw the eyes in the mask. Yeon-woo faced Viera with the same face as Jeong-woo and spoke coldly. I hope you come back to life again and again. I'll kill you every time. Viera. And with those words, Yeon-woo pulled out the magic bayonet around his waist and swung it at Viera. Quack. Chapter 234 Witch Hunt, 9. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. Just when the magic bayonet was about to land on Viera Dune's neck. Clink. The magic bayonet was flicked away by an invisible barrier. A murderous aura suddenly came down from above. Yeon-woo quickly considered whether he should finish Viera Dune off or leave. Eventually, he turned to leave Viera behind. At the same time, he put his mask back on. Quang. As he did, something came forcefully down. The ground cracked with a shake. Oh ho! You're pretty good. You read that? Your senses have become a lot sharper than when you were on the 5 mountains, kiddo. Most rankers would have run away. The attacker stood up with a light laugh. Because the attacker was short, his robe was dragging on the ground. His face that could be seen through the robe was smiling mischievously. Yeon-woo could see the cold viciousness on his face. The plague ghost, the beast of the devil army that ripped apart everything except for his lord, was in front of him. Kindred. Yet. It's been a while. It seems like you know who I am, since you're not surprised. Kindred flipped his robe back and chuckled. It was the first time they met after the Monkey King's palace. However, it didn't seem like it had been that long. I guess it would be weird if you didn't know, hey? Our paths overlapped so many times. Our fates must be intertwined. From the Monkey King's palace, the Demon's Forest, and now the Walpurgis Nacht. For the last few months, wherever Kindred went, there were always traces of Yeon-woo. Were there such things as coincidences in this world? Kindred thought not. Everything in this world was controlled by the heavenly demon. So it meant that they were meeting like this because of the heavenly demon's will. Kindred greeted Yeon-woo with a happy smile. He was being genuine. So. How's Brahm? Brahm's dead. Haha. Nope. Even if we aren't close, we shouldn't lie. Did you think I asked because I didn't know? Of course he must have died. But don't you think I know that he's walking around on his own 2 feet? Under the mask, Yeon-woo's eyes hardened. How did he know that? All things related to the despair of the Black King were kept secret. Almost no one in his party knew about the real secret of the despair of the Black King. But how did Kindred, no, the Devil Army know? Kindred curved his lips amusedly. There's nothing we don't know about where the heavenly demon will descend. But to be honest, we don't know about your secret. However, the heavenly demon will know, so we'll know as well. What else would this be if it isn't the grace of the heavenly demon? They were right about only being able to understand half of what zealots said. However, Yeon-woo learned something. Like how he had watched the Devil Army from the darkness, the Devil Army was observing him as well. He was wondering why they hadn't been following him since the Monkey King's palace, but it was that they were just watching him quietly. I'll have to be more careful when I move from now. Yeon-woo clicked his tongue inwardly. What he did from now had to be done in secret. He could never let himself be caught by the Devil Army. It's a relief that they don't seem to know too much though. If they realized who he was, they would have tried to kill him already. The Devil Army was the one that took the lead to get rid of Arthea. The relationship between his brother and the head bishop was that bad. However, Kindred was showing a positive interest in him right now. It meant that he had another goal in mind. And he was right. So kiddo. As the heavenly demon has proclaimed, you need to be with us now. I've been waiting for you to come. Yeon-woo asked with his eyes widened. Is it because of Shi? Half and half. If we have you, Brahm will follow, and that child will come too. But that's not everything. Aren't you a successor of the Monkey King? Then that means you're our brother. We'll make sure you're satisfied. He didn't know what the Monkey King and the Devil Army had to do with each other, but Yeon-woo was concerned about Shi. It was clear as day why the Elohim were interested in her, but he didn't have a clue why the Devil Army wanted her. What are you trying to do with Shi? I don't know either. Yeon-woo furrowed his eyebrows. What? Haha. Didn't I say? Everything is according to the will of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon tells me what to do, and I just follow his orders. Does there have to be another reason? These people were definitely crazy bastards who were hard to understand. The heavenly demon needed Shi? Most likely, it wasn't the will of the heavenly demon, but of the head bishop instead. Because it's been a while since the heavenly demon gave orders himself. This meant that to protect Shi, he had to go against the Devil Army, like the Bloodland or the Elohim. This was no different. Kukyakung. Just then, the fortress shook. The intruders had entered the castle doors. Kindred grabbed the back of the gasping Vieradoon's neck and extended his hand towards Yeon-woo. That's enough small talk. The annoying heretics will come, so come with me. What if I don't want to? Just then, Kindred's kind eyes narrowed. His genial atmosphere changed into a violent one. He bared his teeth, flashing his canines. You dare resist the heavenly demon's orders? How disrespectful! Do you think you have a choice? I can make choices of my own. What are you talking? Just when the growling Kindred was about to take a step forward. Quang! The fortress shook up and down. The shock from Kindred's arrival couldn't even be compared to this. With an earthquake, the fortress started to tilt to one side. What? Everything inside the fortress fell outside in the direction that it was tilted, and cracks appeared in the ceiling and the walls. Parts of the building came crumbling down with dust. The fortress was about to topple. The fortress of the Walpurgis Nacht that had been around for thousands of years. The Brocken Castle. Rumble. What are you doing? Kindred shouted in a frantic voice. For the first time after becoming the second bishop, he felt a bone-chilling fear. However, Yeon-woo just smiled behind the mask. Then, he spoke to his subordinates through the connection link. Begin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Our master wants us to begin. Brahm smiled coldly when he heard Yeon-woo's voice. Next to him, Galliard nodded and aimed his bow at a large blue crystal above in the sky. It's that, right? The center of those strange barriers. The 5 barriers around the Brocken Castle. The barriers had eventually allowed the intrusion of outsiders, but they were still in working condition. It was to protect the Brocken fortress. The barriers were strongest in the sky. Because of this, the players couldn't attempt to move through the air. Brahm and Galliard wanted to get rid of these barriers completely. There had to be a center to create the barriers, and the Walpurgis Nacht had gone to great lengths to hide this however they could. However, there was something they hadn't been able to anticipate. It was that no one could follow Yeon-woo's footsteps for control over death. The third spirit. Lawless Book. Using the 2 powers, Yeon-woo had received Boo's help with the witches' souls to find where the center was. It was hidden in the canyons around the Brocken fortress. Yeon-woo told his subordinates, who had gone off to find the rest of his party members, to wait at each of the locations of the centers. So they could break each piece at the same time. Right now, he had found the locations of 5 centers. There was one in each of the cardinal directions, and one in the middle. Brahm and Galliard were at the eastern one. Shannon and Fanti were at the west, Han Ryeong and Edora at the north, and Rebecca at the south. Boo had said that he was prepared to destroy the center in the middle anytime. Of course, it wasn't like something would happen right away after the barriers were gone. So, he would be able to attempt new attacks. Boo and Brahm were already prepared. There are so many. Before he broke the center, Brahm looked below himself. He could see the battles taking place in the fortress. The Sea of Time was in the east, and the mercenaries of the West Wind Union were in the west. In the north, the Devil Army and Rankers were waiting, and in the south, Elohim had just been attacked, but they were preparing their forces again. There were countless mercenary guilds and assassination guilds. They looked like starving ghosts. Although it was a stage they had set up, he felt sorry watching them enter, not knowing it was hell. They were definitely wise people to have reached that level, but what had blinded them? Greed? Desire? Whatever it was, there wouldn't be many to survive because of their foolishness. Kindred, that guy's face will be crumpled. It's a shame I can't see it myself. Brahm tsked as he thought of Kindred, who was probably meeting his master right now. Would he know that Yeon-woo was the one who had been waiting for him? He made a mistake thinking he was the only smart guy out there. Brahm made a note to himself to ask Yeon-woo what kind of face Kindred made. As he did, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Even though the witches' souls were investigated, Boo found the weaknesses of the barriers too quickly. Was it that easy? It's something that the witches made after thorough experiments. I heard a lot of his old memories came back. Does it have something to do with that? But he stopped there. He had something he needed to do right now. Brahm looked back at his friend. Galliard. Got it. Galliard nodded and lifted his hand from the string. It was a skill that dark elves could receive along with Shunpo if they had the hunter title. Kwa kwa kwang. The arrow landed deep inside the blue crystal. As it exploded, there were smaller explosions inside the crystal, and the crystal shattered to pieces. The first center was utterly destroyed. The ghost world formation faded away. Walk. Brahm pulled out a book and began to recite a spell. It wasn't as nice as the Book of Mercury, but it was also a grimoire with his knowledge of alchemy contained inside it. Come out. Brahm activated his summoning magic. It was magic that required an astronomical price to be paid to forcefully summon an item from the outer space inside. A large magic circle was drawn in the air. The price could easily be paid. There were plenty of philosopher's stones, as the witches had planted them inside the centers to strengthen them. It was less refined compared to what Yeon-woo had, but it was enough to call items that were floating around outside. The witches probably never imagined that what they created to protect themselves would hurt them in the end. Cuckoo. The sky vibrated, and a stone that was wrapped in heat in the magic circle began to reveal itself. Brahm smiled coldly as he saw it. Meteor strike. Kwang. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just then. Ting, ting, ting. Everything stopped like they had been waiting for it. The demonic world formation and the underworld formation disappeared, and lastly, the calamity world formation scattered. There wasn't anything left to protect the fortress. Just then, a large stone fell right on top of the Brocken fortress. It was a disaster. Chapter 235 Witch Hunt, 10. Everyone on the ground was confused. What's that? Meteor strike? Shit. Why is that being used here? It was the spell with the most destructive power. Even the draconic species had to use half of the magic power in their dragon heart if they wanted to use that spell. The players that had been confidently advancing through the fortress all stopped with wide eyes. The witches, chimeras, guardians. The red dragon, the sea of time, and the Elohim, everyone. Get down. Everyone run away. These damned prostitutes. Are they trying to bring down everyone with them? A few of them thought the witches had done it. However, they couldn't fight back and immediately ran away to get away from the impact area. But the speed at which the shadow chased after them was faster. Before the barriers were completely gone, the rock landed in the middle of the fortress. Kwang. Kwa kwa kwe, krrrr. The fortress was completely crushed to the point that it was unrecognizable. The rock buried itself deep into the ground, and a column of dust soared up. The heat in the atmosphere blew around with a hot breeze. Everything disappeared. The canyons split apart, and everything above them was swept away. First, the Sea of Time at the east vanished without a trace, like they were never there. The most mysterious clan disappeared first. Then, it reached the west. The West Wind Union's mercenaries were hit with the shockwave, but they also had to try to survive from the heat that was hot enough to melt them. Frozen Wall. Ice Fortress. Blizzard. The Ice King raised ice from the ground and struck his hands down. Thorns of ice shot up like the back of a porcupine and twisted around each other to create a large wall. Along with the Iron Lion, he was one of the strongest in the mercenary world, but his reputation had taken a downturn after he was defeated by the Martial King. Like he was trying to prove that he still deserved his old reputation, he poured out his magic power. The other mercenaries moved around him. The magicians that could use magic supported the Ice King with buffs, and hardened the ice wall. Kwa kwa kwang. The rocks that came from the heatwave pounded against the wall. Small webs of cracks appeared and froze again. This chapter is updated by Nov, Bayan.com. The players that couldn't use ice-type magic tried to block the rocks from coming in. Twice swung his weapons to change the direction of the wind, and Black Skull used strange bugs to eat away at the heat. Jang and Turn were especially efficient in using their arrows or aura to blow the pieces away. But there were still some pieces that came flying in. Hey! Crazy bastards! Block over there! Move! K. Kook. Moon Shadow didn't see the pieces of rock flying in from their blind spot. The pieces were already in front of them by the time they realized it. The leader, Crescent, was blown aside as his body exploded, and the other rocks flew at the rest of Moon Shadow. Only blood was left behind where their bodies used to be. Boom! The problem came after that. As one side fell, they didn't have enough hands to help. Before they could even fill up the empty position, the pieces continued to fly at them. The third squad of the Iron Lion Guild that Atron had purchased at an expensive price was swept away next. Other mercenaries behind them melted from the heat, leaving only a scream behind. Rankers? S-class mercenaries? None of that mattered in front of the disaster. Everyone was busy trying to protect themselves. Hell! This was hell! Damn it! Atron screamed with bloodshot eyes. But even that sound was buried by the crashing rocks. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The same thing was happening in other places. Red Dragon! Ione shouted with a bloodied face. Even that sound was muffled. He was furious at the black fury that fell on his subordinates' heads. He cursed the Red Dragon and the Summer Queen for this situation. From his perspective, they were the only people who would touch the Elohim like this. Yeon-woo would have burst out laughing if he heard. But since Ione didn't know anything, he was just angry at the Red Dragon. The biggest problem was that a new disaster came after they barely got over the last one. The people who had been trying to recover were swept away. Ione wanted to grab them, but the wards that he had planted moved and his vision spun, so there was nothing he could do but scream. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The situation became even worse. A few of the Magic Tower's rankers who had been trying to save themselves were buried under the rubble and disappeared. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The disaster was followed by others. Kwa 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 kwe. Whoosh. The air that had been pushed back was forced inside because of the change of air pressure. The storm continued to whirl. The endless world of night became chaos with explosions, heat, and clouds of dust. Yeon-woo was looking at this chaos from above with his wings of fire. When the meteor strike had come down, Yeon-woo used Blink to get away from the range of attack. It worked better than I thought. The plan to bring the large clans to the Brocken Fortress, and bring meteor strike down when Kindred appeared. At first, his party said this was crazy when he brought this plan up. Most outer spaces were protected by barriers and defense magic. They didn't think it was possible for all of that to be bypassed and a meteor to be brought down through them. If it was possible, the clans would have attacked each other's outer space already. But Yeon-woo had judged that it was possible after discussing it with Braum and Bu. The Walpurgis Nacht had probably set their defense with the Philosopher's Stones, so he was going to use this. Of course, the condition was that he would have to bring the large clans into the fight. Only then would he be able to find Ananta and hack into the system to bring down the meteorite. It was only possible because he had knowledge that the witches would never be able to learn from the Philosopher's Stone. And the result was very successful. No place was left untouched, not the north, south, east, nor west. There were some who barely managed to survive, but they weren't in their best conditions. There was no need to talk about the center, where the meteorite had landed. The souls that I collected are pretty good quality too. Yeon-woo thought that Shannon and Han Ryeong would like the souls. Of course, there were some things that were a shame. Why isn't the Summer Queen here? He thought she would be desperate for this with the devil poison, but it seemed like her condition was worse off than he thought. Since it's the same whether she's hit by the meteorite or dies from the devil poison. Grinning, he slowly came back down. The fortress was already gone without a trace, and instead, there was only a deep crater and pieces of stones. Tack! Yeon-woo opened his draconic eyes wide to search for Kindred and Vieradune's body. Vieradoon hadn't gone through body transfer yet. With the fortress gone, it seemed like all her other bodies were gone too. Just then, Cain! From the ruins, Kindred popped up with a scream. It was hard to believe he was the second bishop looking at his current condition. He had just barely managed to protect himself using 72 bien. However, all his limbs were broken, and he was vomiting blood. But his eyes as he glowered at Yeon-woo weren't any less threatening. Meteor strike was one of the most destructive powers, but there were still limits to it. And Kindred was skilled enough to pull himself out from the situation. He had become injured like that because of the meteorite, but he was already recovering quickly. His eyes were burning with a fire like he wanted to rip Yeon-woo apart right there. The demonic energy around him took the form of a demon. Swoosh! Chapter 236 The Summer Queen, 1. Kindred ran furiously at Yeon-woo. Demonic energy whirled around him like a storm. Dust clouds rose up to pelt him like a sandstorm. But that's nice too. Yeon-woo smirked. He even crossed his arms with a relaxed face. Kindred felt anxious looking at Yeon-woo. It was the same danger he felt when he was hit with meteor strike. What? Meteor strike? You didn't think I only prepared one, right? Stop it if you can. Kindred quickly looked behind him. He thought he could stop it if it came from the sky like earlier, but the summoning circle was already in front of him. Cain! Kindred's face crumpled when he saw the shadow that covered his face. It was small compared to the meteorite that destroyed the Brocken fortress, but it was still big enough to bury tens of people. Boom! Kindred punched the meteorite to shatter it. However, his body wasn't completely healed yet, so his punch wasn't as powerful as it should have been. Kindred was flicked away like a kite without its string. You're doing well. Keep trying that. Yeon-woo lightly flicked his finger where Kindred was. As he did, tens of magic circles opened around Kindred, and small meteorites were spewed out. Quang! Quank! Qua qua quang! The price was the 4 blue crystals of the barrier's centers. He used the first 3 and the Philosopher's Stone to summon the first meteorite, but if he just summoned small meteorites, the remaining one was enough. On top of this, Boo opened a portal with the Lawless Book and Yeon-woo added Demonism, so they didn't have to worry about the meteorite's strength. And this was all focused on a single person, so even Kindred wasn't going to be able to bear it. Krrrng. Qua qua quay. Kurr. When the magic attack finally ended, Kindred was left above a burnt crater. He was kneeling on one knee, and his entire body was covered with burns and holes. His face was broken too, so he could only look up at Yeon-woo with his single eye. The nickname of Plague Ghost no longer fit him. See, Anne. You're enduring well. Cain. Sorry. Clack. But there's still one left. The last portal opened above Yeon-woo's head. Kane. Quonk. Yeon-woo lightly clicked his tongue, seeing a burnt kindred collapsed on the ground. Although he wasn't in the condition to move, he was still faintly breathing. He had a tenacity for life, like a cockroach. Is this also due to the influence of the 72 bien? If he was left alone, he would probably heal himself. It was an unbelievable recovery speed. However, Yeon-woo was happy that the depth of the 72 bien was deeper than he thought. I'll find you, and kill. Yeon-woo stabbed Vigrid into Kindred's babbling head. His head broke easily. Black dust scattered away. So it was fake. Yeon-woo clicked his tongue. He had stabbed him first with Vigrid to confirm, but it seemed like his suspicions were correct. It was a shadow. The corpse that was found in the Monkey King's palace was probably also a shadow. His actual body or another shadow might come to avenge himself, but Yeon-woo thought it wasn't going to happen for the time being. Even if it's a shadow, the attack to his mind wasn't something that he could recover from easily. The reflect didn't disappear just because a shadow died. Rather, it would have even more detrimental side effects. It would probably take a while for Kindred to get himself together. And that was enough for Yeon-woo. Just by stopping the interference of the Devil Army, he had done a lot. Also, the other bishops that Kindred brought had probably died as well. Yeon-woo passed where Kindred had been. Not too far away, he found Viera-dun half buried by the remnants of the explosion. Unlike Kindred, Viera-dun was dead. There weren't any traces of her using body transfer either. He could see her soul tied to her body through his draconic eyes. Kia. Viera-dun, having become a soul, was completely on the defensive against Yeon-woo. But there was nothing a soul could do to Yeon-woo. Tisk. Yeon-woo clicked his tongue, seeing her. If he knew she was going to die this futilely, he would have made her suffer more. But since she was a high ranker and the leader of a clan, he thought it would be a somewhat difficult fight. Even if the function of the Philosopher's Stone was blocked, she was the apostle of the Great Mother. But Viera-dun did not resist much. Was it because she didn't have any time to use magic from the sudden attack, or because she trusted in the stone too much? Whatever the reason, Yeon-woo felt it was futile. This woman shouldn't have died like that. Yeon-woo's eyes flashed sharply. Viera-dun had to die more painfully than the other traitors. The others just turned their backs, but Viera-dun had played with his brother's heart. And with what happened to Shi, he could never forgive her. He could add her to his collection and make her feel horrible pain, but there were still differences between when you were dead and when you were alive. However, there was nothing he could do anymore. Thinking he should at least squeeze everything from her soul, he spread his left hand and absorbed Viera-dun's corpse with Bathory's vampiric sword. Swallow. A great amount of magic power flowed into his body, probably because she had been an apostle. You absorbed life and vitality. Strength increases by 1. Dexterity increases by 2. The proficiency of Bathory's vampiric sword has increased 49.8%. His body was already complete, so it didn't affect his stats too much. But there were still some unexpected gains. You have succeeded in collecting the soul. All the magic barriers set up by the soul have been released, and the artifacts are being given to the taker. You have earned the ominous Philosopher's Stone. A purple light wrapped around Yeon-woo's left hand. There was a stone the size of half his hand. It wasn't as big as Yeon-woo's, but it was the biggest of the Walpurgisnacht. And its rank was different, as expected of the stone belonging to the leader. Yeon-woo wondered whether he should keep it, but he just handed it over to the one it should belong to. Boo! Thank you. It would be difficult to combine it with the Philosopher's Stone he had. Also, Boo was one of the largest contributors to this attack. He wanted to give him a present. Boo accepted the stone with trembling hands. Inferno sight flamed up. A mixture of emotions swirled in his eye sockets. Joy, happiness, gratitude. He was ever so grateful that his owner gave him this item like it was nothing. The greatest luck he had in this new life was being able to serve Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo grinned and turned back to his left hand. The absorption was finishing up. Thankfully, the message that he wanted popped up. Bathory's vampiric sword has succeeded in taking and absorbing a part of the other's skills. The skill body transfer has been created. It's done. He had succeeded in taking Vieradune's signature skill. Body transfer. It was a skill that allowed him to move his ego data as long as he had another body. Yeon-woo might not have a use for it since he wouldn't be able to gain a dragon human body, but the skill's effects would differ based on the user's traits. The skill body transfer is a power. The owner of the power expresses displeasure at having their apostle killed. The mysterious being takes the power back. A new skill is being searched for to replace the missing skill. It is heavily influenced by the trait demonic dragon body. It is influenced by the title guide of death. It is influenced by the title guide of evil spirits. This chapter is updated by Nov, E.L. Bayan.com. A new skill, regeneration, has been created. It worked. Yeon-woo clenched his fists. He didn't expect to use body transfer anyway, since it was the power that the Great Mother of the Witches had given them. But considering how the system was always straightforward in how it gave rewards, he knew that it would try to look for something similar to it. He was extremely satisfied with the skill he earned. Regeneration. Numbering 91. Proficiency, 0.0%. Summary, a skill that you earned instead of the stolen power body transfer. When you are injured, the speed at which you heal yourself increases. With greater proficiency, you can even recover an arm that has been cut off. In some cases, fixing a broken heart is possible as well. However, there is an absolute non-negotiable condition that your brain must be alive. Asterisk charge. When your health and magic power are lower than the set amount, they can be recovered faster depending on the situation. If your health is lower than 10%, you can raise it by 50% once a day. Asterisk restore. When your body has been badly injured, it immediately returns to the state that it used to be in. The speed of recovery depends on your proficiency and amount of magic power. A numbering skill wasn't bad. However, compared to the power body transfer, its rank was lower than it should have been. But Yeon-woo was perfectly satisfied. Since he injured himself frequently, this was basically the same thing as giving multiple lives to him. Also, there was another reason why Yeon-woo wanted regeneration. Along with Shunpo, I now have 2 skills to match Alforoni. Shikuki and Thousand Lee Eyes. After these 2, there was a third skill that players found out to be Alforoni's third skill. Immortal. Of course, it wasn't like he really couldn't die. You couldn't do that unless you were a god or a demon. No, even they would die. However, the immortal skill that Alforoni had was like he was actually immortal when people saw it. It was a power that could heal him even if his head and soul were crushed. A power to reappear again and again after death. Because of that power, no players weren't able to climb the wall called Alforoni. No one knew if Alforoni's immortal was a real skill. The name of the skill might be different. However, his brother had realized that there was a certain secret to immortal, and the materials needed for this were regeneration or body transfer. However, regeneration itself was a numbering skill, so it wasn't easy to master it or raise its rank. But if he could master it and satisfy the other condition, he could take a step closer to Alforoni, who even the Summer Queen and Martial King couldn't approach. With this, I took everything that I needed. Yeon-woo confirmed that Vieradune's body was properly added to his collection and slowly got up. Actually, he wanted to question Viera-dune right then and there, but the fight wasn't over. He could feel living people spread throughout the territory with his extrasensory perception. They had survived through that pandemonium. A rancor was definitely a rancor. He couldn't look down on them. But thankfully, he had taken care of his biggest task, so now he would be able to move more freely. Just then. Ding, ding. The sudden quest, Field Arrest 2, has been completed. Final ranking. Rank 1. Number 182,333 points. Rank 2. Edora, 812 points. Rank 3. Fanti, 695 points. Rank 4. Ione, 30 points. You have completed the quest with an overwhelming score. You have gained the opening of Intrinian as a reward. You have the qualification to move inside the 11th Intrinian. For the next 12 hours, you can bring out a total of 5 items that you would like. You cleared the hidden condition, killing Viera Dune. As a reward, you have gained Dragon's Blood Serum. He had seen the quests, but he forgot about them while he was chasing Viera Dune. He received the message that he cleared one of them. Yeon-woo's eyes instantly widened. Asterisk. Just what happened? Ether looked behind him with shaking eyes. The sudden explosion in the fortress caused the fight with the red dragon to be interrupted. Rumble. The canyons fell, and there was a rockfall. That was definitely where Ione and the Elohim were. What happened to them? Ether wasn't worried about them. Rather, he felt something else. Suspicion. He felt Ione and the members of the Senate were people who couldn't die or disappear. They had the power to destroy his family and restore his reputation. They were the people who were able to change his world. In Ether's world, it was unimaginable that they died. But if it was an explosion of that scale, even Ione and the Elohim were probably in danger. Ether felt like his world was crumbling. Meteor. Tom and the rest of the Red Dragon were also shocked. He didn't care if it was the Elohim or the Devil Army, or whoever it might be. But that was the path to the fortress. If the meteor had fallen a bit later, they might have received the same fate. And would they have been able to survive? He didn't know. And on one hand, he wondered just what kind of bastard would do something so foolish in an outer space. Unless it was the witches who summoned the meteorite to self-destruct, he didn't know how the meteorite would have been able to break through the barrier. It was something that even the Summer Queen with a healthy dragon heart wouldn't have dared to do. So Tom didn't know what to do. A second meteorite might fall. He didn't want to put his life in danger looking for the Philosopher's Stone. Ether and Tom just glanced at each other. Neither of them wanted to be the first to move. They were just silently standing there. Just then. Vroom, vroom. A portal opened above Tom. Familiar faces appeared. A woman with long silver hair and 8 soldiers to serve her. Tom's brothers had come with their queen mother at their side. It was the arrival of the Summer Queen. The war taken a new turn. Chapter 237 The Summer Queen, 2. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. Quack. The Summer Queen lightly waved her hand at Ether and the others like they were in the way. As she did, a storm of magic power began to swirl and cut down all the players in front. They were people who had received elite educations and were renowned for their skills. They were Ether's precious subordinates who were helping him take revenge on the Elohim, but in front of the Summer Queen, they were just mayflies. It only took 1 second to get rid of them. Any more than that was a waste of time. And the same went for Ether. I have to run. The Summer Queen's eyebrow twitched seeing Ether dare to avoid her wind whip. She immediately turned her hand in the other direction. Swack! The whip smacked Ether's head. Quang! He ran away like a rat. There wasn't anything left where the wind whip had just passed by. Ether was already gone. He had broken light and succeeded in escaping. But the Summer Queen didn't chase after Ether. She could, but she didn't feel like doing it, it was only a nuisance. She forgot about Ether and snapped her head back to Tom. Tom kneeled and slammed his head onto the ground. His forehead bled. I apologize. The Summer Queen growled with her canines flashing. Do I have to come to this lowly place myself? I never imagined this would be so difficult. Please forgive. Beginning. I'll punish you for this later. However, before this ends, you should fight with the will to die at any moment. Thank you for the chance, Mother. Tom hammered his head onto the ground over and over again. He could hear his skull cracking, but he didn't have time to feel it. If the Summer Queen was here, it meant that she was angry. The 9 dragon sons' reputation came from the amount of dragon's blood they received, and the Summer Queen could adjust this amount as much as she wanted to. She could even take back the blood that was already given. Then he wouldn't be one of her soldiers anymore. With his powers gone, he wouldn't even be in the 81 eyes. He would instantly fall from a prince to a pauper right away. The back of his head was hot. He could feel the mocking gazes of his brothers. They thought he was already out of the running in the competition. That was something Tom didn't even want to think about. He had to somehow appease her in the time that was left. However, the Summer Queen didn't even look at Tom. Her eyes were fixed on the canyons where the dust clouds were endlessly floating up. The Philosopher's Stone that she had been searching for would be there. No matter what. No matter what. The Summer Queen grit her teeth and activated the magic that she had been holding back. A white light surrounded her. When the light faded away, a large dragon revealed itself. She looked a lot different than in the war against the Jeong-woo. Her ruby-like scales were black, and her fiery eyes were dull. There were even holes in her wings, making them look tattered. A broken dragon heart and devil poison. The Summer Queen had just used the very last of her magic power. This was the last transformation and attempt, risking her life. If she failed here, only death awaited her. The Summer Queen felt even more rushed. With the devil poison already in her marrow, there wasn't anything else she could do. As the last dragon, the last descendant of the draconic species, she couldn't die in vain in a place like this. Never. Cray-a-a-a-a. The Summer Queen cried at the sky. As she spread her wings apart, all kinds of magic was activated at the same time, and her large body shook. Quang! When she bashed her tail, she was already flying high to where the Brocken fortress was. She didn't have any magic power left anymore. She was now squeezing out power from her soul, her spiritual power, to forcefully use her magic power. Using her spiritual power was dangerous because it could separate her soul from her body, but she didn't have any time to worry about that. The powers that were buried by the devil poison woke up one by one. The powers that made up a dragon woke up in order, and dragon fear emanated from her, filling the ownerless outer space. In this moment, the endless world of night was no longer the territory of the witches but the Summer Queen's territory. ******. The opening of Intrinian and Dragon's Blood. Yeon-woo had a questioning gaze when he looked at the items that were given as rewards. He wasn't going to refuse them, but because he had connections to a few of the top 5 artisans, he didn't have any particular interest in the artifacts that the Red Dragon had. Maybe if it was a tool that gods or heroes used, but there was no way they would have put such objects in there. There were probably just A-class weapons or a few jewels. But the other reward was different. Dragon's blood. This was something that couldn't be found anywhere. Red Dragon Species Blood Serum. Category, Elixir. Rank, S+. Summary, the last dragon, the Summer Queen, Ismenios, refined her blood to make this serum. Just by drinking it, your stats will increase. This was more than a simple S-end item. Everyone knew how powerful the 9 dragon sons were. Considering how strong they became just from blood transfusions, this was a reward that people would risk their lives to get. Was she trying to make a new dragon soldier? It was possible. From the Summer Queen's perspective, this was something the Walpurgisnacht needed to be taken care of quickly. If someone got rid of them and brought the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, it was possible she wouldn't stop just by making them a dragon soldier. But the problem is that the blood serum came into my hands now. Yeon-woo wondered what he should do with the blood serum. It wasn't a bad idea just to drink it then and there. However, he already had perfectly fine dragon's blood running through his veins, so it wouldn't make much difference. Also, the ancient dragon wasn't a red dragon like the Summer Queen. It wouldn't be absorbed as well. There was probably a good way to use this, but it was such a sudden reward that he couldn't think of anything. Or. Yeon-woo looked at the grid in his hand. Vroom, vroom. The grid shook when Yeon-woo looked at it, as if it liked it. The grid had gotten rid of almost all of the curse, but Yeon-woo couldn't release the last seal. It had stopped at 90%, and it wasn't progressing further from there. Holiness wouldn't help anymore. What if he borrowed the strength of the draconic species, who were equal to the gods? I'll have to look into it. Yeon-woo noted to discuss this with Brahm and opened Intrinian to put the blood serum inside. Just when he was about to turn back. Swoosh! He suddenly stiffened his back from a hair-raising aura. When he turned his head towards the direction of the aura, he saw a large dragon flying toward him at a beastly speed. And faster than that came an intense aura like a bunch of clouds. It was a threatening aura equal to when the meteor fell. The Summer Queen. His skin stung and his back felt cold. The dragon's blessing inside his cells trembled. They were trying to shake off the dragon fear. However, there was a clear difference between a dragon human and a full dragon, so of course, the dragon human would be reluctant about the dragon. That was another reason why he had tried to gain the demon's blessing. Yeon-woo calmed himself down as much as he could and tried to distance himself as much as he could from the Summer Queen. Extreme fear controls your body due to dragon fear. You are falling into a stunned condition. Your cool-headedness is being maintained with the trait cold-blooded. The demon's blessing is activating. The demon's blessing is activating. The stunned condition has been released. You have gained resistance to dragon fear. It would be nice if there was another meteor left. Why did she come now? This chapter is updated by Nov, E.L. Bayan.com. Yeon-woo consecutively used Blink to escape from the Summer Queen's vision. Even though she was poisoned by the devil poison, the Summer Queen was still too much. No way. He thought of why the Summer Queen had suddenly appeared. He could only think of one reason. Because Vieradoon was caught. Did she appear after checking the sudden quest was finished? Yeon-woo clenched his teeth. If that was the case, this was clearly his mistake. However. No, this could actually be an opportunity. Yeon-woo decided to accept it as an opportunity. The Summer Queen was going to die anyway. What could she do with her broken dragon heart and devil poison? On the other hand, Yeon-woo was still in great condition. He hadn't even awoken his powers or the dragon body. Bu was growing after swallowing the Philosopher's Stone, and he could call out Shannon, Han Ryeong, Rebecca, and Brahm as well. Everything else aside, Yeon-woo didn't know too much about his limits after the Philosopher's Stone was finished. If he used his full power, he might have a chance. Of course, this might just be wishful thinking. After all, there was nothing more dangerous than an angry beast. Also, the Summer Queen wasn't weak in her current state. She was exactly as strong as she was back in the war. I can't believe she still has that much strength. Although he pushed the dragon fear away, he still felt threatened. Despite using the cold-blooded trait, his hands and feet were asleep. Seeing her straight on like this took all the energy from him. But Yeon-woo didn't give up. He trusted himself and his analysis of the current situation. The people that he saw were alive with his extrasensory perception were all heading toward him. Also, all their enmity was directed at the Summer Queen. Summer Queen. You've made a big mistake. Hidden Quest/Field Arrest, 1. Summary: a while ago, the Bureau decided on disciplinary action for the Red Dragon, who attacked the Kalat auction house for personal reasons. However, there is a limit to what the Bureau can do, so help is needed. Capture or kill the Red Dragon's players within the given time. You can take a percentage of the skills or artifacts of the ones you kill. The sudden quest that the Bureau had given. Obviously, the Summer Queen was included in the Red Dragon's players that was mentioned. If they could catch the Summer Queen, how many rewards would they get? Also, the Summer Queen looked critical just at a glance. It was possible. There was no doubt this was what the survivors were thinking. But still, no one attacked. They were checking her strength first. Kwang. Just then, the Summer Queen looked around after she landed. Her furious face lashed around. She was searching for something with her vertically slit eyes. The person who completed the quest. She was searching for the person who killed Viera Dune. The Philosopher's Stone. Where is the Philosopher's Stone? She screamed in a vehement voice. Her roar rang out over the canyons, shaking the endless world of night. But of course, it wasn't like the Philosopher's Stone was suddenly going to appear, since Yeon-woo had already gotten rid of it. Give it. Her eyes were filled with lunacy as she searched for the person to unleash her wrath upon. Then, Yeon-woo was in her sight. Because she was the one to give the quest, she found who it was right away. Give it. She pawed the ground like she was going to crush Yeon-woo at any moment. Yeon-woo waited for the right timing to attack. If he was successful, he could kill the enemy who had seemed so far away with his own hands. This was a gamble. A gamble with his life at stake. There was a 50-50 chance he would succeed. No, if he was frank about it, there was less than a 10% chance he would succeed. Yeon-woo went all in on this gamble with only a 10% chance of success because even that was pretty high. He felt like his chest was tightening from the pressure. But still, Yeon-woo was happy for this chance. As adrenaline pumped throughout his body, he gripped Vigrid even tighter. Just when the Summer Queen was rushing at him, he felt a hand grip his shoulder. When he looked back, Yeon-woo felt like all his tension faded away. Seseung-nim. The Martial King was grinning at him. The other tribe members were behind him as well. It was a completely unexpected meeting. Why was the One-Horned tribe here? But now that they were here, Yeon-woo was sure that they could defeat the Summer Queen. The possibility of 10% increased to 90%. The Martial King patted Yeon-woo's shoulders twice, as if telling him not to worry, and put his hands in his pockets as he strutted forward. Give it. What? Give it. Lady, what are you talking about? Give it. The Summer Queen was spitting out the same words over and over again, completely taken over by madness. The Martial King smirked seeing her state and pulled his hand out in front of the Summer Queen. Is this what you're looking for? He waved his middle finger elegantly in the air. Chapter 238 The Summer Queen, 3. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. Hat. Yeon-woo snorted unintentionally. He couldn't believe the Martial King had the nerve to wave his middle finger in front of a large, threatening dragon. It was so like the Martial King. It was so hard to understand him. Strength and relaxation. The arrogance of the strongest was natural for him. And on one hand, he had this thought. The Martial King was acting up, but his back seemed wide open. Asterisk. Neu. Although the Summer Queen wasn't in her right mind, she wasn't stupid enough to not recognize when she was being mocked. No, she became even angrier as she saw the Martial King act so shamelessly. For a long time, the Summer Queen's greatest obstacle was Al-Foroni. She was passionate to see the top of the tower more than anyone, but she hadn't been able to go past the 76th floor because he was always blocking her. After establishing the Red Dragon, she spent most of that time fighting against him. And she always lost. She was second place. She wasn't able to surpass him. Her inferiority towards Al-Foroni became a curse that bound her soul. Just then, someone from the One-Horned tribe arrived. Neu. When she first heard his name, all she thought was that he was a new rookie. She only knew of him because of a report from her subordinate. The one-horned tribe. They were a superior species that was once equal to the giant species or the draconic species. But the one-horned tribe threw away the holiness that was given to them like it was nothing. They even moved outside of the tower on their own. They said they weren't going to depend on their ancestors and that they would forge their own destiny. And in fact, even though they threw away all their duties, they were successful in building a territory of their own. That was why the Summer Queen admired the one-horned tribe. And she always advised her subordinates not to get into fights with them. She wasn't telling them to avoid the fight or to surrender. There was nothing she could do about it if they did fight, but there was no need to go out of their way to fight them. It was a sign of respect from the Summer Queen. And the one-horned tribe knew this well. Some time went by, and the next time the Summer Queen heard about Neo was when he defeated her shadow. Even then, she had thought he was impressive, but that was it. He still needed 1,000 years to catch up. But after that, she heard that he defeated the Rancor, Ice King. Next, he made it up to the 30th floor in record time. From then, the rate at which she received reports about him increased. Sometimes, she heard news about him every day. The Summer Queen began to feel anxious. In the history of the tower, was there someone who had grown as fast as him? The vampiric Lord Bathory, the demon hunter de Roy, and the dark philosopher Faust. They were all people who had ruled during their eras. However, they had never defeated the Summer Queen. They attempted the 76th floor, but they kneeled at the end. Bathory used his drain energy, and de Roy and Faust used their demonic powers. But they all failed. They had stated from the beginning that they could defeat the Summer Queen and Alforoni, but the Summer Queen never felt threatened by them. That was how strong and powerful she was. Nobody could threaten her but Alforoni. But for the first time, she felt like she was in danger, and it was because of a newbie whom she didn't even know about. Then, Neo became the youngest king of the one-horned tribe, and he coincidentally met the Summer Queen in battle. "Are you that dragon thing, old lady?" "Oh, old lady. Did I say something wrong?" Dragon thing was enough to make her mad, but old lady? But Neo didn't seem to know what he did wrong. He was just as she heard. That was when the conflict between the Summer Queen and the Martial King began. It was a tense battle. It was rough enough to make a few floors into a mess. People cheered, saying that the Martial King was the new hope to help the Summer Queen defeat Alforoni. But this was embarrassing to the Summer Queen. A newbie that hadn't even lived 100 years was equal to her? It was nonsense. But the Summer Queen's attempts to defeat the Martial King failed every time. Then, she realized that her focus was no longer directed above, to where Alforoni was, but below, at the Martial King. Her motivation for the last thousands of years had changed. So she had turned away from the competition with the Martial King and turned her focus above. But the sense of loss always bothered her. She would make him pay for this, as fitting of the draconic species. She promised herself to pay the Martial King back for the humiliation she received. She said that she would rip the Martial King apart with her teeth. And if now, she thought this was the perfect time to do it. Far away, she could see the masked man standing behind the Martial King. It was the person who killed Viera Dune. He had been the most successful in the quest she gave. It meant that he was closest to the Philosopher's Stone. The aura he emanated was similar to hers. Her draconic eyes told her that he was hiding something. Just then, the Summer Queen realized something. That masked man was behind all of this. And the Martial King was defending such a person? Then she had to step on him. Along with the guy behind him. Give it. Kwang. She kicked off from the ground. With dragon fear, her long body rushed at the Martial King. From far away, it looked like a great mountain was moving. Disciple. Look closely at how amazing your teacher is. Just don't cry when you get beat up. That mouth of yours. The martial king joked with Yeon-woo even as the fearsome aura rushed at him. He spread his arms wide apart, flashing his canines. Boom! Aura collided with aura. The world shook up and down. A loud explosion that sounded like another meteor came down and spread out around them. Yeon-woo spread apart his wings of fire and used blink to move to the back in case he was swept away by the magic power storm. You have to win. No matter what. While Yeon-woo was inwardly wishing for the martial king's victory, things were tense between the martial king and the summer queen. Seseung-nim. The martial king pushed his arms against her mouth. His arms were tiny compared to her. Cray! The summer queen cried out. She growled, trying to swallow the martial king who was smaller than her mouth, but he did not budge. It was a fight of power to push their opponent down. Power clashed against power. Quack quack quack. The aura that emanated from them didn't allow anyone else to interfere. Ugh, seriously. Lady, don't you diet? You're freaking heavy. The martial king grimaced as the summer queen didn't move an inch. He had stepped up to save his disciple, but this was the situation he was in. What was he doing as the teacher? It was embarrassing. He had originally come this way to avenge his subordinate. After chasing the bow god, he saw his disciple and stepped in. If the guy with the suspicious mask behind him wasn't here, he wouldn't have stepped into such a noisy battlefield in the first place. Disciple. A disciple. The word has always felt unfamiliar to the martial king. It was a word that he could never get used to. There were two fellows he could call his disciples, but they had only disappointed him. One left saying he wanted to do his own thing, and the other left saying the path of the martial king didn't align with his own. Technically, they were failed products. So when he accepted his third disciple, the martial king tried not to become too attached. Just by a glance, his new disciple seemed to be more stubborn than the other two, and he was probably going to leave soon. But such a guy was now depending on him. Sometimes he even looked at him with eyes of respect. Like now. Respect. That word opened the martial king's heart. If he looks at me with those bright eyes. To regain his dignity as a teacher, he clenched his teeth. He would try to shine a light on his disciple's path, even just by a little bit. Fuck. I can't just sit back. Right. The martial king laughed with his canines flashing. The veins popped out from his muscles. Arg. Just then, the tables turned slightly for the martial king. As he took step by step forward, the summer queen was pushed back. Seeing the large mountain pushed back, the 9 dragon sons and the red dragon members who came with her had faces of shock. Mother! Your Majesty! They knew that the martial king was strong, but they had never once imagined that he was strong enough to push their owner back. No, they didn't even think about it. It was something that couldn't happen in their minds. In the Red Dragon, the Summer Queen was their god and lord. Tom pulled himself together first. This is it. As expected of the greedy youngest son, Tom was searching for the right time. He thought this might be his last chance. No, not only was this his final chance, but it was also an opportunity for him to become the oldest. He would have to give up his position in the 9 Dragon Sons anyway, so he was going to turn it around by saving the Summer Queen. Boom! Tom kicked off from the ground and ran into the fight between the Summer Queen and the Martial King. Their aura was enough to rip the atmosphere apart, but he didn't care about such things. The other 9 Dragon Sons realized what Tom was thinking and followed. That bastard! Especially the oldest of the 9 Dragon Sons, Bai He, Tien, means using one's strength to the fullest waltz, ground her teeth. As the first apostle of the Summer Queen, Tom's attempt to take her position only seemed underhanded. Qua qua quang. With Tom at the front, the other 9 Dragon Sons used their signature skills as well. Fancy effects split the sky. Their strength was proved by the fact that they could catch their balance and attempt attacks in the midst of this fight. And behind them, the other 81 eyes joined in. Troy and the other high rankers attacked. Their goal was the martial king. They didn't like fighting together, but they had to help the Summer Queen. However, who dares to bother our king? A sharp voice rang from the sky, and red lightning came down on the 9 dragon sons and the 81 eyes. Krrrrng. The 9 dragon sons and 81 eyes paused the use of their skill and tried to move back to escape. They realized that they wouldn't survive if they were hit with that blood-red lightning. And they were right. A giant crater dug into the ground where the lightning landed. It was like the meteor strike had appeared again. However, the lightning didn't end there. Thousands of sparks connected on the ground, and everything around them turned blood red. Fizz! When they regained their sight, the faces of the 9 dragon sons and the 81 eyes stiffened. Tack! An old man with one horn landed where the lightning had been. He seemed like a scholar, but the vibrant red sparks around him made them shiver. Fizz! Pop! The blood-red philosopher. The ruler of the tower along with the devil army's Black Dawn. But with the appearance of the martial king, he had stepped back to become the head elder. Of course even the 9 dragon sons would be on their guards. I didn't know people still recognized an oldie like me. I'm honored. Actually, it was weird not to know him if you were a high ranker. Even if he retired, he was once as powerful as the martial king. Since there was another monster like the martial king, the red dragon became nervous. I guess you'll understand then. Even though he acts like a thug, he's our king. If you bother him anymore. It was the heirloom of the Cheongram family, and also the power that symbolized Fanti. However, as the head elder, he had recreated the lightning control to create something that was as destructive as the 8 extreme fists. It was called. The blood-red lightning thundered like it was going to swallow them up any second. You'll die. Kwa kwa kwang. The lightning around the head elder sparked around him again. Everything in his surroundings was swept away. Krrrrrr. The 9 dragon sons and the 81 eyes couldn't muster the courage to face Bloodmine head-on and fell back. Although they were the executives of the Red Dragon, the tower's rulers, they were weaklings in front of a dominating power. But there was one person who didn't leave. It was a woman with black hair all the way down to her feet. He waltz turned her body and reached out for the blood mine falling from the sky. As a magic power storm whirled around her, dragon scales grew on her skin up to her eyes. The wings and tail on her back showed the birth of a new dragon human after Yeon-woo Cha Jeong-woo's death. Kwangug. Kwa kwa kwe. Waltz struck the blood mine in her hand in the ground and ripped it with her hands. The broken lightning dug into the ground. Dust clouds floated up, and a burnt smell spread all around them. She hadn't used her full power, but she was powerful enough to rip apart the head elder's power. Read lat.st chapters at nov.lbin.com only. It was unknown to the public, but as the oldest of the 9 dragon sons, she had surpassed the limits of a dragon human, and she had already awakened up to step 5 of the authorities. Except for the Summer Queen, there was no one who could defeat her. Did you just say we would die? Revealing her violent aura, she growled with a dragon fear that didn't fall short of the Summer Queen's. I'll return those words to you. I'll teach you what it means to resist the red dragon. She spread her dragon wings apart and rushed towards the head elder in a single leap. The head elder exploded the blood mine that he gathered in his hands. Blood-red lighting poured down on her. Krrrrngg, krrrng, krrrrrr. And with that as the start. Swag. Kwa kwa kwang. Cover waltz. We have to save the Summer Queen. The 81 eyes gathered again and ran. In front of them, the warriors and elders of the one-horned tribe clashed with them. We'll be able to have some fun, hey. It was a battle between the Red Dragon and the one-horned tribe that was on a completely different scale than the war with the Chong-a-Wado. Chapter 239 The Summer Queen, 4. Kwa kwa kwe. The canyons that surrounded the large fortress continued to explode and eventually became flat plains. But even that was going below sea level because of the fight between 81 Eyes and the One-Horned Tribe. There was no time to think about who you were fighting in that chaos. You had to kill whoever was in front of you, and be careful not to be swept away from the magic power storm. It was a mess. Everyone was only focused on defeating the other. The rulers of the tower, the Red Dragon, and the strongest group, the One-Horned Tribe. The most powerful people within the tower were fighting against each other, but it wasn't elegant at all. Rather, only killing intent oozed from the battlefield. Meanwhile, red portals continued to open above them. They were the forces that came running when they heard the news. The 81 Eyes and other Red Dragon members appealed with their skills, and warriors from the One-Horned Tribe came down to show off the mujang they had been training. Kwa kwa kwang. The fight spread out endlessly in the outer space. There were 9 people who stood out the most. The 9 Dragon Sons. They were the Dragon Soldiers, with Waltz and Tom at the center, who had received the Summer Queen's blood. Bai He, Waltz. Imun, Chimmy. Porai, Wales. Fian, Trigger. Li Ho, Hyal. Gongbok, Lisu. Ijia, Baratan. Gmi, San. Kodo, Tom. Tien, Kodo used to be the beginning, but with these other names its meaning is currently unclear. Their names will be kept like this until we get more information about them. They were known as the Guardians who protected the Summer Queen. Other than Tom and Baratan, they didn't show themselves in public very often. Even the oldest, Waltz, only showed her face in official meetings. But now, they simultaneously revealed themselves. Roar. The second, Chimmy, was surrounded by light, then suddenly grew to 10 times his size, becoming a large fanged wyvern. His 30-meter-long body was like a snake. The entire body shined with black scales, and toxic fumes spread from his mouth. It was similar to a common lower-level draconic species, but it looked a lot fiercer. A dragon fear equivalent to the Summer Queen's was boiling in the atmosphere. You parasites, who are trying to hurt Mother. Die! Chimmy opened his mouth agape and breathed out. The ground melted wherever his breath touched, and a black fog swallowed everything up. While the One-Horned Tribe members attempted to run away, the fourth, Fian, attacked. With a body that was similar to a drake's, he was a 4-legged creature of 5 meters. Every time he attacked, things crumbled down. Kwa kwa kwang. The third, Whales, looked like a sea serpent and slithered above the ground. The fifth, who turned into a frost wyrm, dug into the ground and popped out, obsessively following those who were slow to move. The wyvern-like Lisu, the amphithere Baratan, and the lindworm San. Technically speaking, the 9 Dragon Sons were evolved fanged wyverns created with different knowledge of magic and alchemy. But even if they were fanged wyverns, they had the Summer Queen's outstanding components, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say they had surpassed the limits of fanged wyverns to be reborn into a new draconic species. They could even use powers that weren't allowed to the lower-level draconic species. Dragon fear boiled, and breath scratched the ground. In their declared domains, they were kings. Of them, the oldest, Waltz, stood out the most. With her dragon wings, tails, and scales, Waltz flicked out the blood mine of the head elder and closed the distance between them. The head elder snorted. She was challenging someone even the martial king hesitated to spar with? Waltz's movements seemed foolish to him. He could see all kinds of magic circles spinning on her lithe arms and legs, but there would be limits to them. However, pang! The head elder whipped his head around from the cold feeling he felt. The powers that Waltz used barely missed him and barreled towards the sky. Quang! The sound of the explosion. Far away, he could see a hole in the atmosphere and the scattering clouds. But it wasn't the force that surprised the head elder. It was Waltz's movements, the way she used her fists. They were definitely Jingak and Jinsajayang. Something that only experts could do. And the power that was released. 100 fists. It was Muzhong. And that something was in the gold-level archives within the One-Horned tribe. It wasn't something that just anyone could see. But the dragon human in front of him used it. There were traces of it being tweaked, but the original form was still there. The head elder's face hardened. How does a player of the Red Dragon know the legacy of our tribe? Waltz just moved her left arm under the head elder's solar plexus, like she didn't care about what he was saying. The head elder gathered the blood mine in his veins. Quang! Blood mine and her Muzhong clashed together, and the two of them were pushed back. Waltz stepped on Jinguk again, stretching her fist out. A foggy aura came from her arm and spread like a flower in front of her. There were tens of flowers that were made like that. The flowers made of whirlwinds and strong chi lashed out towards the head elder in spark. The blood mine around the head elder scattered and planted itself on the ground. 1 flower per attack. Each blood mine was powerful in itself, and it was enough to dissolve the flowers. His strong chi shook the ground. If there was a difference between the strong chi between the two, it was that the head elder raised his destructive power through careful research, but Waltz made up for what she lacked with her magic power. A magic power of this magnitude. The head elder was silent. Even he wasn't able to cultivate that much. How was such a person able to do that? Unless she stole the dragon heart. The Muzhong that Waltz was using definitely wasn't something that she just schemed over. It was a power that she had learned from researching it for a long time. I heard that Ismenios was wary of our king, but is this the result of that? However, that didn't answer all his questions. Even if the Summer Queen's draconic eyes were outstanding, she couldn't completely steal Muzhong like that. Even if she could mimic it, it was impossible to copy its exact forms. Unless she saw it herself. Waltz just blew her flowers in the breeze like she didn't have any reason to answer, and she attempted to approach him. It was a Muzhong attack like the 100 Fists, but it felt more synchronized than the original. Waltz added on different kinds of magic to this. From her legs, head, arms, wrists, and fists, magic circles soared up with fancy effects giving her different buffs, and her dragon's authorities was added on top of that. Visit No.V.Elb.I.N for the best novel reading experience. It was a combination of magic and Muzhong. The Summer Queen used this method to try to defeat the Martial King. If the Muzhong that made up the Martial King and the magic of a draconic species were combined, she would reach a higher level of mastery. The result of her research was Waltz. Waltz had completely met the Summer Queen's expectations. Rumble. The evidence of this was that she could somewhat stand on equal footing with the head elder. However, the head elder saw through the Summer Queen's thoughts and snickered. He could see someone's reflection in Waltz. Yeon-woo. That guy also tried to use Muzhong while learning magic at the same time. His passion was so great that the head elder was able to see the younger Martial King in him. Waltz's patterns were like Yeon-woo's patterns. From her Muzhong, magic, and dragon body. They were too similar. However, if someone asked him if Waltz and Yeon-woo were similar, the head elder would reply like this. Definitely not. Also, if they asked the reason why, this is how he would respond. She's too rushed. The combination of the Martial King and the Summer Queen. An unbelievable attempt was in front of him. The Martial King had created a new field of martial arts, and the Summer Queen was at the peak of the magic world. The paths and fields they were in were different. But if the two were combined? It wasn't possible. However, Waltz proved this wrong. She imitated the Martial King's Muzhong and utilized the Summer Queen's magic. All the head elder could think was that she tried her best at achieving the impossible. But Yeon-woo was different. Chapter 240.1 The Summer Queen, 5. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. In the beginning, Yeon-woo also tried to stack up as many skills as possible. However, he set up his own domain and used what he learned as a foundation. He was moving along his own path. It was enough for the head elder to feel astonished. Yeon-woo's accomplishments were well formed. Even if Waltz was ahead of Yeon-woo right now, it was obvious what would happen if they were at the same level. And because he compared her to Yeon-woo, the head elder was able to answer his own questions about Waltz. Kung. The head elder blocked Waltz's fist. The sound of something exploding rang out. With a calm gaze, he glowered at Waltz, who was trying to attack him again. You're from the One-Horned tribe. Right. Whose child are you? Swag. But Waltz didn't answer. Magic gathered around her again for another attack. Quang, quang, quang. The ground shook, and the sound pierced through the atmosphere. If you don't answer. The head elder blocked and avoided Waltz's fist, ending up right behind her. There's nothing I can do except beat you up until you answer properly. Krrrrrrn. Blood mine fell from the sky. The skill that had an arrogant name of breaking the heavens fell on top of Waltz, and just when she attempted to shield herself. Arg! A loud shout rang from the sky, and a large shadow came quickly to her. The head elder and Waltz turned their gazes and quickly moved away. The thing that came flying over was a dragon. The Summer Queen. The Martial King had blown the Summer Queen away, who was as large as a mountain. That crazy bastard! The head elder, who had been fighting in a serious manner until now, crumpled his face and cursed. Quang! But his curse was buried by the sound of the explosion. Like a catapult that was used to throw stones, the Summer Queen shot up to the sky and let out a horrible cry when she came back to the ground. Krrrrrr. The Summer Queen was only able to stop after she knocked down a few canyons. Hee. The Martial King wiped his brow with a proud face. He looked like a farmer who had finished harvesting his plants. The head elder, Waltz, the 9 dragon sons, and the 81 eyes. All of them froze and gaped at the Summer Queen. Rumby. The canyons around her couldn't take it and crumbled on top of her. The large dragon body was buried under rubble. Ha ha ha. Woo, that's our king. His strength is really something. How's that? See, I still got it. Should I make Fanti and Edora their 74th little sibling while I'm at it? Haha. That's a good idea. Yet. What a man. The warriors who had a similar temperament to the Martial King all slapped their knees with laughter. The Martial King could feel his children shaking their heads at him, but he continued to joke, not caring what they thought. While he did, the pile of stones shifted. A dragon fear that was enough to shake the atmosphere came pouring out. I'll kill you! A voice filled with fury rang out. With a boom, the Summer Queen showed herself again. She glared at the Martial King with fiery eyes, wings spread apart. She began to squeeze out the power from her soul. Her level decreased rapidly, but that didn't matter anymore. I'll kill you, Neu. Her head was filled with thoughts of swallowing the Martial King. Along with her powerful will, the endless world of night began to shake. It became nauseating, and a few players almost barfed. However, the Martial King just snickered with a broad smile. Yet. That's what I said, Ismenios. From earlier. He clenched his fists and veins popped out. And above that, 8 different energies of different colors flowed up. It was the result of training one's 8 extreme fists to the extreme. If the peak of the head elder's research was blood mine, the Martial King's was 8 trigrams. Each of the energies around him was extremely condensed. If he used Mujong with the 8 trigrams, the energy would sweep away his surroundings. The person who'll punch Alforoni's annoying face. Let's see which of us that is. Quang. Swek. The Martial King flew forward and attacked. It was one of the 8 writings of divination that Yeon-woo knew, but it definitely wasn't a level that he had seen before. There was a crack where the Summer Queen flew off from. With the sound of intense rumbling, a large hole appeared in the center of the mountain. The mountain came crumbling down with tons of rocks, and the Summer Queen spewed her breath from atop. Swoosh! Hot hell-like fire instantly heated up the outer space. The Martial King didn't avoid it. He held his hands up and twisted them to the side. A long fault line appeared. The space above it twisted, and the breath disappeared futilely. No, even the space behind it was completely twisted. Clouds split, and the sky opened. Then, the sun broke into pieces. Countless sparks poured from above, and darkness instantly descended upon them. When the sun found its position itself and the world became brighter, the Martial King and the Summer Queen were fighting in the sky. The Summer Queen used magic again and again. Magic circles appeared all around her. It was all great magic above 8 circles. Blizzard, Inferno Hell, Meteor Strike, Power Ward of Kill. Each of them would be disastrous to the stage if they fell, and the Martial King just broke them apart with his bare hands. But even then, he didn't stop. The 8 trigrams swirling around the Martial King each did their job. Heaven, earth, wind, fire, water, lightning, all kinds of properties broke the magic, and Kwang! They coalesced at one point. Magic and 8 trigrams collided, then exploded. Krrrrrrrng. The fire covered the entire outer space. The endless world of night turned into a world filled with only light and heat. The fight of the two who were at the top of the 9 kings wasn't just a simple fight between players anymore. It was a disaster. But the Martial King and the Summer Queen continued fighting like they weren't finished. The Martial King brought his fists in towards his own body. Another large storm was created with him at the center. 2 different writings of divinations tried to combine as one. It was something he had only theorized about but never attempted. He might have hurt himself, but the Martial King was happy. He could do what he would never have dared to do in the village. Once the beast that he had kept suppressed after becoming one of the 9 kings was opened, he couldn't stop himself anymore. Just when he was about to crush the Summer Queen's head. Die, Summer Queen! An outsider suddenly came into their fight. Ione ran between the two of them while he had been secretly watching. Who's this bastard? The Martial King frowned. His exhilaration vanished like it was never there. He hated being bothered when he was focused on something, and he only felt better after flipping the intruder around. However, Ione was also in a rush. That life! I will! Ione felt like he would never feel at ease if he didn't pay the Red Dragon back for making him into this pitiful state. He was humiliated by Tom, who was much younger than him, at the Kalat auction house, and just when he thought the tablet was his, he was suddenly met with an unexpected incident. As the head of a great family, having only received respect and admiration all his life, it was a humiliation that he couldn't let go of. Also, everyone from the Elohim who had come here with him was dead. If he returned to the Elohim like this, he would just be a backroom Senate member and die pathetically like the rest of the Senate. As the head of the family of life, one of the pillars of the Elohim, he couldn't let his family fall apart like that. It was something that could never happen. He wouldn't be able to look at his ancestors in the eye when he died. But there was something that Ione was confident about that allowed him to do this. Nabro. A child he had given everything for. They weren't related, but he had still given him his territory. He was basically a shadow of Ione. If he wanted to let that child walk the path he had left to him, no, to let him fly free, he had to sacrifice himself here. He could pay back his debt to the Senate with this and restore their family's honor. He couldn't be an obstacle in his child's path. Kwa kwa kwang. Blue light surrounded Ione and thousands of arrows fell above the Summer Queen's head. The protogenoi species were originally gods but fell to the earth after having their status taken away. However, they still had some holiness left, and they could use it by splitting their existence apart. Ione could momentarily use the holy power that he had, and like a candle that was brightest just before it went out, he was able to use the power of gods at this moment. If the head of a family split himself apart, how powerful would that be? The thousands of arrows that came from splitting Ione apart pierced the Summer Queen's body. Tien, sorry the chapters are split guys. This was back when I was doing it on my phone because my computer was broken, and it was taking too long for me to translate it. I know it doesn't feel like 2 chapters tt. Chapter 240.2 The Summer Queen, 5. You dare. You dare. And with this chance, the other rankers began to use their skills. The apostles used their powers, the lords used their curses, and others their signature skills. All kinds of effects exploded, and the Summer Queen was the target of it all. Kwa kwa kwang. Ah. Just when she was about to spew her breath, the Martial King released 2 writings of divination that he had saved at the same time. The strong energy that split the sun and pierced the moon cut the Summer Queen's leather wings, and there was a deep cut from her shoulder to her stomach. Crunch! A tremendous amount of blood poured down on the floor like rain. Scales scattered down. Kaa. The breath scattered and hit innocent rankers. And Kwang! The Martial King landed on the Summer Queen's back. The Summer Queen folded into a V and fell down. Crunch! The Summer Queen experienced the pain of her spine and back being crushed. The Martial King didn't stop there, twisting the Summer Queen's cut wings and arm muscles. Crunch! Her scales cracked and her skin split like a turtle's back. Her dragon scales, leather, muscles, veins, and bones. It was a body that could even resist adamantium. However, she easily collapsed against the Martial King's power. Even under that immense pain, the Summer Queen twisted her body mid-air. The breath that came from her gaping mouth covered the Martial King. It was a power equivalent to hellfire. The Martial King's skin boiled, but he just laughed like he was having the time of his life and tore off her wings. Ha ha ha! Boom! He buried the Summer Queen in the ground. Her side was scratched as a deep crater was dug into the earth. The Summer Queen and the Martial King were completely submerged under the rubble. Krrrr. The Summer Queen's body was covered with small and large injuries all over, and her wings were plucked off. Blood dripped from her and flooded the ground. The Summer Queen just grimaced and spewed her breath again, like she intended to see the end of the Martial King no matter what. The Martial King also stumbled over his steps, having received some damage, but he raised his fists above him again. Energy exploded around him. The blades of light of all kinds of properties split the breath. Kwa kwa kwang! The storm that didn't seem like it would end lashed around the outer space once again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Monday, STER. Atron watched the Martial King and Summer Queen's fight from far away with a blank face. Then, he muttered to himself. Attacking a monster like that? Crazy bastard! He was cursing himself. When the auction had been ruined because of the Summer Queen, he spent all his life savings coming here. At first, he was confident. The Ice King, twice, Black Skull. They were all the top S-class mercenaries, and guilds like Iron Lion and Moon Shadow stood behind him. He even met unexpected people like Jang and Turn. He didn't say it out loud, but he thought he could cut off at least one arm of the Red Dragon. He thought he would be able to confidently say that he would not go down easily. But with the situation like this, he realized how foolish he was. An arm? No. It was hard to even take out a finger. He couldn't even dream of approaching the Summer Queen. Just now, some of the rankers who were swept away by breath included Black Skull. He had stepped up saying he would pull out one of the Summer Queen's toenails, but he didn't even leave a corpse behind when he died. These players were called rankers, but in front of the Summer Queen, they were nothing. That monster became an even greater monster. Haha! Amazing! Even though I worked so hard. The Ice King chuckled next to Atron. He was an old geezer who had kept talking to himself throughout the entire journey. Unlike the other mercenaries who ran away because of the Martial King and the Summer Queen, the Ice King, twice, and Turn were doing their duty next to him. They flicked away the flying pieces and moved Atran safely to somewhere he wouldn't be touched by the attack. They wanted to take the gate and leave this outer space, but the path was blocked by the Martial King and the Summer Queen. Atran glanced at the Ice King. He remembered how the Ice King's life went downhill after being defeated by the Martial King. On the other hand, the Martial King became well known after defeating him, making a fancy debut. Doesn't he feel anything? Most people would have felt discomfort, but the Ice King was enjoying the fight as if he found a new toy. The same went for Twice and Turn. They were grinning crazily like how the Ice King was, but they seemed to be surprised and deep in thought while watching the fight. The emotion in all their eyes were the same. Passion. Respect. Admiration. They're all crazy. These bastards are all. Atran felt like his entire body was itching because of them. They were all psychos he couldn't understand. That was why he decided that he needed to get a grip on himself. It was easy to die in places filled with psychos like this. They might be smiling about how dying while enjoying a fight was the joy of life, but to Atran, his life was more important than anything. To make a comeback, he first needed to survive. He looked around to find the person who was the most normal here, after him. Jang. He was silent, but he knew how to observe the situation coldly. He was here just a moment ago. Now, he was suddenly gone. Where is he? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pat. Jeong-woo quickly began to run around the empty battlefield. His destination was where the Martial King and the Summer Queen were. It was also where the damned One-Horn tribe was fighting, not knowing their place. It was easy to see just with a glance. Even while most rankers were swept away by the breath, the Martial King was powerful enough to tear off the Summer Queen's wings. Amazing! Jeong-woo laughed coldly. His eyes were flashing with joy. They were the eyes of a hunter who was after his prey. He knew that the Martial King was strong when he was being chased by him. However, he didn't know exactly how strong. Now that he knew, his heart beat faster. And now, he didn't have to worry about being bothered. His prey was clashing with his other prey. Though both their backs were exposed, neither thought that someone was after them. No. They couldn't have. That was the advantage of beasts. They knew how strong they were, so they were lost in arrogance, believing that they were the best and that nothing could touch them. Not knowing how dangerous that was. But such prey was there. If he could plant his arrow into that large prey and cut their necks with his knife, how great would his joy be? It's like... He remembered a memory that he had left behind on Earth. Like the chief. Feeling the thrill down to the end of his fingertips, he paused. Tack. Borrowing the skill of Ho Yi that allowed him to secretly follow an enemy, he arrived in a shaded place. It wasn't exposed to the outside, and it had a perfect view. Jeong-woo lifted his 4 directions and slowly pulled it back. Far away, his target was soaring up high in the sky again. He was so far that it just seemed like a dot, but his 2 eyes were clearly on the Martial King. If he let go of the string, his arrow of light would land in the Martial King's back. Looking forward to that feeling, he licked his lips. But... what is that? Just when he was about to let go, he paused unintentionally. Thump. 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 His heart beat faster. His breathing rate increased. His heart had beaten faster when he was after the Martial King, but that was from expectation and exhilaration. This was different. His back felt cold. He shivered. He felt like someone put their hand in his body. He felt anxious. It was an emotion he never felt after stepping foot in the tower. It was an emotion felt by instinct. On Earth, Jeong-woo had the talent of quickly knowing when he was in danger. Jeong-woo was able to realize the feeling of his life in danger. That was how he was able to survive in the hell of Africa. Using that talent, he was able to become the Bao God. Read Lat St chapters at nov.lbin.com only. That emotion had returned. There was something around him. He whipped his head to the side. At the edge of his vision, he could see a man standing on a hill. There was a man with a black outfit and mask. Cain. It was his original target, the hoarder. Although it was clearly his first time seeing him, his heart didn't calm down. No, rather, it happily beat faster. Thump. 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 Jeong-woo crumpled his face and glared at him. Who are you? Chapter 241 The Summer Queen, 6. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. 90%? That was a load of bullshit. Yeon-woo snorted at himself for thinking that if the Martial King helped him, he would be able to catch the Summer Queen. Help? Who? The Martial King? It was the opposite. Rather, it would be a relief if Yeon-woo wasn't a nuisance. Even though she was injured, the Summer Queen was still the Summer Queen. She was the last dragon, as well as the absolute ruler of the tower for the last 1,000 years. Catching someone like that was a load of bullshit. Even if he joined the Martial King and the Summer Queen's fight, he would be injured in the fight of beasts. But still, Yeon-woo was a bit envious. That fight is supposed to be my fight. The Martial King had stepped up to help his disciple. It was because he knew how foolish his disciple was. That was why he stepped up instead of Yeon-woo, and he was walking the dangerous path with his life at stake. Despite being in this situation, Yeon-woo didn't like the Martial King's help, and he just felt extremely competitive at that moment. However, he didn't hide these thoughts. He also wanted to join in on that fight. It was just a 1% chance, not 10%, but he was confident he could end the Summer Queen. Even if the Summer Queen roared and used her power, she couldn't compare to Agar's, who had made the entire stage go dark, or Hermes, who had eaten up a demon. Furthermore, the Summer Queen was someone who ripped an arm away from his brother's body. He had to pay her back for that. Poisoning by devil poison? That wasn't enough to satisfy him. Yet. That's it. Very good. RMMMM, RMM. The powers of a full member of the draconic species were equivalent to a god's, and fighting against a god or demon was insane. Still, Yeon-woo had blown a punch to Agar's. So why couldn't he do it now? Quick! Your prey is there. Isn't it? Just then, the philosopher's stone vibrated. It whispered sweetly in his ear from his heart. Usually, it didn't move much, but it always activated in times like this. It was obviously a trick to lead him into danger, but... so we can see eye to eye sometimes. Yeon-woo smirked. Although it was only the remnants of the demonism of Agar's, it was still a part of his personality. Yeon-woo stretched his hand out mid-air. You have chosen the reward opening of Intrinian. You can earn 5 items from what is on the list. What will you choose? Reward list. Feng Guang's egg. Prometheus's fire. King's festival. They were the rewards from the quest that the Summer Queen had given him. Even though the important treasures were taken, all the items on the list were still outstanding. Of those, there was something Yeon-woo wanted. As he chose his rewards, he had a thought. Breaking the Summer Queen's head with a reward she gave me. I'm curious what kind of face she'll make. He could see his teacher jumping up and down in anger because he bothered them. Well, he'll just take it as his disciple being cute. Since a disciple takes after their teacher. Convincing himself with nonsense. Ring. The last attack. Yeon-woo lifted the items he touched. Goes to whoever can do it. You have chosen the Yaltabao safe as your reward. Safe. The voice of the demonism cracked. Yaltabao safe. Category, miscellaneous. Rank, A+. Summary, a safe that the mysterious merchant Yaltabao created. It's much purer than most safes, but it's popular because of its conductivity for magic power. Where was he going to use this? The demonism wanted to scream. However, regardless of what it thought, Yeon-woo chose the same reward again. You have chosen the Yaltabao safe as your reward. You have chosen the Yaltabao safe as your reward. Yaltabao safe. It was a priceless item in the tower. It was also used as a type of currency inside the tower. It was true that it was a rare item to get. However, it definitely fell short for a reward for a quest that the Red Dragon gave. He chose things like this instead of Feng Guang's egg or Prometheus's fire. The demonism shouted furiously. What are you doing? Just what? Fun things. Yeon-woo grinned. And also, he was able to be sure of one thing. The demonism was another form of him, but it couldn't read his mind. It was clear it wasn't able to see what he was doing. If it was a method that the demonism couldn't guess, then it was a sure way. Sure. I'm sure you'll do well. I can even look forward to it. That dragon. You have to get it in your hands. The demonism muttered unsatisfactorily, then disappeared, licking his lips. Every time it saw the Summer Queen, it looked forward to how she would taste. Also, it was the last dragon in the tower. It would be a delicacy. Although I won't do what you want me to. Yeon-woo smirked at the demonism and collected all the Yaltabao safes. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to crush the Summer Queen to death using the safes. He used blink to get to somewhere he had found with his extrasensory perception. It was a place separated from the battlefield. What's this? Atron jumped in surprise when Yeon-woo suddenly popped up in front of him. The Ice King and Twice reflectively pulled their swords out, but they were flicked away by a wall they couldn't see. It was a barrier Boo had activated inside a shadow. Suddenly, the Ice King and Twice's eyes widened. They had swung their swords in a rush, but it couldn't have been deflected this easily. A word flashed in their heads. Danger! But they didn't attack the unknown person. They had never seen him, but they immediately recognized who it was. There was only one person with a black mask skilled enough to attack them. The Hoarder. You, how did you? Atron hid behind Turn thinking that Red Dragon had sent an assassin, and his eyes widened when he saw Yeon-woo. It's been a while. When Yeon-woo greeted him, Atron's eyes enlarged, then narrowed again. Yet. It was you. Shit. So that's what happened. When Atron heard Yeon-woo's voice, he realized what had happened. Yeon-woo grinned. You catch on quickly. That's what I do. Shit. I was scammed by a player again. Atron cursed. It was his rule to also speak politely to others, but he became super angry seeing Yeon-woo. The sudden appearance of Yeon-woo. A voice he heard from somewhere. A familiar attitude. He wasn't a fool. He ground his teeth thinking of what happened in the tutorial. This time, Yeon-woo had completely pushed him to the edge. Why did you come here now, of all times? To mock me? Or to look at a bankrupt merchant? The Ice King and Twice looked amusedly at Atron and Yeon-woo. They didn't know what their relationship was, but it was funny that only Atron had enmity towards Yeon-woo. The Atron they knew wasn't someone whose poker face fell apart that easily. Turn put his sword back into his sheath and moved aside. But still loyal to his duty, he continued to observe Yeon-woo. His gaze was sharp. Let's talk later. Nocturne. No, should I call you brother? Turn. The Martial King's second disciple glared at him and shook his head, as if he were telling him to do whatever he wanted. Yeon-woo looked at Nocturne calmly. The second disciple who had left the Martial King, saying it wasn't the path for him. He was the same as the shadow he saw on the 21st floor. He didn't know that he would see him here. Also, even the Ice King was next to Atron. He didn't know the mercenary who lost to the Martial King would be here. To think that all these skilled players had been hired. Chapter 242 The Summer Queen, 7. Even if you gave an absurd amount of money, high-class mercenaries had to be interested in the job to take it. He didn't know for sure, but the other dead mercenaries were probably quite expensive as well. Atron was definitely skilled. He had even been able to raise the stakes by this much with just a few pieces of the tablet. It was a better result than Yeon-woo expected. I definitely found the right person. Yeon-woo stared at Atron. Atron stepped back, thinking he would be tricked again. What? What is it this time? You still have the authority to open the merchant window, right? I want to make a deal. The merchant window. It was a system that was only allowed to mysterious merchants. Also, the higher a merchant's rank, the more types of items they could have. Even though Atron was on the edge of a cliff, he was still a director of the West Wind Union, so he could handle most items. Deal, my ass. Think of what you did until now. There's nothing good that comes from. This item is probably good enough. Yeon-woo pushed the Yaltabao safe towards him. Flinch. Atron's body shook. The Yaltabao safe is an item that mysterious merchants went crazy for. Its value would never decrease. Rather, its value was steadily increasing as people tried to hoard them. When you made deals with those, you could always collect a fee from using it. The calculator in Atron's head quickly spun. Atron's guard went a bit down and he coughed. But still, that's... At that moment, Yeon-woo pulled out 4 more safes. Anything you want? We love our customers. Atron bowed deeply enough for his head to touch the ground. 5 Yaltabao safes were enough to attempt a comeback from his bankruptcy. He. So, our lovable customer, do you have anything in particular that you're looking for? We at the West Wind Union have a 2,000 year history, so we have all kinds of rare items that you can't find at prices like these. Would you like to look at the boutique? He was rubbing his hands like a fly, looking like he was ready to sell his soul. The Ice King, Twice, and Nocturne shook their heads. They laughed in disbelief, knowing where Yeon-woo got the safes. The Red Dragon Quest. What was he trying to do with the rewards he got? It was widely known that the hoarder was the Martial King's disciple. They thought it incredulous that he was trying to bother the Red Dragon with a reward he got from them. They were all thinking the same thing. The disciple takes after his teacher. Yeon-woo didn't care about the looks he was getting and spoke to Atron. I want your entire stock of dragon killers. Ha ha ha. So that's what it was. There was a way. Twice and Nocturne had surprised eyes, and the Ice King clapped as he chuckled. Dragon Killer. A lance that also went by the name Dragon Spear. It was over 6 meters large and weighed hundreds of kilograms. But at the same time, it was as thin as a woman's arm. Like its namesake, it was a weapon that was specialized in catching dragons. A long time ago, people who had grudges against the Summer Queen had gathered to create this, but they were found by the Summer Queen, and the creation process of the weapon vanished from history. However, there were a select few that leaked into the black market or the unions, and Yeon-woo was asking for these. If I can use this. Atron's mind quickly circulated. The West Wind Union had more dragon killers than the rest of the unions combined. They had about 80% of the remaining ones. It was because they had thought that its value would rise astronomically at the time, so they brought it in bulk. However, the West Wind Union was regretting this decision. The Dragon Killer was definitely outstanding, but the way it was used was tricky. It was heavy, and it broke easily. You could only use it once. Who would want to buy something like that at such a price? The Dragon Killer was just gathering dust in their storage room. And if he got a hefty commission for getting rid of the horrible items? I'm lucky. Atron shut his lips so he wouldn't cheer from happiness. During times like these, he couldn't show how he was feeling. He wouldn't be able to scam the customer like that. But when he cleared his throat and met Yeon-woo's eyes, Atron sighed. Yeon-woo's eyes were curved upwards, with a gaze like he knew what Atron was thinking. Of course he would know that the Dragon Killer was treated like an ugly duckling. It was expected. Someone who tried to scam a mysterious merchant wouldn't have brought it up otherwise. Atran wasn't positive, but Yeon-woo probably knew the economy more than the merchants. Here, the pushover was Atran. He. Of course. As expected from you. Your insight is incredible. You've considered well. Sir. The dragon killers that we have at the West Wind Union are better cared for than the rest of the dragon killers in the market, and they function great. However. But it wouldn't hurt to try. Atran's words faded away as he continued. With this amount, you can only buy 3% of our current stock. I'll look for another merchant if you don't want to. Atran grabbed onto Yeon-woo, who was turning away. Agu. He. Why are you being like this, sir? You've done business with me before. Is this all our relationship amounts to? Why are you so rushed? You have to finish listening to what I'm saying. Of course, that would be under normal circumstances, but I'll give you a special discount. Yeon-woo smirked as Atran began to speak faster. Then how much can I buy? A little more than half. Yeon-woo turned away again. Agu. Of course we have to give you more than that. 7%. Heek. No, we can't do that. We still have the fees from taking care of them, so there won't be anything left for us. 8%. Yes, sir. The deal is done. Atran sealed the deal after getting ripped off by Yeon-woo. You have paid ×5 Yaltabao safes to purchase ×31 dragon killers. All the Yaltabao safes in Yeon-woo's hand disappeared, and in their place, 31 6-meter-long spears were at his feet. Tien, instead of 31, it said 30 of them in the raw. I changed it assuming it's an author mistake. But Yeon-woo wasn't satisfied with that. You still have some left in stock, right? Sir, even if they're in stock right now it's too diff. I'll buy not only what's left in stock, but all that's been exchanged in the black market or in other guilds. You can take whatever fees you need. Are you talking about the rest of the dragon killers? Is that a no? Of course you can. Definitely. We'll bring everything that's in the tower, and even the ones that are outside as well. There are other things I want to buy too. Yeon-woo spoke of the things he was thinking about. But Atran's face changed as he heard the list. They were all horrible products that were in the back room, like the dragon killer. However, they were ridiculously expensive, so they were a pain in the butt for the union. He didn't know why Yeon-woo needed them, but Yeon-woo said the more of them there were, the better. It was a colossal amount for a single purchase, and Atran's smile got wider every time. If this purchase was successful, he would definitely be able to stay in the union. It meant that he could have a chance to make a comeback. Now, Yeon-woo didn't look like a demon but a heaven-sent angel. And that's all. Is that possible? Of course. Even if it's not, we'll have to do whatever we can to get it. Atran was ready to give his kidneys and liver to Yeon-woo. As fast as possible. Understood. But... is there a problem? How are you planning on paying? Yeon-woo grinned. Why? You think I'll run away with the items? Atran jumped up and down where he was standing. Agu. I wouldn't dare to think that. Of course I trust you. He. However, as you know, there isn't much affection in this world and everyone's struggling financially, he. Of course I'll give it to you. Yeon-woo nodded his head. Atran's eyes were filled with expectation as he held his hands forward. What would he give as the payment? More Yaltabao safes? Karma? Or books from the One-Horned Tribe? Anything was fine. They were all things that were trustworthy in the market. However, Yeon-woo crushed Atran's expectations. Credit. Sorry. Put it on my credit. Momentarily, Yeon-woo seemed like a demon that would swallow Atran up. Atran's face quickly turned red. Are you telling me to trust you? Why can't you? You must be joking. Do you really think I'll steal them? Yeon-woo scoffed. Atron was about to say something else but quickly realized something. The quest of the Bureau. What are you doing now that you know? Aren't you getting on it? There was still a quest that was left, the quest calling for Red Dragon's arrest. The more Red Dragon's buildings were destroyed and the more their members were killed, the greater the rewards. And of course, Yeon-woo planned to get the first place position. But shouldn't we at least do the pledge of mana? I don't think this is the time to be doing that. Well, if you don't want to, I'll go to another merchant. Shit. Atron kicked the ground. Scamming a merchant? You'll definitely go to hell when you die. I already know that, so quickly get on it. Arg. Atron glared at Yeon-woo with a wronged face and quickly adjusted the system. This quest was probably going to end in a day, so he quickly brought the items on the condition of getting the payment a day later. This was only possible because Atron was reputable amongst the unions. You have purchased an additional times 14 dragon killers. You have purchased times 21 of Fabio Forest's Hunter's Bow Trick. You have purchased times 6 of Great Monkey's Tail Thorn. Yeon-woo's eyes shined as he saw the items piling up. He didn't realize he had asked for this much when he listed them out loud, but seeing them in front of him, there were quite a lot. Atron handed over the lifeblood of albino trolls after making the last of his purchases, grinding his teeth. He doubted how much would be left over for him. Here you are, sir. I'll use them to their fullest. Thanks, investor. Atron felt like crying, having been demoted from a merchant to a kind investor. This guy really frustrated people every time he spoke. And it suddenly occurred to him. But where's he planning on using them all? No, can he even use them properly? Dragon killers were too heavy, so most rankers couldn't even lift them. It was tricky to use them the right way. But the hoarder was still a lower floor player. Atron didn't understand how he would use them. The same for the other items. They were probably harder to use than the dragon killers. He couldn't get rid of his anxiety. He ended up making the purchases because of the flow in their conversation, but if something went wrong, it was the end of him. Yeon-woo calmly tossed the items in his shadow and hid himself using blink again. He searched for somewhere he could prepare for the hunt. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Be on guard so no one can approach me. Yes, sir. Got it. Be careful. Tien, from this point on, brackets will be changed to something that is more similar to those in the Ross. I will. After Yeon-woo settled himself, he called for Shannon and the others to come to him. Han Ryeong and Rebecca split left and right, and Brahm and Boo began to set up a temporary barrier. However, Shannon was quiet. His footsteps were heavier than normal. Yeon-woo called for him. Shannon. Do you have any more orders, master? There wasn't a face under the head armor, but his inferno sight was a bit duller than normal. Yeon-woo looked into Shannon's eyes as he spoke. I'm your master now. Be aware of that. I showed a side of myself I shouldn't have. I apologize. Shannon kneeled on a single knee and bowed his head. He had been a bit uncomfortable fighting against his old master since he was a part of the Red Dragon once. Yeon-woo saw his confusion, and Shannon acknowledged his mistake with a bow. Even if they didn't put a label on their statuses, they had to be clear about who was above who in times like these. This is the only time I'll forgive it. Remember that. Thank you, sir. Shannon's inferno sight flamed up again. His mind was at ease now. War was just war. He had to be loyal to his current life. After Shannon returned to his position, Brahm carefully asked Yeon-woo a question. Will it be okay? To leave him like that? It'll be fine. That guy isn't that weak. I suppose. If he was weak, he wouldn't have become a death noble. Brahm nodded. He turned towards the items that were messily piled up. What are those? It's been a while since I saw that foolish spear. Do you know something called Mercury? Chapter 243.1 The Summer Queen, 8. Mercury, are you talking about the martial arts of the giant species? Yes. Mercury was an old martial art that disappeared with the extinction of the giant species. It was a special type of martial arts for the giant species, who had a unique body over 7 meters tall. It had a flaw in that it wasn't easy to learn for those who weren't of the giant species, but because of this, Valdibish was able to rule supreme in battles. Mercury was the martial art that Valdibish used. It was the martial skill that made him into what he was today. Also, it was the martial skill most appropriate for the dragon killer. As his nickname, the Black Sword, implied, Valdibish mostly used the sword. However, because he had the blood of the warrior giant species, he was skilled with multiple weapons, and the dragon killer was perfect for him, as he preferred spears over bows and arrows. It was so expensive that he couldn't use it as much as he wanted when he was on the lower floors, and on the upper floors, there was no need for it. Yeon-woo's brother hadn't forgotten the shock he felt when Valdibish used the dragon killer, and he explained it in detail in the diary. It moved mountains. That was probably the best way to explain it. The atmosphere around Valdibish when he lifted the dragon killer. And it was as destructive as the atmosphere around him. When the dragon killer targeted a draconian, it was not only the draconian itself but also everything around it that would be swept away. Also, when Valdibish was in the tutorial, he had adjusted the mercury so Yeon-woo's weak brother could use it. After that, he continued to teach him all kinds of skills, and all of those movements were in the diary. Domain Declaration. TN, Territory Announcement to Domain Declaration. Walk. The moment he released his power, the Philosopher's Stone and hundreds of cores all circulated, his dragon scales growing out of his skin. A power sparked throughout his body, and dragon wings popped out from his back, combining with the wings of fire. It was a power he was using for the first time since he entered the endless world of night. As time went on, the Philosopher's Stone was assimilating to Yeon-woo's body, making him stronger and stronger. On top of this, Yeon-woo added a few more powers. Stigmata of the Goddess. The Third Soul Strengthening. Hyoungshin Axle. Receiving the blessing of Athena, the muscles in his body tightened. He made the magic power flow throughout his body using the souls. Ki-a-a-a-a-a. This was a new method he had recently come up with. He attempted it thinking that he might be able to be strengthened from the minus energy emanated from melting souls in the magic power. And the result of that was crunch. It was correct. From 100 to 200, 300 to 400, the souls were inputted in order, and when 1,000 souls had filled his body, they melted into magic power and screeched as they circulated along the magic circuit. For a moment, he became dizzy. The power of the Philosopher's Stone circulated even more to bear the magic load. With Hyoungshin Axle on top of this, the demonism came out to control his entire body. His draconic eyes turned red, and his scales turned black. Sharp teeth poked out from his lips. Why? The different energies gushed around Yeon-woo: ghostish energy, demonic energy, black energy, and even a murderous energy. They all intertwined like a spider web, and his body showed the extremes of a demonic dragon body when the dragon's blessing and demon's blessing combined together. Just then, Brahm and Boo stepped out from where they had been waiting. Brahm lifted his book of Mars and Boo his lawless book. Then, let's begin. Brahm looked at Yeon-woo, a bit concerned, but Yeon-woo had assured him again and again, so he couldn't say no. As the spell of the alchemist and the lich began, magic circles overlapped under Yeon-woo's feet. He received more buffs through his effects. Muscle strengthening, magic power strengthening, aura increase, explosion creations, magic that was more advanced than magic equip filled Yeon-woo's body. Like he was under a heavier gravity than normal, his body plopped down. His muscles were pressed, and his bones were crushed. See, crunch. His shoulder was dislocated. He could hear his rib cage breaking. His veins exploded and blood poured out from his eyes. He looked to be in critical condition, like his body would explode any moment. But Yeon-woo didn't even groan. The One-Horned Tribe and the Red Dragon turned their head toward the ominous feeling. However, because they had to focus on the war, they couldn't confirm where it was. Just when he was about to collapse because he couldn't bear the dragon's blessing and the demon's blessing. Your body is beginning to collapse because of the enormous pressure. Warning! Your body is already at its limits. It may be irrevocably damaged if you continue. The skill regeneration is activating. The restoration to the data that is stored in your cells is beginning. The proficiency of the skill regeneration has dramatically increased 12.1%. The proficiency of the skill regeneration has dramatically increased 12.1%. With the regeneration he stole from Viera, his body was quickly healed. Even with the buffs, as the proficiency of the skill increased, the rate at which he was healed became faster. This led to a change in his body. Your body has been strengthened. Your body has been strengthened. You have reached the limits of your body. It has overcome the limits of the dragon's blessing. It has been strengthened to the limit of the demon's blessing. Is this the end? Unfortunately, it fell quite short from when he was fighting against Agar's, but Yeon-woo was still able to advance the limits of the third step. The situation was different than it was back then. At the time, he had Athena's direct blessing, so he was powerful enough to defeat most high rankers, but he had squeezed this much power out by himself. Of course there would be clear limits. However, on one hand, Yeon-woo was able to easily use his newfound strength. He extended his hand out to where the dragon killer was lying on the floor. The dragon killer floated up into his hand, and the other materials all settled above the spear in a crushed state. Although it was expensive, Valdibish experimented with different ways to use the dragon killer. This was one of them. Ching! The dragon killer trembled as if it liked it. Yeon-woo lifted it onto his shoulder. It was pretty heavy, but with his newfound power that was equivalent to the giant species, it wasn't much trouble. His draconic eyes and extrasensory perception overlapped. Far away, he could see his target. He focused all his consciousness and energy on the edge of the spear and added more skills to it. Demonic Magic Devil King Poison Tien, the skill Demonism changed to demonic magic as the entity inside Yeon-woo is called Demonism. It was a more detrimental poison to a draconic species than devil poison. The poison smeared the spear. Yeon-woo threw the dragon killer with all his might. The lance pierced through the air like light. With a sonic boom, two clouds split apart in the sky where the spear had just moved through. First, those extras outside. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The second of the 9 dragon sons, Chimmy, was annoyed by the One-Horned Tribe that was following him. These mayfly like bastards. How dare they? They were totally like mayflies. When he shook them off, they would stick on him again, and they continued to attack him at his blind spots. A species that was genius at fighting. It was true. He felt like he knew why his mother had told him to be careful when dealing with them. But Chimmy didn't like this fact. He was someone with the great dragon's blood. He wasn't someone who suffered from these lower-level species. The only way to take care of things like these was to destroy them. He puffed his cheeks, and a toxic air filled his mouth. Its extended breath. Everyone fall back. Prepare for the toxins. The One-Horned Tribe after Chimmy quickly put some distance from where he was. Chimmy had continued to spew out his breath, but this was probably going to be more than what they had experienced until now. The Red Dragon players around Chimmy also ran away. Chimmy's poison didn't differentiate between friend and foe. A lot of his comrades had already suffered from it. And like what they had expected, the breath that Chimmy spewed out was different than normal. Not only was it toxic, it was acidic. It was his power. He wasn't supposed to use it without his mother's permission, but this wasn't the time to consider those things. Just when he was going to spit out his breath. Sheik. Kwang. With a sonic boom that was enough to rip his eardrums, something landed under his chin. The shock was great. Half of his head crumbled in an instant with an intense pain. He was barely able to save his life with the amazing regenerative ability of the draconic species, but the real problem came after. The acidic poison breath lost its direction and landed on his long body. Cheek. His body was smoking with white smoke and melted. The vein of his poison was broken, and pure poison flowed into his head. Keek. Chimmy shouted from the extreme pain and shook his body. The acidic poison was too much for even him to handle. His body that was several meters long lashed around. He tried to heal himself using any means possible. Devil King poison? How? But his body didn't regenerate. The more time passed, the worse it became. The Devil King poison rapidly spread throughout his body. The attack didn't end there. When the third dragon killer came flying at him, Chimmy's body was filled with holes. The dragon killer broke into pieces once it hit its target. Pieces of the dragon killer were stuck all over Chimmy's body, and it caused him to be poisoned much faster. Just when he was wavering around, not able to come together, something came from the sky. Wave of fire. 72 Bien Nai, Byuk. The wave of fire had used the power of the 72 Bien to pour on Chimmy in the form of lightning. Chimmy's body absorbed the lightning. As the lightning exploded in his body, his insides and outsides were completely burned. No. Chimmy's body was already a pile of ashes. Most of his body wasn't able to function anymore. It was a critical attack, but he had an intense will to live. If he had some more time, he might have survived. However, I don't know what's happening. Catch him. He's tastily roasted, so our dinner today is dragon meat. Ha ha ha. What a feast. The one-horned tribe ran at Chimmy with happy laughter. Every time they swung their swords, Chimmy's flesh was cut away. Chimmy didn't have the strength to resist anymore. His large head plopped to the ground. Chapter 244 Turbulent World, 1. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. KAAA. Rumble. The Summer Queen shouted at the pain of being disconnected from the fourth. The 81 eyes may be spiritually connected to her, but the 9 dragon sons were shadows that shared her power. With the connection forcefully cut, the after effects were tremendous. It might have been better if the power returned to her, but the pain doubled because it didn't. Her child had been eaten by another one of her children. What a load of bullshit. The Martial King cursed and brought his hands down the Summer Queen. It didn't look like much happened from the outside, but the energy whirled inside of the Summer Queen. Crunch! Her muscles, veins, and magic circuit, and even the deep internal organs were split. Kung! The Summer Queen's hind legs collapsed. Her colossal body landed on the ground. She squirmed up and down, and a burning smell came from her mouth. She didn't seem to have the will to fight anymore. The devil poison had already entered her marrow, and the holiness that she barely pulled out was at its bottom. She tried to catch the Martial King using her magic through any means possible, but the Martial King quickly moved to break the magic apart or to avoid it. After her spine and back were broken, the fight shifted to favor the Martial King. The Martial King spit out phlegm mixed with blood. His boiling blood still hadn't calmed down. The exhilaration from the fight made his body uncomfortable. He wanted to let it out somehow, but the Summer Queen couldn't handle him. The Summer Queen wasn't in the condition to fight him in the first place. He was a bit annoyed at that. Other than Alforoni, the only person to stand against him in the entire tower was the Summer Queen. The 9 kings? He didn't show it, but the Martial King was dissatisfied at being tied up in the same bunch as those trash. They couldn't even ride on his coattails. And now, the only person among them who could fight him was dying. It might have been all right if she died after a fierce battle, but she had been weak from the beginning. He didn't do much, other than punch her a few times. His punches were turning out to be useless. I don't like it. The Martial King narrowed his eyes. It had been a while since he felt this competitive. He was happy after feeling like he returned to his old days, but now he felt uncomfortable, like he hadn't wiped his bottom after taking care of his business. He wanted to heal the Summer Queen to fight her again. But her health was clearly far gone. Give it. Heaven Wing. Heaven Wing? The last person to see before you die isn't me but that kid? That's also annoying. He knew that Heaven Wing Cha Jeong-woo had done something while battling the Summer Queen. However, he didn't know what it was. All he guessed was that it was something to do with the Summer Queen's messed up body right now. When the shadow of death was gripping the Summer Queen, she thought of not the Martial King but of Cha Jeong-woo. Her eyes weren't on the Martial King anymore. That meant that in the end, it wasn't the Martial King who killed her, but Cha Jeong-woo. The Martial King laughed in disbelief. What would change if he got mad here? He couldn't be angry at a dead person. Even if he hadn't met Cha Jeong-woo, he thought Cha Jeong-woo was a pretty nice guy. Although he felt like something tasty was taken from right in front of him, nothing would change just because he threw a fit. All he could do now was probably end the Summer Queen's pain faster. It was the last show of respect the Martial King could show the Summer Queen, who was once his rival. Mother! Your Majesty! Be careful! The 81 Eyes and the 9 Dragon Eyes called out desperately to the Summer Queen while dashing to the Martial King. But they were too far, and the Martial King's hand was closer. A small energy bead was made on his hands. It was about the size of a fingernail. It looked weak, but it was a condensed form of the 8 writings of divination. It was the knowledge he learned from studying the 8 writings of divination to take it to a higher level. It was something he originally planned to show Alforoni, but it was also nice to send her away with this. It was out of respect and pity. Just when he was planning on planting the martial extreme onto the Summer Queen. Seseong Nim, I apologize, but I have to take her. The Martial King lifted his head at his youngest disciple's sudden open speaking. And there, tens of split dragon killers fell like a downpour with a tremendously condensed wave of fire behind them. Kwa kwa kwang. The dragon killers landed on the Summer Queen. The wave of fire followed right after and didn't let the Summer Queen catch a break. Yeon-woo brought down 8 dragon killers. The wave of fire continued to fall down on the Summer Queen, almost draining Yeon-woo's magic circuit, and hit her over and over again. She broke and broke. Kwa kwa kwang. Kwa kwang. Krrrr. Rrrr. When the attack that seemed like it would end the world finally stopped, in the dust that settled after it, the Summer Queen was destroyed beyond recognition. Heaven! Wing! And with those last words, she breathed out her tenacious final breath. A cold silence descended upon them. Everyone was speechless. People on the battlefield didn't understand what was happening and just swallowed nervously. No, they did understand. They understood it in their heads, but they didn't want to. It was because they didn't believe the sight before their eyes. Of course, there was nothing to say for the Red Dragon, and even the One-Horned tribe just blankly stared. They had run to kill the Summer Queen, but no one believed that she would really die. That was how heavy the weight of the Summer Queen was. The last dragon. The dominator of the tower. The lord that had legendarily and historically ruled over the tower for thousands of years closed her eyes. When they realized that the blackly burnt Summer Queen wasn't breathing anymore. Mother! Waltz came running first. She pushed the head elder far away and came flying with her dragon wings. Her eyes were bloodshot. Everything that happened until now flashed by her head. You must live happily, not like us. Her father and mother, who had closed their eyes with her hand tightly held in theirs. They repeatedly told her not to be bound to her tribe or her family and to live freely. But there weren't many ways for an orphan to live in the violent world of the tower alone. Because of that, Waltz's only childhood memories were of her digging through trash cans or fighting with beasts that wanted a piece of her. Then, she met her mother. It was a rainy day. She was sobbing because her friend had died after being hit by a rock, trying to protect her. It was the kind of day when she wanted to go jump in a lake if that was what being free meant. Come with me. At the time, she didn't know why she held her hand out to her. She didn't even care. She was planning on dying anyway, so it didn't matter. And that day because 1 year, and then 10 years. She had become the daughter of the person that held her hand and was able to stand in front of her. She knew why her mother took her in. From a long time ago, she learned that there was no such thing as kindness without strings attached. Blood. Her mother needed her genes and potential. But Waltz was still grateful. It was the first time someone needed her. Her birth parents had told her to live freely, but that was an irresponsible thing to say. Waltz needed a place to call home. A house and blankets. The Summer Queen was that very thing. So she had worked hard. She learned Mujong and magic. She even told her mother with a smile that even she would struggle in a fight with her. Other people said the Summer Queen was a monster. A monster that was trying to swallow the tower. A monster who was trying to climb up higher to even swallow the gods and demons. No one could escape her touch nor her shadow. But to Waltz, the Summer Queen was a mother she was grateful towards for giving her a house and blankets and the only person to hold her hand in that cold place. Waltz extended her hand. Her mother shouldn't be lying there. Even if she was in that condition, Waltz wanted to send her on her way comfortably. However, the Summer Queen's shadow suddenly stretched out, soaring up in the air to wrap around the corpse like a cast. No. Waltz anxiously tried to hold onto the Summer Queen's corpse, but the large corpse melted completely into the shadow. "Ak-K!" Waltz shouted, pulling her hair, seeing the Summer Queen disappear right under her nose. Then, she whipped her head to somewhere else. The Martial King was standing there, completely fine from the attack of the dragon killers. He had a complicated face. It was a face like he felt unpleasant and uncomfortable at the same time. A flabbergasted laugh escaped from his mouth. He was cursing at his youngest disciple inwardly. Then, he saw Waltz glowering at him and narrowed his eyes. Why? A dragon fear similar to the Summer Queen's waved around Waltz. But the problem was the familiar strength she exuded. It was the deep scent of plums. This was the unique phenomenon that came from the Plum family's skill, Plum divine martial art. How did that child have it? You. Waltz ground her teeth. That moment, the strength that Waltz had been hiding was released. 360 energy veins opened next to her magic circuit. Vital energy escaped from her arteries. And with the horrifying sound of bones being split, a horn popped out from her left temple. Her 2 eyes stained to purple. They were the horn and purple eyes that symbolized the one-horned tribe, and she also had dragon scales, wings, and a tail, which symbolized a dragon human. The Summer Queen constantly warned her not to unbind the seal until her vital energy and magic power were completely combined, but Waltz couldn't heed her words anymore. You took everything from me. Waltz growled with her dragon fear. I'll kill you. Die. Waltz clenched her fist like she was going to run at the Martial King any second. Just then, Waltz whipped her head to look above her. The Martial King also turned his gaze in the same direction. His face slightly crumpled in annoyance. What now? Countless portals were opening in the sky. And the players, who were pouring down. They all had the same appearance. Red armor and long spears. They had what looked like 3 swords at their hips and a giant tower shield on their backs. Rather than players, it was more fitting to call them soldiers. They all moved as one and quickly stood in order. Why are those damned things bloody here? The Martial King knew them well. The Blood Army. It was an army that the Blood Land, who ridiculously called themselves a moving country, commanded. And the people who appeared were the Marquises, the 4 Dukes, and the Royal Guard. It could only mean one thing now, that the greatest forces of the Bloodland had appeared. Ahem! What a shame! We thought there would be a buffet waiting for us if we came now. Kung. Something like a heavy ball fell in front of the Blood Army. He had a fat and short body. With explosive cheeks and a crown, he looked ridiculous like a thimble. He was so large, that he stumbled after landing on the ground and was only able to get up with the help of Duke Ardbad. You pig, what are you doing here? Who dares to call me by such a lowly name? Oh! Who's this? My dear friend, Nehu. It's been a while. He smiled as soon as he saw the martial king. He looked ridiculous trying to act proper and elegant with an appearance that was clearly not. But the martial king knew the hidden violence under the silly appearance. The obsession to get everything he wanted and to kill it if he couldn't have it. A lunatic who wouldn't blink an eye to massacre people if it was for his greed. He also had an army who was ready to die for him. The Gluttony Emperor. The commander of the Blood Army chuckled, but the martial king hated to see the oil that was dripping down his forehead. He frowned, and lifted his top lip up in disgust. Why are you here? Is it payback for being beat up last time? I remember your eardrums went out that time. Is your right ear okay? It was a clear aggression. Duke Ardbad moved his hand to his sword with a scowl, but the Gluttony Emperor jumped up and down with a wave of his hand. No, no. What do you see me as? How can you make such a horrifying joke like that? Why would I fight you? So improper. It was a long time ago, but the Gluttony Emperor still remembered clearly. He had touched a member of the one-horned tribe just to taste them, and the martial king had burst into his castle alone and destroyed half of it. Sweat dripped down his back just thinking about it. If he had killed the tribe member, he wouldn't be alive today. But he had still been beaten up horribly, so he almost wet himself when he recalled those memories. The 9 kings? Fuck them. The martial king had escaped from that range a long time ago. And with the summer queen gone now, the Gluttony Emperor had no intentions of making the martial king his enemy. Alforoni merely occasionally looked down from the 77th floor, he almost never interfered in anything that happened. That meant that the absolute strongest in the tower was the martial king. There was no need to get on his bad side. Being strong to the weak and weak to the strong. That was the secret to how the Gluttony Emperor led the Bloodland this far. The reason why I came here was to help another one of my dear friends. Friend. There he is. The martial king turned his head to where the Gluttony Emperor was looking at and slightly wrinkled his forehead. Far away on the will, Yeon-woo was looking at them. Just then, the martial king understood everything that had happened. From the Walpurgisnacht to the Bloodland, all the powerful clans in the tower had been played by his disciple. You must feel quite at ease. You have such a wise disciple. How are you able to have 3 disciples like him? Could you tell me the secret? Ha ha ha. It's a joke. A joke. The Gluttony Emperor inched away from the martial king, who was glaring at him. Then, he carefully brought a subject up. But, you know. What is it this time? What are you going to do after this? The martial king snorted looking at the Gluttony Emperor. It was obvious what the guy wanted. He was now the strongest in the tower, but he only cared about his honor and the safety of his tribe, he didn't have any desire to control or rule. That meant one thing. Without the Summer Queen, the throne of the tower's ruler was empty. And the person who sits on it first will keep it. Obviously, just like his obsession for eating, the Gluttony Empire's desire for power was great. That was his motive for wanting to re-establish a disappeared land. And the first receiver of that. Is it that child? The Gluttony Empire licked his lips looking at Waltz with her dragon fear. He seemed to be uncomfortable about the horn on Waltz's head. The martial king shook his head with disinterest. He found out that Waltz was from the one-horned tribe, but that was it. He had already thrown away his sibling. He had no need to take care of a child, whose name he didn't even know, who left the tribe. He. I guess. Since interfering with the situation further doesn't suit you, I'll take care of the rest. There's no better scavenger than you. Can't you compare me to a wolf or an eagle instead? Wolves and eagles tore into meat that beasts left behind. And at the same time, they symbolized courage and combat. The Gluttony Emperor didn't feel any embarrassment comparing himself to them. The true winner was the one who took it all. On the Gluttony Emperor's orders, the Blood Army lifted their spears as one. Clack, clack, clack. They started singing a military song. Song of victory. All the minds of the soldiers connected and increased their combative power, and their aura started to whirl around them. The Gluttony Emperor slowly began to change after receiving their aura. His chubby skin turned into tight muscles, and his bones grew longer, leaving him at a tall height of 2 meters. He was thin, and his gaze was hollow. An ominous atmosphere wrapped around him. Everyone enjoy. Today is a feast. Everyone eat and drink to their heart's content. As the Gluttony Emperor shouted with a drool, the Blood Army ran forward with a shout. Even then, the military song didn't stop. Kung, 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 kung. And Waltz, who had been watching the scene, was surrounded by her subordinates who came over. By he. You have to move. They all clenched their teeth. With the Summer Queen dead and the bloodland here, the Red Dragon was in no state to fight anymore. Loss. For the first time since the Red Dragon was established, they felt the humiliation that no one else had been able to give them other than Alforoni. Waltz bit her lower lip. She wanted to stay until the end and avenge her mother, but she had to take care of the rest of her siblings and her subordinates. Clenching her fist, Waltz opened her mouth to the sky. Everyone, retreat. It was quietly spoken, but it was delivered to everyone connected to the Red Dragon. Dragon language. The power to control the laws of the world as she spoke. She was the only one of the Summer Queen's children who could freely use dragon language. And with that as the beginning, the rest of the 9 dragon sons, the 81 eyes, and the Red Dragon players all ripped their scrolls to open the large portal. The prey is escaping. Quickly eat them without losing a single one. The Gluttony Emperor's bloodshot eyes turned firm. It was to not lose the chance to taste the delicious dragon meat. Chapter 245 A Turbulent World, 2. You have earned a great amount of karma in the sudden quest, Field Arrest 1. You have contributed a lot to killing Ismenios. The Red Dragon has suffered great losses. Final ranks. Rank 1. Neu, 501,953 points. Rank 2. Number 105,119 points. You have cleared the quest with high accomplishments. The authority of choosing your reward has been handed over to the Bureau. Please wait a moment. You have earned the 4th Intrinian as a reward. You have earned the 5th Intrinian as a reward. You have earned the last dragon's corpse as a reward. You have earned. Yeon-woo was looking at the endless messages that were popping up when something bared its teeth from his hand. It was a soul trying to escape his grasp. It was on a different level than normal souls. Its body, vestige, and size were all abnormal. It was the Summer Queen's soul. Yeon-woo had all kinds of enemies. Each of their motives was different, and the extent to which they had hurt his brother varied as well. There were those like Bahil and Leant, who personally stabbed his brother in the heart, and those like Valdibish, who merely disappeared without a trace. In the case of the Gluttony Emperor or the head bishop of the Devil Army, they made an alliance to prevent new rivals from appearing. From that perspective, the Summer Queen's position was a bit iffy. She didn't care much about Arthea, she didn't even look at the lower floors. Even when Bahil joined the Red Dragon, she didn't think much about that clan. The people who fought against Arthea and his brother were her underlings, not her. No, before that, the Summer Queen and his brother used to greet each other cordially. There was no need for her to avoid a descendant of Kalidas. However, the Summer Queen turned her back on Jeong-woo eventually. In the end, she even stepped up to kill him. In that process, the fight between his brother and the Summer Queen began. The Summer Queen was barely able to chase his brother out, but that was only after her dragon heart was destroyed. The rest was history that Yeon-woo could extrapolate. The dragon heart had continued to crumble until it arrived at its demise. And the result of that? Who are you? The Summer Queen's soul growled in Yeon-woo's grip. She forced out her consciousness in the inescapable bind. The despair of the Black King was an incredible item that not even the soul of a draconic species could escape. Her vestige was filled with the intent to kill Yeon-woo. The person responsible for all this. She couldn't forgive the person that made her into this pitiful state, not even letting her move on. You. Yeon-woo slightly lifted his mask to show his face. Does this answer your question? How? The Summer Queen's soul entered a panicked state for a moment and was speechless. The ashy figure trembled. It was because she had never heard of a dead person coming back to life. Aside from that, she was a draconic species with draconic eyes. If Heaven Wing came back, she would know, even if he wore a mask. Just what happened? Her vestige shook. Under normal circumstances, she would have understood the situation quickly, but the shock of becoming a soul still hadn't disappeared. The curse of Heaven Wing stained her soul. Unless you escape that way of thinking, you'll never know. Ever. You'll probably die suffering by yourself. The way of thinking that Heaven Wing alluded to was the Summer Queen's long-lived resolve to defeat Al-Foroni and swallow all the gods and demons on the 98th floor. During all that time as the last member of her species, she realized that she was unique in this world, and this lonely path was hers to walk. But the person who had directly stood in her path was Heaven Wing. A mere weakling, the leftovers of the now-dead Kalidas, had mocked her life, not knowing his place. The Summer Queen couldn't control herself and fought him. The sork of this content nov, l, by, n. However, even while Heaven Wing's sky wings were breaking and he was falling to the ground, swallowed up by the fire of breath, the pity in his eyes didn't disappear. Poor pitiful Ismenios. The last dragon. Heaven Wing. Heaven Wing. The nightmare that she had pushed into a part of her mind came bursting out. Her entire vestige turned black. The Summer Queen's soul shook up and down, as if telling him to let go of her. It'll be dangerous if she's left alone. Yeon-woo forced a tighter grip on the squirming Summer Queen and frowned. The black bracelet's spines were shaking. He was only able to calm it down after using the third spirit. It'll be hard to digest this. A dragon was definitely a dragon. He thought that it would be hard to control it. Just then, Yeon-woo felt something approaching him and put the Summer Queen back into his collection. Even she wouldn't be able to do anything if she was in there. Haha. You look fine. I couldn't have imagined you would be the person to have done such a thing. The people who came next to Yeon-woo were Atran's party members. The Ice King laughed with a cheerful face. The attack targeting the Summer Queen. It was a memorable scene for the Ice King, who had fought on the battlefield for a long time. Yeon-woo felt a bit wary of the Ice King. He knew that he wasn't a bad person, but the unfounded kindness made him uncomfortable. They had just met for the first time, and they had nothing in common except for the martial king. It was the feeling of an outsider being uncomfortable by the friendliness of an insider. He was wondering how he should reply when he felt another presence. Swag. The thick smell of blood that couldn't be erased no matter how hard you tried. It was the martial king and the one-horned tribe. But the martial king at the forefront of the group did not look happy. He looked stiff, unlike his usual chill self. His gaze and direction as he flew in was fixed on Yeon-woo. There was a violent atmosphere, like he would swing his fists any moment. The Ice King, twice, and Nocturne moved Atran back to safety. And like they expected, the martial king's fists headed straight for Yeon-woo. A fierce whirlpool waved around him, powerful enough to blow Yeon-woo's head off. But Yeon-woo didn't move to dodge him. He just stood there. Eventually, the Martial King's fist stopped right in front of Yeon-woo's forehead. Kwang! A canyon behind Yeon-woo was blown away. Most canyons had already been broken from the Martial King and Summer Queen's fight, and now everything was gone. It was a dangerous situation where he could die at any moment, but Yeon-woo didn't blink at all and just looked at the Martial King's fist. The Martial King frowned with dissatisfaction and flicked Yeon-woo's forehead. Tack! Cook! Yeon-woo wrapped his hands around his head at the pain that felt like his skull was cracking. He hadn't made any sound when his body was being destroyed from the buffs, but this flick of the finger was too painful. The Martial King's head tilted. Cook? Cook K? You ate everything that your teacher set up, but cook is all you say? You'll only get yourself together after having one foot in the sticks and seeing the Summer Queen's face on the opposite side, hey! Yeon-woo couldn't bring himself to say that the Summer Queen's soul was in his collection. He felt like he would be beaten to death if he joked like that. But he must have had some kind of mental illness. Yeon-woo heard himself talking back. I was only trying to help. Tack. Ok. Why are you talking back? The Martial King glared at his disciple, who was on the ground with his arms around his head, and sighed. Then, he asked with a serious face. Was that old lady one of them? Yeon-woo still hadn't told the Martial King his identity and his goal. However, the Martial King knew that his youngest disciple had a deep-seated grudge, and he was climbing the tower for that very purpose. He was asking if this was one of the ways of paying back that grudge. Yeon-woo silently nodded, and the Martial King shook his head with exasperation. The scale of his payback was tremendous. His vengeance destroyed an outer space and involved the Bureau, the unions, and the large clans. Even the Bloodland participated in the end. It couldn't get more chaotic than this. He, the Martial King, had caused a lot of incidents when he was younger, but it couldn't match his youngest disciple. Yeon-woo looked like a serious scholar on the outside, but his actions were nasty. Well, that's why I like him. The Martial King chuckled to himself, thinking that he wasn't normal either for thinking that this was fun. Anyways, you did this, so clean up after yourself neatly and come back. The Martial King patted Yeon-woo on the back and moved to where the elders and the tribe members were. Our tribe leader can't be true to his feelings. Just say that he did well. Is that so hard to say? Or is it because you're shy? Shut up, you fools. Aside from that, where's that bastard? Of course he ran away. Let's go catch him first. The Martial King exchanged some words with his tribe members and turned his head to where Atran and the others were. The Ice King cheerfully greeted him. Long time no see. When did you come back out, sir? I didn't hear anything. It hasn't been that long. You're the same as you were back then. Your disciple, right? He's exactly like you. Is that a compliment or an insult? Take it however you'd like. The Martial King grinned and looked the Ice King up and down. It seems like you've still got it. How about it? Shall we play a game later? He he he. Don't joke like that. If it was 10 years ago, I would, but my joints ache these days. I won't recover if I'm hurt. You still look good enough to lift a spoon. Anyways, I'll see you next time. As the Martial King and the Ice King said their farewells, he met Nocturne's eyes. But the Martial King didn't say anything and just passed by Nocturne, like he didn't know him. No, he pretended like there wasn't anyone there. Even if they cut off ties, they had still been teacher and disciple at one point. However, Nocturne looked unaffected. The Martial King and the One-Horned tribe disappeared as quickly as they came. It was to find their lost target. Yeon-woo fixed his mask and got up. The war was over. It had only lasted a few days, but he felt like he had been through lots of things during that time. And on one side, he thought that even though he caught Vieradoon and the Summer Queen, even though such a drastic change had happened, there were still a lot of enemies, and the tower wasn't affected in the slightest considering its size. Or a bony. Just then, Eudora carefully approached him. "What's wrong? You have a bump on your head. Are you all right?" Yeon-woo smiled sourly after touching his forehead. The bump was huge. He still felt numb. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jiang-wei was on the move after realizing that the One-Horned tribe had begun their chase again, and he was escaping into the outer sections of the tower. But even though he was clearly being chased, the smile didn't escape his lips. However, it wasn't a laughter of joy. It was one filled with sadness, hate, and disillusionment. "So he's here? 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 I was wondering." Jiang-wei couldn't forget it. The appearance of the hoarder he saw as he was aiming for the martial king. He had only heard the rumors, but he had never seen him. Even so, he felt two things when he looked at him. Familiarity. And also, he's dangerous. Why did he think that? Although the hoarder had a martial ability that didn't fit the lower floors, as it stood equal to rankers, his skill wasn't threatening to Jiang-wei, a high ranker. But still, the warning of his instincts didn't leave his mind. It should have been a face he didn't know because of the mask. Why did he feel familiar? No, to be exact, the atmosphere was familiar. From far away, Jiang-wei chased after Yeon-woo. He wanted to know the reason for the warning. And in that process, when he saw the eyes beyond the mask, Jiang-wei realized who it was right away. Those eyes. Even though they were covered with something, they were eyes he couldn't forget. The eyes that seemed indifferent, and at the same time, fiery like they were going to burn the world. "Sister. Chief is inside the tower. He's inside the tower." Chapter 246 A Turbulent World, 3. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko. Jiang-wei first met him in Africa. At the time, the UN had secretly gathered an elite squad of people from different countries to go against an enemy force, and skilled people from each country joined it. He participated as the commander. The squad members had laughed when they first saw him. They were all from the special forces in their respective squads. They were already uncomfortable that he was Asian, but the fact that he was a youngster who wasn't even 30 years old annoyed them. Jiang-wei wondered how the commander would act in that situation. Would he squeak by, or would he break apart like those commanders who tried to rule with an iron fist? Or would he do what he was supposed to and make everyone shut up? Jiang-wei was a citizen of France, but because he was Asian, he had received a lot of bias and prejudice. Now, his comrades greeted him as he walked by, but a lot of time had passed for that to happen. However, the commander acted like he didn't care about the fingers that were pointed at him. He did just enough. All he did was give orders to train at the assigned times. If there was something special about him, it was only that he participated in the training as well despite being the commander. But that wasn't too out of the ordinary. The squad members didn't open up to the commander because he seemed lacking. Rather, they even provoked him directly, but he didn't seem to care. As time passed, Jiang-wei's interest in the commander faded away. Then, his sister, who had cut ties with him and moved to the US after saying that she would live happily with Yang Qi, suddenly visited the squad. Hand in hand with a 5-year-old little girl. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang-wei pulled himself together from reminiscing about the past. This wasn't the time to be thinking about the old days. Since he didn't know when the One-Horned tribe would come, he had to run away as far as possible and hatch new plans. His goal wasn't the martial king anymore. Just one person. It was the person he didn't think he would meet anymore. Commander, Commander, Commander. Jiang-wei remembered when he first became the Bao God in the Chang'e Wado according to the contract with the Red Dragon. Back then, he only did the bare minimum and showed only what was required of his skills. He only needed to wait for the Red Dragon to swallow the Chang'e Wado. It was a boring and bland life. There was only one thing that stimulated him during this time. The war against Arthia. He didn't know why, but the 8 clans that had all been growling at each other suddenly united to pressure the fall of Arthea. Jiang-wei didn't care about what the Chong-a-Wado did, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But when he participated in the war as one of the martial gods, he was shocked. That face didn't belong in the tower. It was the same face as his commander. After observing the man's personality and actions, he saw that it was definitely someone else, but his interest was still piqued. The source of this content Nov. L. by N. Yeon-woo Cha Jeong-woo. He was from Earth, and his name was similar to his commander's. Family? Brothers? His commander didn't talk about his private life, so Jiang-wei had no idea about his family relations. But then, Jiang-wei had felt that it was a small world. From then, Jiang-wei was able to participate in the hunt with a happy mind. The battlefield that he had only been watching became his hunting ground. And now, his commander himself was here. To avenge his brother, yet. That's understandable. Of course, since he hadn't taken his mask off yet, nothing was confirmed. However, Jiang-wei thought that there was no way he could be mistaken. Those unique eyes, stance, dignity, and habits. Those were all things that couldn't be thrown away. Cain. The name of the hoarder. Why didn't he think of that when he first heard of it? It was the code name that symbolized his commander. It was a name that was fear-inducing both in his allies and enemies. If he found out about the death of his brother, of course he would move. I want to go right over there this instant, but... regretfully, he couldn't. Jiang-wei clicked his tongue in regret. Right now, he had to focus on running away from the one-horned tribe. He couldn't fight them anyway. It was dangerous to touch beasts that were excited from the sight of blood. First, I'll hide completely. Until the chase of the one-horned tribe was completely stopped, he was planning on getting by like a dead person. 1 year? 2 years? That was probably enough. He already had experience with hiding. He had hid himself from his inhumane commander and ran into the tower to get away. It was fine to start his official hunt then. When everyone was off guard, being relieved that everything was over, he had to move then. Commander. What we couldn't finish on Earth. Let's end it here. What kind of face would his sister make if she knew he was here? Jiang-wei finished organizing his thoughts and melted into the darkness. Swish. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You have earned the endless world of night as your last reward. Yeon-woo grinned looking at the final message. They're giving me a lot. The bureau must have been quite angry because of the red dragon. Actually, the quest wasn't completely over yet. The time given was 3 days, and though the Summer Queen was dead, the clan itself was fine. Although I don't know how long those fine bits can hold up during the time that's left. There were still a lot of parts of the red dragon to rip apart, and it meant he could gain more even karma. But the bureau was giving him all these rewards like they had been waiting for it. Each reward was amazing. There were so many that it was hard for him to even remember all of them. Well, since the bureau is just giving away the wealth of the red dragon, they're not losing anything. Anyhow, there were 2 things that caught his eyes from the rewards. Intrinian and the outer space. The subspace storage room that held the red dragon's wealth, Intrinian. Yeon-woo received 3 more of what he had stolen from Bahul and used efficiently. Each of their contents were different. A treasure storage room with all kinds of gold and silver. A weapons storage room with precious artifacts. An archive filled with grimoires and magic books that the Summer Queen herself had collected. This was what the bureau had given him. Haha. It's really amazing here. Do you know what I just found? Of course, he opened the magic archive to Brahm and Boo. Brahm had sparkling puppy eyes, unlike his usual self. Did you find something nice? Of course. There's a grimoire about bloodlines. This is almost related to supernatural powers, so it must have been hard to organize this much. A draconic species is a draconic species. It must really be amazing if Brahm is surprised. It is amazing. More than amazing. Also, do you know why this bloodline magic is important now? It's because the genetic blessings that are in the blood are what make the bloodline powerful. That means... Yeon-woo felt like he could see Brahm grinning from where he was standing. You can learn it easily. Aren't you feeling the limits of the engraving these days? The engraving spells. He was talking about the rune magic Yeon-woo ordered Bu to engrave, the magic equip. Yeon-woo nodded his head. Like what Brahm said, he felt a limit to rune magic when he used his powers. Make some time later. It's hard the first time, but it'll become easier after that. If you can use the dragon and demon's blessings, it's obvious there'll be clear results. Brahm smiled mischievously. And also, one more thing. You have to learn bloodline magic to easily move on to dragon language magic. Property-wise, bloodline is a lower tier of language magic. Yeon-woo widened his eyes. Dragon language. The magic that was barely opened after the 6th step awakening and used during the 7th step. The path to it was being opened? Other than that, there seemed to be books about the Tree of Sephiroth and the Akashic records. Not only magic books, but there are different kinds of knowledge. They seem to be found from searching for the truth. The head elder will be happy. And it'll be nice to teach Sha this. Gosh! It was like he had an illness that related Sha to everything. This place might be the knowledge cache that the draconic species tried to protect until the end. Yeon-woo thought of somewhere at Brahm's words. Hokama. The place that was known to contain all the knowledge of the draconic species. Did the Summer Queen bring a part of Hokama with her? If so, it would be of great help to Yeon-woo. Anyways, I'll tell you more after looking around. There's probably more special things. And with that, the connection with Brahm was cut off. Yeon-woo laughed in disbelief. This was what he got for being second place, so how much did his teacher, the first place, receive? Yeon-woo was curious. But whatever the Martial King got, the result was obvious. He'll probably have it taken away by the head elder. He would probably tell the Martial King to give it away because they lacked the funds to run the village. Thinking of the wronged Martial King's face, he felt satisfied. It definitely wasn't because of the bump that was still throbbing on his head. Along with this, the outer space, the endless world of Night's owner was now Yeon-woo. It seemed like the Walpurgis Nacht didn't satisfy the conditions to keep it with their fall. An outer space. What should I do with this? This place was a complete mess from the war between the Red Dragon and the One-Horned Tribe. He needed to build it up again from scratch to use it. And there was only one way to use an outer space. A clan house. Yeon-woo was deep in thought. A clan. He didn't think he needed one, but with this war, Yeon-woo thought about the concept of organizations again. The Red Dragon and the One-Horned Tribe were both organizations. On the other hand, he was alone. He had survived up until this point alone, but now he needed a fence that could protect and help him. Wouldn't an outer space be a good foundation for that? Just when he was thinking about that. Why do you look like you have the world? Are you sleeping? Sleeping? What about the credit? Aren't you paying it back? You're sleeping after spending all that money. Atran glowered at Yeon-woo from opposite of him. Yeon-woo woke up from his train of thought. They were currently moving to the outer sections of the tower after leaving the outer space. Right before they collapsed after the use of the dragon killers and their magic power was drained, Atran called for a carriage to transport them. He felt like he had aged 10 years in a single day, so he wanted to be comfortable at least during the journey. That was also why he was urging Yeon-woo to pay back the credit as soon as the quest was over. It was because the cost of the credit was so immense, that the interest rate was astronomical. The cost was inflating by the minute. But unlike the rushed Atran, Yeon-woo was grinning. Just a few hours ago, Atran was calling him Sir Customer, but now, he was speaking informally to him to his face. Yeon-woo thought his face changed according to money. That's why he's whipped around like a pushover. If Atron knew what Yeon-woo was thinking, he would have fainted. Normally, he had a perfect poker face like any outstanding merchant should, but it was hard for him to control his expression after being used by Yeon-woo several times now. Why are you smelly? Atron was about to stand up furiously, but Yeon-woo suddenly opened the outer space and held something out. Is this enough? 5 Yaltabao safes. Atron quickly bowed deeply, head touching the ground. With this, he could pay back the price and interest and have enough change for himself. Yeon-woo grinned again. He was such a transparent guy. I love you, Mr. Customer. I didn't say I would give it to you yet. Are you kid? I'm not done speaking yet. Yeon-woo put 5 more Yaltabao safes in front of Atron. There were 10 safes in total. Atron's eyes widened and calmly settled down again. He realized that Yeon-woo wanted an additional exchange. Take care of the credit with this, and you can have the remaining amount. This is enough for you to make a comeback, right? It was more than enough. But Atron wasn't able to answer right away. He felt like Yeon-woo was a slithering snake that was wrapping around his neck. You don't seem to be doing this out of goodwill. What do you want in return? I want you to connect me with by the tablet. Atron blinked. He had been surprised enough already, but now, he wanted to scream. By the tablet. It was a union within their union. It was somewhere that only the greatest merchants out of the mysterious merchants could join. And of course, each of their customers were the top of the top. Only a few within the tower knew of them. There, all kinds of items were exchanged. It was like a secret club in society. It wasn't something that a player on the lower floors could mention, but Yeon-woo was ever so calm. How do you know them? Is that important? Of course not. My bad. I apologize. Merchants should just be faithful to the exchange. Yeon-woo nodded. What I want is just a connection with them. I'll take care of things after that. Atron was silent. That's not something I can decide. When can I expect a reply? 5 days. No, 4 days. No, 2 days. I'll give you a reply in 2 days. Atron's trembling voice became firm. He saw a new path for himself in Yeon-woo's request. This wasn't just something that ended with him being a member of the union, but to become a great merchant. Yeon-woo had tossed the bait, and Atron bit it knowingly. Even though they didn't say it, it was a deal that was good for both of them. Yeon-woo's party split up from Atron's near the One-Horned Tribe's village. I'll see you next time if we get the chance. It was fun, thanks to you. The Ice King and Yeon-woo lightly shook hands. Nocturne looked at Yeon-woo and the village with cryptic eyes and quietly turned away. Only some of the tribe members were back at the One-Horned Tribe. They were the ones who were hurt in battle and the people that came to help them. They said the rest of them went to chase after the Bow God. The Bow God? Just what is his identity? Yeon-woo momentarily became curious who the Bow God was, to be playing with the One-Horned Tribe like this. He knew how he looked through the diary, but according to the tribe members, his face changed frequently. There was nothing that was known about his identity or goal. Becoming the Bow God in the Chong-a-Wado, stabbing the Sword God in the back, and becoming enemies with the One-Horned Tribe. There didn't seem to be any pattern in his movements, and they were all considered things he did impulsively. Even so, he was skilled enough to handle the Martial King, so it meant that he was on the level of the 9 kings at the very least. It was impossible that such a person of impulse had lived quietly in the tower for all this time, even considering there were a lot of people in the tower. However, Yeon-woo took his attention off of the Bow God. Even if he tried to run away, he wouldn't be able to get far with the heated Martial King on his trail. Yeon-woo returned to his room. His room. It was the first place of his after entering the tower. Yeon-woo glanced around and leaned against the rocking chair. The tension from the battle released. It was a short but sweet rest. Just then. Master. Every. Thing. Island. Ready. Boo popped up from his shadow and bowed. His inner sight had become different after swallowing the last Philosopher's Stone. All kinds of emotions came off of him. Curiosity, expectation, joy, ecstasy. He was curious about what would happen now. A rest like this is nice. But other kinds of rests are also nice. Yeon-woo stood up from the rocking chair with the same eyes as Boo. The Summer Queen and Viera Dune. It was time to squeeze their souls out. Chapter 247 A Turbulent World, 4. Yeon-woo stepped inside the portal. As he did, darkness filled his vision. Swoosh! When he activated his holy fire, the darkness shifted back, revealing a large space. There was a long wall, and the ceiling was very high. And in there... clack, clack. Tack tack tack. Undeads were moving around busily. Skeletons hung from the ceiling and the walls, casting magic circles, and ghouls and zombies ran around busily on the ground with something in their hands. They were the materials to be used for the magic circles. The flying banshees and specters were touching the areas that couldn't be reached. They also immediately appeared where things were going wrong and fixed it. Coong! 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 In the midst of all that, a stone golem walked by Yeon-woo with materials of iron on its back. It's basically a dungeon. Yeon-woo smiled wryly. The undead, ghost monsters, and even the golem that could be used as a guardian. If the atmosphere was a bit more depressing, it would be a perfect dungeon that appeared in RPG games. Actually, this was an Intrinian. It was the weapons storage room out of the 3 that he received from the bureau. He ordered the contents to be moved into the treasure storage room so Boo could use it as a lab. On top of the supplies, books, and experiment materials he got from the Walpurgis Nacht, he even had the Summer Queen's magic archive. He couldn't neglect them as he had any more. There was a need to keep them organized. Also, Boo seemed to want a lab of his own now. He had grown rapidly after absorbing the Philosopher's Stones and the souls of the witches, and as his level increased, his faint consciousness slowly came back to him. Aside from that, magicians were beings who searched for the truth until they died. Liches were those who still had those desires after death. Of course they would want to further their knowledge of the field, and for that, they needed a space of their own. But in terms of loyalty, Boo was second to none. Also, because he didn't really talk that much, he had never spoken about these things. If Yeon-woo told him to die, he really would. Because Yeon-woo was thankful for that, he gave Boo an Intrinian, hoping it would be a sufficient reward. It's a good thing I gave it to him. Boo had summoned about 100 undead to get to work. Magic circles were cast on the ceiling and walls, and he had set up different equipment in different sections. Yeon-woo only recognized them as things that came from researching the Philosopher's Stone or as skills from the witches. He didn't know more than that. Because the Summer Queen had created Intrinian herself, even with all the undead bustling around, it was large enough to still be untouched in some places. But at this rate, it would probably become a full-blown dungeon soon. Something suddenly occurred to Yeon-woo. If this is going to be a dungeon anyway, wouldn't it be better to make it large? It can be used more efficiently that way as well. Just when he was deep in thought about the use of the dungeon. You're here, Master. The subspace made by a dragon, it's definitely impressive in size. Don't ask me to do this ever again. And that lich, he looks so easygoing on the outside, why is he so picky? Just then, a tired Shannon, Han Ryeong, and Rebecca appeared with deep sighs. The monster portents that plodded after them bowed to Yeon-woo and quickly disappeared into the shadows. To be exact, it seemed like they were running away. Yeon-woo unknowingly grinned. He sent his subordinates to help Boo. It seemed like Boo had used them without giving them any rest. It's not the time to be laughing right now. You're being tricked right now. He's only like that on the outside, you don't know how dark he. Just when Shannon was angrily complaining. Yuri. Here. Master. Boo's shadow suddenly popped out from next to Shannon. Boo heads clacked as he bowed to Yeon-woo and momentarily glared at Shannon. His inferno sight flared like he was asking Shannon if he was tattling on him. Shannon glared at Boo like he didn't do anything wrong and looked away. He was definitely in a higher position than Boo as a death noble, but since a while ago, it became hard to talk to Boo. It was a threat that he felt instinctively. Boo started to emanate an aura that the others didn't as he grew. It was like he couldn't be touched. Even so, in front of Yeon-woo, that aura disappeared, and he only showed fierce loyalty. It was unbelievable for the others to watch. And looking at Boo, they all had the same thought. Just what was Boo when he was alive? Although a part of his memories had probably returned to him, Boo never mentioned anything about when he was alive. I didn't think their hierarchy would be like this. Yeon-woo also expected that there would be some kind of order among his subordinates as he gained more followers. He thought Shannon, who was a death noble, or Han Ryeong, who reached great peaks during his life, would have the authority. But looking at it now, he was surprised to see Boo somewhat in charge. This kind of situation wasn't bad for Yeon-woo either. Although Boo was quiet, his thoughts were deep. With his various magic, he could be a great help whenever it was needed, and he also led the monster army during war smoothly. He was a faithful and competent second-in-command. More than anything, his loyalty was the most outstanding. It was a lunatic kind of blind loyalty. This was a condition that any subordinate should have. He would be easier to control than the unpredictable Shannon or the unreadable Han Ryeong. Also, he's my first subordinate. Still smiling, Yeon-woo tossed 2 of the rings on his finger to Boo. Take it. Master. This is. Boo carefully accepted the rings and looked at Yeon-woo's face. On his hand, there was already a ring like what he just gave Boo. It was the ring to open Intrinian. This, and the other 2 that I just gave you, you can combine them into one, right? If I adjust it, it's definitely possible. As we climb the floors, we'll be able to grow, and we'll gain more things. So before that, complete the dungeon in order for us to use it whenever we can. Boo immediately understood what Yeon-woo was saying. The greater the dungeon, the more they could own. They could increase the number of workers they had, skeletons, zombies, and ghouls, and continue to strengthen them. Skeletons to skeleton warriors or mages, zombies to giant zombies, specters, and banshees to phantoms, and so on. The undead that Yeon-woo used after declaring his domain were just the corpses that he found lying on the battlefield. But if they were kept here and strengthened, then summoned on a large scale instantly, it would be destructive. And I can also summon a few as needed. When attacking enemy bases, they could open the dungeon mid-air and surprise their enemies. They could use this for many battle tactics. Also, that wasn't the only benefit a large dungeon had. If it was big enough, they could conduct large-scale experiments that they couldn't before. The bodily experiments the Walpurgisnacht had progressed with was only possible because they had the space and the money. Yeon-woo had focused on this point. Since they were making a dungeon anyway, it should be made larger. Boo would also grow faster. There wasn't any problem with the funds either. Just by taking what the Summer Queen had, they would have a few years' worth of wealth of a large clan. But, Master, Yeon-woo flashed the Intrinian ring that he used often. I can put the items I need in here. You don't have to worry. However, move everything that used to be in there in here. Thank you. Boo bowed. His shoulders were trembling. The master who had given him life and power was showing him generosity again. How should he repay this? Master, what about me? Don't I get anything? Shannon, who had been silently watching the two, suddenly burst in between them. Yeon-woo glanced at Shannon, and lightly sighed as he moved deeper inside of the dungeon. Hey, master! What's the meaning behind that sigh? What does it mean? Shannon jumped up and down as he chased after Yeon-woo. ******. This island. It. Woo led them to a deep place inside the dungeon. However, this place was isolated from the other sections and felt closed off. The smell of death filled the air, and there were familiar magic circles engraved on the walls and the ceiling. They were transmutation circles and sealing circles. This is enough. Yeon-woo confirmed that the magic circles all worked and summoned the soul of the Summer Queen from his collection. Walk. Black energy was instantly poured into the soul, and it changed into a spirit. There were limits to communicating with a soul, so Yeon-woo had given it some power like Bahul and Leant. Since she was the Summer Queen, she was still dangerous as a spirit. She had almost escaped the bind of the black bracelet as a mere soul. It was even more dangerous now. And as he had expected. Heaven Wingug. As soon as the Summer Queen snapped to attention, she ran at Yeon-woo. She didn't have a clear existence, so she was in her human polymorph form. Her transparent long hair stretched out, and her two eyes turned sharp. The despair of the Black King activated to put her under painful pressure, but she didn't care about that. She just wanted to kill Yeon-woo for putting her in this state. However, crack, crack. Boo cast a spell as if he had been waiting, and the sealing circles activated to pour out divine iron. It was a sealing circle that had bound a lower-level demon. The Summer Queen couldn't escape it in her current condition. Let go. Let go of me. Heaven Wing. I'll kill you. The Summer Queen resisted, tied up in the divine iron like it was a cocoon. But the more she struggled, the tighter the divine iron became. Aok. Had she ever experienced humiliation like this? She had lived the last thousands of years as a great draconic species, and she had ruled the tower with pride. However, not only did she die after being mocked by a lowly being, but she also became a ghost after dying, and the fact that she was tied up here made her go crazy. It was humiliating and unpleasant. She would kill herself if she could, but she was too tightly bound by the despair of the Black King. She wasn't the owner of herself anymore. Yeon-woo was. This might be why it's called despair. Not being dead even after you died. Looking at the Summer Queen jumping around like she was going mad, Yeon-woo burst out laughing. He couldn't feel more satisfied than this. She acted like she would rule the tower forever, then she came tumbling down to this pathetic state. The end of the last draconic species was a sight to see. I said to let me go. The Summer Queen screamed, eyes red. If she couldn't kill herself, she wanted to go mad, at the very least. But the outstanding rationality of the draconic species didn't allow her. Even if she had symptoms of insanity, all Yeon-woo had to do was input black energy inside of her to clear her mind. Clack! Yeon-woo took off his mask and slowly approached the Summer Queen. The Summer Queen resisted even more as he did. Heaven Wing! Heaven Wing! Even after death, he made her suffer, and now he didn't leave her with any chance of escape. Just what was the thing in front of her? The Summer Queen couldn't believe her eyes. Cha Jeong-woo was definitely dead. It was something she confirmed herself. It made sense if the thing in front of her was an undead, like her. But the thing in front of her was definitely a living, breathing human. She was confused at the phenomenon she couldn't understand. And when Yeon-woo lowered himself to meet the Summer Queen's eyes, lifting her chin to smirk at her, the Summer Queen's resistance stopped like it was a lie. Instead, she glowered at Yeon-woo with still eyes. You're not Heaven Wing. She did lose a part of her powers, but she still had some skills left. The person she saw with her draconic eyes was similar to Jeong-woo, but it wasn't him. He was something similar. Cha Yeon-woo. That's my name. The Summer Queen realized who Yeon-woo was at that moment. Did Heaven Wing have a brother? He did. You. I should have ripped you to shreds when I first saw you. Sorry. That's not me, but you. Is Mineo's. Yeon-woo opened eyes that were similar to the Summer Queen's and growled. I'm going to rip you apart and swallow you. Demonism began to flow from his eyes through the intense fury. But I won't eat you easily. When you're trapped in despair, when you realize that there's no one to save you, and you realize there's no hope in waiting, I'll eat you then. Yeon-woo had already thought of how to take care of the Summer Queen. He could use her as his subordinate, but he didn't want to let his enemy live. Rather, it was better to swallow her soul with Bathory's vampiric sword and grow the dragon's blessing. Try doing whatever you can. Do you think I'll even lift an eyebrow? She was almost insane, but the Summer Queen was still the Summer Queen. She would never destroy herself or surrender. She snickered at Yeon-woo as if telling him to give it his all. But Yeon-woo tossed the same laugh back at her. We'll see. What? I'm curious if you'll be alright seeing the body you cherished so much being ripped apart in front of you. What kind of? Just then, Boo lightly waved his hand in the air. The darkness around them disappeared and a large glass cage appeared. The Summer Queen's body was in a purple liquid inside of it. There were still injuries all over it from the fight with the Martial King, but her ripped arms and wings were reattached, and the major wounds were now almost healed. Its eyes were closed, so if someone saw, they would probably think she was just sleeping. See, could it be? The Summer Queen belatedly realized what Yeon-woo was thinking. There were countless pumps and hoses connected to the glass cage. From one side, red blood was flowing out, and from the other, black poison was being inputted. There's nothing to throw away in the corpse of a dragon. The eyes can be used as magic power sources, the scales and leather as armor, and the bones as unbreakable weapons. Also, its conductivity of magic power is second to none. Stop. From now on, I'm going to dismember your body in front of you. It'll probably take some time since it's firm. I'll have to slowly take it apart in the liquid. I said to stop. And I'm also planning on showing you what the pieces will make. Oh, don't worry. I won't take everything apart. Just kill me. Kill me. Yeon-woo lifted a corner of his mouth seeing the Summer Queen scream. Shouldn't I leave the bones to make a bone dragon? Kill me. Please see. The Summer Queen wanted to escape from this humiliation using any means possible. Even if your opponent was your great enemy, there was an unspoken rule of not touching dead people. It was the last sign of respect towards someone who was dead. But Yeon-woo didn't seem to have any of those thoughts. Not only would he rip her body apart, but he would make her corpse into a bone dragon. It meant he would use her body even when she was dead. If she could kill herself, she would willingly die over and over again. However, her soul was already bound, and she didn't have any freedom. This couldn't happen. A great dragon. A descendant of the superior draconic species. She couldn't bear this humiliation. You're also a descendant of dragons. How can you do that as a dragon human? The Summer Queen stopped screaming and suddenly became speechless. Unless you escape that way of thinking, you'll never know. Ever. You'll probably die suffering by yourself. Why did she suddenly remember what Cha Jeong-woo said? Way of thinking. Way of thinking. Cha Jeong-woo had told her to escape the shadow of the dragons. To live her own life. If she didn't, it would lead to her own destruction. Was that what he meant? The thing that made her suffer wasn't that way of thinking. It was the ghost of Cha Jeong-woo. Tien, way of thinking and ghost mean the same word in Korean. Poor pitiful as Mineo's. The last dragon. Let go of me. The more the Summer Queen struggled, the more Yeon-woo smiled coldly. Pause. The Summer Queen stopped her movement and glared at Yeon-woo with boiling eyes. What do you want? Looking at her, Yeon-woo spoke icily. The reason why Jeong-woo had to die. Chapter 247 A Turbulent World, 4. Yeon-woo stepped inside the portal. As he did, darkness filled his vision. Swoosh! When he activated his holy fire, the darkness shifted back, revealing a large space. There was a long wall, and the ceiling was very high. And in there, clack, clack, tack tack tack, undeads were moving around busily. Skeletons hung from the ceiling and the walls, casting magic circles, and ghouls and zombies ran around busily on the ground with something in their hands. They were the materials to be used for the magic circles. The flying banshees and specters were touching the areas that couldn't be reached. They also immediately appeared where things were going wrong and fixed it. Kung! 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 In the midst of all that, a stone golem walked by Yeon-woo with materials of iron on its back. It's basically a dungeon. Yeon-woo smiled wryly. The undead, ghost monsters, and even the golem that could be used as a guardian. If the atmosphere was a bit more depressing, it would be a perfect dungeon that appeared in RPG games. Actually, this was an Intrinian. It was the weapons storage room out of the 3 that he received from the bureau. He ordered the contents to be moved into the treasure storage room so Boo could use it as a lab. On top of the supplies, books, and experiment materials he got from the Walpurgis Nacht, he even had the Summer Queen's magic archive. He couldn't neglect them as he had any more. There was a need to keep them organized. Also, Boo seemed to want a lab of his own now. He had grown rapidly after absorbing the Philosopher's Stones and the souls of the witches, and as his level increased, his faint consciousness slowly came back to him. Aside from that, magicians were beings who searched for the truth until they died. Liches were those who still had those desires after death. Of course they would want to further their knowledge of the field, and for that, they needed a space of their own. But in terms of loyalty, Boo was second to none. Also, because he didn't really talk that much, he had never spoken about these things. If Yeon-woo told him to die, he really would. Because Yeon-woo was thankful for that, he gave Boo an Intrinian, hoping it would be a sufficient reward. It's a good thing I gave it to him. Boo had summoned about 100 undead to get to work. Magic circles were cast on the ceiling and walls, and he had set up different equipment in different sections. Yeon-woo only recognized them as things that came from researching the Philosopher's Stone or as skills from the witches. He didn't know more than that. Because the Summer Queen had created Intrinian herself, even with all the undead bustling around, it was large enough to still be untouched in some places. But at this rate, it would probably become a full-blown dungeon soon. Something suddenly occurred to Yeon-woo. If this is going to be a dungeon anyway, wouldn't it be better to make it large? It can be used more efficiently that way as well. Just when he was deep in thought about the use of the dungeon. You're here, Master. The subspace made by a dragon, it's definitely impressive in size. Don't ask me to do this ever again. And that lich, he looks so easygoing on the outside, why is he so picky? Just then, a tired Shannon, Han Ryeong, and Rebecca appeared with deep sighs. The monster portents that plodded after them bowed to Yeon-woo and quickly disappeared into the shadows. To be exact, it seemed like they were running away. Yeon-woo unknowingly grinned. He sent his subordinates to help Boo. It seemed like Boo had used them without giving them any rest. It's not the time to be laughing right now. You're being tricked right now. He's only like that on the outside, you don't know how dark he. Just when Shannon was angrily complaining. Yuri. Here. Master. Boo's shadow suddenly popped out from next to Shannon. Boo heads clacked as he bowed to Yeon-woo and momentarily glared at Shannon. His inferno sight flared like he was asking Shannon if he was tattling on him. Shannon glared at Boo like he didn't do anything wrong and looked away. He was definitely in a higher position than Boo as a death noble, but since a while ago, it became hard to talk to Boo. It was a threat that he felt instinctively. Boo started to emanate an aura that the others didn't as he grew. It was like he couldn't be touched. Even so, in front of Yeon-woo, that aura disappeared, and he only showed fierce loyalty. It was unbelievable for the others to watch. And looking at Bu, they all had the same thought. Just what was Bu when he was alive? Although a part of his memories had probably returned to him, Bu never mentioned anything about when he was alive. I didn't think their hierarchy would be like this. Yeon-woo also expected that there would be some kind of order among his subordinates as he gained more followers. He thought Shannon, who was a death noble, or Han Ryeong, who reached great peaks during his life, would have the authority. But looking at it now, he was surprised to see Bu somewhat in charge. This kind of situation wasn't bad for Yeon-woo either. Although Bu was quiet, his thoughts were deep. With his various magic, he could be a great help whenever it was needed, and he also led the monster army during war smoothly. He was a faithful and competent second-in-command. More than anything, his loyalty was the most outstanding. It was a lunatic kind of blind loyalty. This was a condition that any subordinate should have. He would be easier to control than the unpredictable Shannon or the unreadable Han Ryeong. Also, he's my first subordinate. Still smiling, Yeon-woo tossed 2 of the rings on his finger to Bu. Take it. Master. This is. Bu carefully accepted the rings and looked at Yeon-woo's face. On his hand, there was already a ring like what he just gave Bu. It was the ring to open Intrinian. This, and the other 2 that I just gave you, you can combine them into one, right? If I adjust it, it's definitely possible. As we climb the floors, we'll be able to grow, and we'll gain more things. So before that, complete the dungeon in order for us to use it whenever we can. Bu immediately understood what Yeon-woo was saying. The greater the dungeon, the more they could own. They could increase the number of workers they had, skeletons, zombies, and ghouls, and continue to strengthen them. Skeletons to skeleton warriors or mages, zombies to giant zombies, specters, and banshees to phantoms, and so on. The undead that Yeon-woo used after declaring his domain were just the corpses that he found lying on the battlefield. But if they were kept here and strengthened, then summoned on a large scale instantly, it would be destructive. And I can also summon a few as needed. When attacking enemy bases, they could open the dungeon mid-air and surprise their enemies. They could use this for many battle tactics. Also, that wasn't the only benefit a large dungeon had. If it was big enough, they could conduct large-scale experiments that they couldn't before. The bodily experiments the Walpurgisnacht had progressed with was only possible because they had the space and the money. Yeon-woo had focused on this point. Since they were making a dungeon anyway, it should be made larger. Bu would also grow faster. There wasn't any problem with the funds either. Just by taking what the Summer Queen had, they would have a few years' worth of wealth of a large clan. But, Master, Yeon-woo flashed the Intrinian ring that he used often. I can put the items I need in here. You don't have to worry. However, move everything that used to be in there in here. Thank you. Bu bowed. His shoulders were trembling. The master who had given him life and power was showing him generosity again. How should he repay this? Master, what about me? Don't I get anything? Shannon, who had been silently watching the two, suddenly burst in between them. Yeon-woo glanced at Shannon, and lightly sighed as he moved deeper inside of the dungeon. Hey, Master! What's the meaning behind that sigh? What does it mean? Shannon jumped up and down as he chased after Yeon-woo. ******. This island. It. Bu led them to a deep place inside the dungeon. However, this place was isolated from the other sections and felt closed off. The smell of death filled the air, and there were familiar magic circles engraved on the walls and the ceiling. They were transmutation circles and sealing circles. This is enough. Yeon-woo confirmed that the magic circles all worked and summoned the soul of the Summer Queen from his collection. Walk. Black energy was instantly poured into the soul, and it changed into a spirit. There were limits to communicating with a soul, so Yeon-woo had given it some power like Bahul and Leant. Since she was the Summer Queen, she was still dangerous as a spirit. She had almost escaped the bind of the black bracelet as a mere soul. It was even more dangerous now. And as he had expected. Heaven Wingug. As soon as the Summer Queen snapped to attention, she ran at Yeon-woo. She didn't have a clear existence, so she was in her human polymorph form. Her transparent long hair stretched out, and her two eyes turned sharp. The despair of the Black King activated to put her under painful pressure, but she didn't care about that. She just wanted to kill Yeon-woo for putting her in this state. However, crack, crack. Boo cast a spell as if he had been waiting, and the sealing circles activated to pour out divine iron. It was a sealing circle that had bound a lower-level demon. The Summer Queen couldn't escape it in her current condition. Let go. Let go of me. Heaven Wing. I'll kill you. The Summer Queen resisted, tied up in the divine iron like it was a cocoon. But the more she struggled, the tighter the divine iron became. Aok. Had she ever experienced humiliation like this? She had lived the last thousands of years as a great draconic species, and she had ruled the tower with pride. However, not only did she die after being mocked by a lowly being, but she also became a ghost after dying, and the fact that she was tied up here made her go crazy. It was humiliating and unpleasant. She would kill herself if she could, but she was too tightly bound by the despair of the Black King. She wasn't the owner of herself anymore. Yeon-woo was. This might be why it's called despair. Not being dead even after you died. Looking at the Summer Queen jumping around like she was going mad, Yeon-woo burst out laughing. He couldn't feel more satisfied than this. She acted like she would rule the tower forever, then she came tumbling down to this pathetic state. The end of the last draconic species was a sight to see. I said to let me go. The Summer Queen screamed, eyes red. If she couldn't kill herself, she wanted to go mad, at the very least. But the outstanding rationality of the draconic species didn't allow her. Even if she had symptoms of insanity, all Yeon-woo had to do was input black energy inside of her to clear her mind. Clack! Yeon-woo took off his mask and slowly approached the Summer Queen. The Summer Queen resisted even more as he did. Heaven Wing! Heaven Wing! Even after death, he made her suffer, and now he didn't leave her with any chance of escape. Just what was the thing in front of her? The Summer Queen couldn't believe her eyes. Cha Jeong-woo was definitely dead. It was something she confirmed herself. It made sense if the thing in front of her was an undead, like her. But the thing in front of her was definitely a living, breathing human. She was confused at the phenomenon she couldn't understand. And when Yeon-woo lowered himself to meet the Summer Queen's eyes, lifting her chin to smirk at her, the Summer Queen's resistance stopped like it was a lie. Instead, she glowered at Yeon-woo with still eyes. You're not Heaven Wing. She did lose a part of her powers, but she still had some skills left. The person she saw with her draconic eyes was similar to Jeong-woo, but it wasn't him. He was something similar. Cha Yeon-woo. That's my name. The Summer Queen realized who Yeon-woo was at that moment. Did Heaven Wing have a brother? He did. You. I should have ripped you to shreds when I first saw you. Sorry. That's not me, but you. Is Minios. Yeon-woo opened eyes that were similar to the Summer Queen's and growled. I'm going to rip you apart and swallow you. Demonism began to flow from his eyes through the intense fury. But I won't eat you easily. When you're trapped in despair, when you realize that there's no one to save you, and you realize there's no hope in waiting, I'll eat you then. Yeon-woo had already thought of how to take care of the Summer Queen. He could use her as his subordinate, but he didn't want to let his enemy live. Rather, it was better to swallow her soul with Bathory's vampiric sword and grow the dragon's blessing. Try doing whatever you can. Do you think I'll even lift an eyebrow? She was almost insane, but the Summer Queen was still the Summer Queen. She would never destroy herself or surrender. She snickered at Yeon-woo as if telling him to give it his all. But Yeon-woo tossed the same laugh back at her. "We'll see." "What? I'm curious if you'll be alright seeing the body you cherished so much being ripped apart in front of you." "What kind of?" Just then, Boo lightly waved his hand in the air. The darkness around them disappeared and a large glass cage appeared. The Summer Queen's body was in a purple liquid inside of it. There were still injuries all over it from the fight with the Martial King, but her ripped arms and wings were reattached, and the major wounds were now almost healed. Its eyes were closed, so if someone saw, they would probably think she was just sleeping. See, could it be? The Summer Queen belatedly realized what Yeon-woo was thinking. There were countless pumps and hoses connected to the glass cage. From one side, red blood was flowing out, and from the other, black poison was being inputted. There's nothing to throw away in the corpse of a dragon. The eyes can be used as magic power sources, the scales and leather as armor, and the bones as unbreakable weapons. Also, its conductivity of magic power is second to none. Stop. From now on, I'm going to dismember your body in front of you. It'll probably take some time since it's firm. I'll have to slowly take it apart in the liquid. I said to stop. And I'm also planning on showing you what the pieces will make. Oh, don't worry. I won't take everything apart. Just kill me. Kill me. Yeon-woo lifted a corner of his mouth seeing the Summer Queen scream. Shouldn't I leave the bones to make a bone dragon? Kill me. Please see. The Summer Queen wanted to escape from this humiliation using any means possible. Even if your opponent was your great enemy, there was an unspoken rule of not touching dead people. It was the last sign of respect towards someone who was dead. But Yeon-woo didn't seem to have any of those thoughts. Not only would he rip her body apart, but he would make her corpse into a bone dragon. It meant he would use her body even when she was dead. If she could kill herself, she would willingly die over and over again. However, her soul was already bound, and she didn't have any freedom. This couldn't happen. A great dragon. A descendant of the superior draconic species. She couldn't bear this humiliation. You're also a descendant of dragons. How can you do that as a dragon human? The Summer Queen stopped screaming and suddenly became speechless. Unless you escape that way of thinking, you'll never know. Ever. You'll probably die suffering by yourself. Why did she suddenly remember what Cha Jeong-woo said? Way of thinking. Way of thinking. Cha Jeong-woo had told her to escape the shadow of the dragons. To live her own life. If she didn't, it would lead to her own destruction. Was that what he meant? The thing that made her suffer wasn't that way of thinking. It was the ghost of Cha Jeong-woo. Tien, way of thinking and ghost mean the same word in Korean. Poor pitiful Ismenios. The last dragon. Let go of me. The more the Summer Queen struggled, the more Yeon-woo smiled coldly. Pause. The Summer Queen stopped her movement and glared at Yeon-woo with boiling eyes. What do you want? Looking at her, Yeon-woo spoke icily. The reason why Jeong-woo had to die. Chapter 248 A Turbulent World, 5. She was only a soul, but all kinds of emotions flickered in her eyes. Yeon-woo didn't miss it. As I thought. There's something I don't know. His brother had written in detail about what he had been through in the diary. There were so many things that it was a wonder how he had learned about them. However, there were also some sections Yeon-woo didn't understand. The reason why his brother had to be betrayed was one of them. At first, he just thought that it was because the others were wary of his brother after he became as strong as one of the 9 kings. That was how his brother recorded it in the diary as well. He didn't go into depth. But these days, Yeon-woo was beginning to have questions. Jeong-woo had the draconic eyes. He couldn't completely read others' thoughts, but he could still tell what kind of emotions they were feeling. They were wary of him after becoming as strong as one of the 9 kings, but Arthea had a firm foundation from the beginning. It wasn't something that would crumble so easily. Liant and Bahul were just small pond fish who grabbed the hands of the 9 kings that offered it because they were jealous of Jeong-woo's strength, and for his draconic eyes, it can be explained that Viera hid herself through mind control, since her ability to control someone's mind was among the best. But it doesn't make sense that the 9 kings, who would fight at the drop of a hat, suddenly held hands with each other. What happened? The Summer Queen's eyes became deeper. If I tell you, will you kill me? I'll listen to what you have to say first. The Summer Queen spoke with a glare. It's because of the Soul Stone. Soul Stone? What was she talking about? Yeon-woo crinkled his face at the word he didn't know. Heavenwing had Lucille's Soul Stone. Lucille. A being more widely known as the one who brought light, Lucifer. Even though Lucille was a supernatural being, Lucille couldn't belong to gods or demons, light or darkness, and he just roamed around. Then, 1,000 years ago, Lucille's wings were ripped apart by the gods and demons, and Lucille fell. The specific reason and process were unknown. There was only a short sentence about it in a legend that Lucille fell after losing wings. The Soul Stone was a remnant of what a great being changed its form to. If his brother had this. You were greedy. Yeon-woo laughed dumbfoundedly. The Summer Queen pressed her lips together. However, it wasn't like he didn't understand what they were trying to do. If it was the Soul Stone of Lucille, depending on how it was used, a player could become supernatural for the first time in the history of the tower. Even if that didn't happen, they would have a tremendous power in your hands. In the end, it was because of greed. Everything was because of greed. Then why didn't Jeong-woo tell me that? For what reason? Lucille's Soul Stone, just what secret did it hold for his brother to not even mention it? If it was what put him in that pathetic state, there was no reason why he wouldn't say anything about it. Also, what had he been trying to do with it? The gods and demons know this too. It was hard to understand what went on in the minds of those who silently looked down from the 98th floor. They wouldn't want Lucille to be resurrected after going through all that trouble of pulling Lucille's wings out. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his head, but Yeon-woo didn't think about it too deeply. Instead, he asked the Summer Queen a question. Then the Soul Stone? Where did it go? I don't know either. What? The Summer Queen smirked. If I knew, I would have taken it. And I wouldn't be here like this. Right. They went full circle. They were back to where they started again. Yeon-woo's eyes turned cold as well. No. You have to know. What are you saying? Think of every tiny thing you can think of. Then I'll let you rest in peace. The Summer Queen struggled after hearing Yeon-woo's thoughts. Her chains became tighter again. That's different from what you promised. You said you would kill me if I told you. So you better remember. You. Yeon-woo ignored the Summer Queen's scream and nodded his head at Boo. Boo slowly approached the Summer Queen. A dark shadow covered her head. Asterisk. Ack. A piercing scream rang from where Yeon-woo just left. Yeon-woo glanced back and turned his head. The 98th floor will be in a mess. Brahm had an evil look in his eyes. The death of the Summer Queen. The destruction of the last dragon would be a hot topic of discussion among the gods and demons. Gods, demons, dragons, and giants. 2 of the species that had once ruled the tower were now extinct. He was especially curious about what kind of reaction the demons would have since they were natural enemies of the dragons. Yeon-woo thought the reason why he didn't get any messages was that there was a serious atmosphere on the 98th floor. Or it's because of that soul stone or whatever. Yeon-woo turned to Brahm. Are you finished organizing? There was nothing to touch. Everything was neatly sectioned off, so it was clean. Still, there can't be a greater gold mine than this. So I was thinking. Brahm faded off, looking to where Boo was. Please speak. Ahem. Can't you make me a lab or a dungeon too? It's not because I'm jealous. That is, we gained a lot of things this time. So I need a new lab, and it'll be nice for Sha and Ananta after she wakes up. It's definitely not because I'm envious or anything like that, but it'll be nice. Brahm continued to babble like he was a bit embarrassed bringing it up. It was unlike him. It seemed like he was jealous of Boo's dungeon. Yeon-woo burst out laughing unintentionally. He was amazed to see a new side of Brahm, who he thought was always cold. Hey! It's not something to laugh at. This definitely isn't for me, but to help you in the future. The authority of the outer space, endless world of night, has been given to Brahm. A new function is available. Currently, the rate of destruction of the outer space endless world of night is 96.3%. Begin the restoration process as soon as possible. The longer it is neglected, the faster it'll be destroyed. And that's why, Brahm widened his eyes at the message that popped up in front of him. Yeon-woo spoke with a soft smile. Wouldn't cleaning this be of greater help to me than Intrinian? Actually, the condition is so bad that I don't know where to touch first. In fact, the endless world of night was a pain in the ass for Yeon-woo. Because the Red Dragon and the One-Horned tribe turned it into a bare plain, it was hard to use at the moment. But he couldn't just sell it either. There might be traces of the Walpurgis Nacht that they hadn't found yet, and he was hesitant to give up an outer space like this. The outer space would have many uses. Clan house. The phrase repeated inside Yeon-woo's head. That was why Yeon-woo decided to hand over the endless world of night to Brahm. Brahm was skilled enough to create his own imaginary world in the middle of a stage. Not only did he know alchemy, but he also knew about architecture, so he would be a great help in restoring the outer space. If he can set the outer space up as an imaginary world, that'd be nice too. We can just change the original coordinates. Sha and Ananta can stay here. With Boo in charge of growing and strengthening his forces, Brahm could take care of their internal affairs. Brahm coughed lightly after reading Yeon-woo's mind. This was a greater responsibility than he expected. He would be able to create a larger lab than what Boo had. Brahm's magic was on a larger scale than Boo's, so he needed more space. Ahem. As you wish. All right. I'll take care of this outer space and restore it. Galliard isn't busy with anything at the moment, so we can do it together. Thank you. It's nothing. We're all helping each other. Brahm played along with Yeon-woo, who was boosting his mood. But as you already know, the endless world of night is humongous, probably because it's a world of witches. It'll be quite expensive, are you okay with that? Why would I have asked to be connected with by the table? You already have plans. Yes, sir. Brahm's eyes became deeper. The path ahead won't be easy. You're basically exposed to the outside now. With his contribution in the endless world of night, the entire tower would know that he was strong. Whatever he did in the future would gain attention. However, it's all right. Yeon-woo cut Brahm off firmly. If they attack, I can just destroy them. I feel better since you're that confident. The path you're trying to take. I'll be by your side, helping you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Then with this, we're almost done. Shouldn't we pull out the main dish now? Brahm closed the status window of the outer space and looked at Yeon-woo. His eyes were settled down. Yeon-woo nodded and lightly waved his hand. A soul popped up mid-air, and like the Summer Queen, black energy swirled around it, turning it into an evil spirit. Viera-dun appeared with a foggy appearance. But unlike the Summer Queen, Viera-dun wasn't as powerful, so she just stood there blankly. Yeon-woo moved in front of her and took his mask off. Viera-dun's unfocused eyes suddenly came to life. You! Viera-dun shouted something, but a shadow stretched out from the ground to bind her. Pew pew puck. She screamed horrifically and fell to the ground. The energy of a monster portent entered and left Vieradune's body. The pain that she was feeling couldn't be compared to anything you could feel in your physical body. It was like her body was repetitively split apart and put back together again. The feeling of fire burning her body made her want to die. Krrrk. Krk. Yeon-woo looked down coldly at Viera-dune. He didn't want to talk with her at all. Would you like to go first, then? Chapter 249 A Turbulent World, 6. Brahm nodded when Yeon-woo yielded his turn. His eyes weren't those of an old man happy after receiving some work, but of the exile who was once a god. There wasn't anyone who had a greater grudge against Viera-dune than him. Sha and Ananta. His precious family had suffered for a long time because of her. Yeon-woo readily yielded to Brahm because he knew that. Brahm spoke in a dry tone. Viera. Do you want, die? Viera. Answer me, Viera. Let me go. Brahm continued to speak to her, but she couldn't get herself together. He smiled coldly. If you can't wake yourself up, I'll help you. We have a lot to talk about. Brahm waved his hand in the air and pulled something out from subspace. It was a flask with a strange liquid in it. It was tightly sealed with a cork. This is called a Yongsan elixir. I made it because I was curious if a ghoul form monster can be injured. I don't know if it'll work on you. Brahm twisted the cork off. White smoke came out with a fizzing sound. He tilted the flask above Viera-dune's head. Aaak. Viera-dune stiffened her back and shouted. Her soul was melting. The liquid stuck to her body and began to destroy her from the inside. It's more effective than I thought. I didn't know by how much, because I hadn't tried it out yet. I suppose I can decrease the acidity a bit. And this is healing water, so it'll help with recovering. Try this too. Cook. The healing water did indeed recover her body, but as it mixed with the elixir, it became slimy and added more pain. Viera-dune tossed her body around, but the liquid didn't move. What will we do if you're so weak? My daughter probably suffered torture like this as well. If you're this tired after a few experiments, there will be no point to this. You can do it. Let's start again. Brahm's experiments continued. Every time the subspace opened, new tools poured out. Since it was a soul they had gotten after much difficulty, he didn't forget to carefully record everything, either. It was like he was trying to do all the experiments that he was behind on. Please. I'll tell you everything, so please. Viera-dune couldn't help but wake up. No, she had to force herself to. If she didn't, the pain would be endless. Her subconscious woke her up to be less in pain. No. It's not over yet. But Brahm shook his head and crushed Viera-dune's hopes. Great Mother. Kidnapping Sha and Ananta was for Great Mother. Viera-dune began to spit out facts they didn't ask for. It was the only way the pain would lessen. The experiments I did were to complete the vessel. I did all kinds of things to complete the vessel. I'm sorry. So please. That's what you have to do to heal Ananta. She was spewing things out, so most of her babbling didn't make sense, but Yeon-woo, who was standing in the back, was able to get the gist of what she was saying after combining it with the information he got from the other witches' souls. It's as I thought. Was she trying to summon Mother Earth, who's said to have birthed the witches? The being that the witches called their witches wasn't a defined god, but more of a concept. Her name Whore of Babylon was more famous, and other than that, she was known as Tiamat, Emer, Ishtar, Inanna, Kaib, Prithvi, Grandmother Mago. However, she had a name that was more famous than the others. Gaia. Also known as Yama. But her personality is quite different from being motherly. Mother Earth was one of the only great gods that were here since the beginning of time, but every time she showed herself to the world, she always had a different appearance, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Viera was the only person who Mother Earth was interested in. No one knew the reason why. Whether it was because of her ability or something else, one thing for sure was that Viera had become stronger with the favor of Mother Earth and controlled the Walpurgis Nacht because of it. But all contact with Mother Earth was suddenly cut off. The Walpurgis Nacht tried to wake her sleep. Mother Earth wasn't that well known, but she sometimes showed herself on the Earth. She had never cut off contact with Viera either. Her sudden disappearance would definitely have been greatly frustrating for Viera. That was why Viera decided to take a gamble, to call Mother Earth to the ground. She considered it a nice decision because she knew that Mother Earth was interested in the lower world. Still, since she gave them a divine revelation, it's not like she completely disappeared. What happened? There was more than one thing that was strange. There were a lot of unclear sections. But it's not completely mysterious. Yeon-woo suddenly had a thought. His brother had Lucille's soul stone, but it suddenly disappeared. If even the Summer Queen didn't know who took it, wouldn't it be someone who was closest to him? For example, a lover. And if that lover had done something for her god? Yeon-woo's eyes darkened. Whatever the reason was, it didn't change the fact that Viera had tried to use Sha and Ananta as a vessel. After that, Viera continued to spill the secrets of Mother Earth, what she ate until now, how the witches were created, and all kinds of useless information. Thankfully, a way to cure Ananta was included in all that. Even so, Brahm didn't stop his experiments. Viera was furious having her body melted and healed over and over again. I told you everything. So why aren't you killing me? Then, she whipped her head in another direction. She glared at Yeon-woo, then laughed awkwardly. Jeong-woo. Jeong-woo. It's me. Me. Viera. Who you loved. Didn't you miss me, honey? You longed for me until the end, right? Sorry. I really am. I was wrong. So please, forgive me now. No. Let's start again. I'll do everything you ask me to. I'll throw away the witches, or even Great Mother if you tell me to. I'll be faithful to you and Shay. Viera couldn't continue with her words. No matter what she said, Yeon-woo's gaze didn't waver. His expression didn't change either. In fact, her eyes were trembling. The corners of her mouth quivered. Honey. You liked this, right? My chest. My lap? Don't you want to lie down? I'm a little hurt, but it's okay. Don't you want to lie down? Say something. Something. Curse me if you want to. Or kill me. This is enough revenge. It's over. You're alive, so what more do you want? There's nothing more I can do from. Do you really? Yeon-woo cut Viera-dun's furious screams off. He spoke in a low voice. Do you really think it's over? You're not Jeong-woo, brother, yet, he said he had a brother that he left behind in his homeland. Then you. Jeong-woo closed his eyes, longing for you until the very end. He was stupid. He didn't hate you even after that. But now I know for sure. He was really stupid. Yeon-woo slowly stood up and strode to where Viera was. Brahm stepped aside. He lost to AB that only amounted to this. Ha! Yet. Your brother lost to AB that only amounted to this. But didn't you ever wonder why I or the other comrades turned our backs? Why we ran away, why we stabbed his back, have you ever thought about it? Yeon-woo paused in his steps. Viera raised a corner of her mouth. She thought her words had gotten to him. Whatever she did, she was going to die anyway. She wanted to put up one last stand. If you have half a brain, isn't it reasonable to suspect the reason why? Everyone left him. Then isn't it logical that the person that made everyone leave had a problem? Ho ho ho. How stupid. You only think your younger brother is kind and innocent? Of course not. We were greedy too, but Cha Jeong-woo was worse. He had to have everything to be satisfied, and he had to step forward himself. He was like that from the beginning. He hoarded and kept everything to himself. We were sick of that. You know. Her laughs became louder. She giggled hysterically. Viera pulled out her specialty, mind control magic, to shake Yeon-woo even just a little. She was trying to break his trust in his brother and crumble his world so that she could interfere with it. Unlike body transfer, which moved onto a body that was prepared in advance, it was a power that blended the user into the ego data of someone else. In other words, it was a virus, one that made her opponent into her servant. And Yeon-woo actually looked like he was being affected. She might be able to live. Viera began to hope. If she could control Yeon-woo's mind, she could leave this prison and dream of being newly resurrected. There were a lot of people sacrificed because of him. He was the worst human who only knew himself. We all made that decision because we thought we would be in danger as well, so. You're done with the bull, right? But her hopes were dashed. What? Yeon-woo's hand coldly shot out and grabbed Viera-dun's head. Crunch! She didn't even have a body, but the sound of something breaking rang out. It was the sound of a soul being shaken. Viera was trapped in a horrifying pain again. Her eyes, which he could see between his fingers, were bloodshot. So? Did you think I'd be shaken by something like that? Yeon-woo twisted her head inside. Her head was crushed, and her shoulders were pushed down, crumpling all the way down to the ground. It hurts. It hurts, I said. Let go. Let go of me. Aok. Human relationships can't be smooth all the time. But that doesn't mean people stab each other in the back like you guys did. They talk it out. Aok. Viera struggled. But Yeon-woo's pressure continued to spread throughout her body. Black energy poured out like blood, turning into an unknown substance. So if you're going to talk about bloody nonsense like that, crack. Go tell it to your great mother, or whatever she's called. Yeon-woo clenched his fist. With the sound of air escaping, her body exploded like a balloon. Black energy spread out. The last of Viera-dun's vestige twirled crazily in the air. Looking at that, Yeon-woo spoke in a cold voice with his draconic eyes open. So throw away this stupid skin and appear for real, Viera. That moment. Why? The vestige and the black energy combined, staining the world into black. And from that, a large being suddenly shot out above him. It was a being that made Yeon-woo look like a mere firefly. However, it was somehow familiar to him. Above the sky, a pair of eyes burst open. They were the same white eyes that Viera had. There weren't any pupils, but he could feel its gaze on him. Mother Earth. Or, to be exact, the monster that had used her God-given powers and the Soul Stone, even swallowing the god she served, was here. You brothers have always been such a nuisance. Chapter 250 A Turbulent World, 6. Someday, I want to climb to the top of the tower. Where even the gods and demons can't reach. Aren't you curious about what's there? So Jeong-woo. If you're in my way, I might throw you away. You know me, right? Stay with me until the end. Viera had said it as if it were a joke, but when his brother got in her way, she turned her back on him, just as she said she would. That was how great her obsession with climbing to the top was. His brother had asked again and again why she was obsessed with getting to the top. He didn't understand her hate for Alforoni and the Summer Queen on the 77th and 76th floor. However, even when asked those questions, Viera just smiled, and she never replied. Viera was always like that. If there was something going on, she just smiled, and no one could know what she was thinking. His brother was afraid of her sometimes because of that, but he thought her love, at the very least, was real. His draconic eyes told him that it was real as well. And then he was stabbed by a sword. Anyhow, no one knew where her obsession for the top came from. The moment that Yeon-woo absorbed Viera-dun with Bathory's vampiric sword, he realized that she achieved her wish. The person he had absorbed was definitely Viera-dun. However, it was only an empty shell. It was only the shedding she had left behind. Remnants. Or a trace. The real Viera-dun had been absent from the lower world, for a long time at that. Through her connected channel with Mother Earth, Viera-dun had raised her ego data little by little. Body transfer and mind plunder. If these two powers were used appropriately, she could copy ego data however much she wanted. Using this as the foundation, Viera had slowly swallowed Mother Earth, like a virus that secretly crept onto a computer and swallowed the hardware. Of course, in front of the great being of Mother Earth, Viera-dun was only a small existence. No matter how much she grew, a sandcastle would easily crumble in front of a large wave. But still, if the sandcastle grew infinitely and became firm, and if Viera-dun's ego data continued to invade Mother Earth's, and if it controlled the godly world, then, could she sweep everything away? Mind control wasn't just something that was applied to your opponents. It could be used on gods and even yourself. Viera-dun's infinite mind became united, and it eventually succeeded in swallowing Mother Earth. Of course, there were other things that helped with this. The Philosopher's Stone and the Dragon Heart. Even the Soul Stone. Viera-dun had only left the basic Philosopher's Stone behind with the Walpurgis Nacht. She had already completed most of it. And on top of this, she had something else. It was clear that she had taken half of Jeong-woo's dragon heart and used it. So that was the reason why she stabbed him in the back. His brother's dragon heart was actually something inherited from the ancient dragon Kalidas. If things had gone smoothly, as Kalidas intended, there might have been the resurrection of a new draconic species. He might have been trying for a new supernatural ability for the draconic species after they fell to the lower world from the fight with the gods and demons. At first, Yeon-woo just thought it was so she could have a magic power source, but looking back at it now, he realized she had been planning to swallow Mother Earth from back then. She probably used the Soul Stone in the same way. Lucille was someone the gods and demons were afraid of as well. If it was a Soul Stone with pieces of such an existence, it would have been extremely helpful in raising her level. And with the Dragon Heart, Philosopher's Stone, and even Lucille's Soul Stone, Viera-dun was able to use the infinite amount of magic power to back up her huge consciousness. She had become an apostle that swallowed up her master. It was a crazy idea that no one would have thought about. Also, it was possible because Mother Earth was a concept and didn't have a specific identity. And the reason why the channel with the Mother Earth had been cut off. It was simple. When Viera-dun invaded Mother Earth, she didn't have time to think about other things. But even though he guessed up to this point, he didn't believe it. There was no case in which a player had taken the throne of a god after the tower was created. There wasn't even anyone who knew how to use holiness, people only guessed that Al-Foroni was close. Viera-dun probably hadn't completed synchronization with Mother Earth yet. Even if she was the controller, there would be defined limits if her level was too low. Raising her limits would most likely require a lot of time. Showing herself like this was a great loss for her. But there was one reason she still showed up. It was probably because she wanted to see Yeon-woo, the person who was behind all this. Is the air above as good as you thought it would be? It's great. It's air that mere mortals won't ever know. Was it because she was the combination of countless different ego data? Her voice sounded like thousands of people were speaking at the same time. It was loud, and it continued to ring out. Sure. I'm sure you like it. Since you got it by throwing everyone you knew away. The destruction of the Walpurgis Nacht was basically a result of the betrayal of their leader and the god they served. But she didn't seem to care. Actually, Yeon-woo didn't expect her to. She was someone who wouldn't blink an eye to sacrifice others for what she wanted. I only came down to warn you. Yeon-woo felt the ringing in the air. He felt cold. His dragon scales stood up, but his eyes were calm. Warn me? Yes. To warn you. I don't have any wish to become involved with you brothers. I don't have any regrets of my life from the lower world. So don't pay any attention to me. The Viera-dun in the lower world is already dead, no? Your revenge is over. Don't be annoying. She sounded bored. It was an annoyed tone of voice, like she considered Yeon-woo a little fly that was bothering her. Yeon-woo was flabbergasted. Her attitude of having a one-woman show was unbelievable. He was also a bit annoyed at his brother for not being able to see people as they were. To Viera-dun, Cha Jeong-woo was nothing more than a memory. He was only a stepping stool for her to go higher. She kicked away any emotions she felt just to become a god. She threw away her body, her heart, and her memories. Jeong-woo's life was only a plaything. Crunch! Yeon-woo ground his teeth as he glared at Viera-dun. Then I'll also warn you. You? A mere mortal. She snorted. The difference between Yeon-woo and Viera-dun was too great. She might even be greater than Hermes or the Monkey King's shedding. She was so powerful that he didn't know if he could ever reach her, but Yeon-woo still growled with hard eyes. Wait for me there. It won't take that long. Do you know what you're saying? Sure. No. You don't know. You're talking about murdering a god. You don't know what that means to gods. No. I'm saying it because I know what I'm saying. Just then, countless messages came up in front of Yeon-woo. Hermes bursts out laughing and smacks his knees at your statement. Athena looks at you with warm eyes. Urd snorts. Poseidon is greatly angered at your arrogant statement. Many gods agree with Poseidon. Poseidon shows a strong enmity towards you. Agars grins evilly. Agars has strengthened the power he gave you, Hyoung Shinaxel. You are able to do more with the power from now on. The skill demonism is combined with the power Hyoung Shinaxel. Agars turns back and shouts loudly at the other demons. The other demons intentionally ignore Agars. Most demonic societies are looking at you with serious eyes. When he caught the Summer Queen, the gods and demons didn't react, but the moment he spoke about godly murder, fierce responses came out. Gods were great beings. Obviously, their reputation and honor were the most important. That was the base of what maintained belief in them, and it was the foundation of their holy position. Talking about murdering a god in front of them was like kicking their reputation and honor to the ground. Even those who weren't related to Yeon-woo would feel uncomfortable. Poseidon, who hadn't looked kindly upon Yeon-woo for a long time, was now completely revealing his enmity. Because he had bound Brahm as his subordinate, the reaction was even louder. Crazy bastard! Viera-dun scoffed at him because she knew this fact well, but her eyes were smiling. She was clearly laughing at him in ridicule. She looked at him as if telling him to give everything he had. Sure. Having foolish thoughts is also a freedom that only mortals can have. Do whatever you want. I'll stay here. Check-esh. Viera-dun disappeared in the fog again. Her presence vanished like a lie. A god. Someone fell to a soul, but someone transcended. Interesting. Haha. Brahm unwittingly laughed after watching Yeon-woo and Viera-dun's conversation. Then, he looked at Yeon-woo with cold eyes. Look here, master. Yes. You said this before, right? You'd help me return to my original spot someday. His original spot. The godly throne. The promise to return him to Brahma. You better keep that promise. Mother Earth, I have to kill her myself. Brahm felt displeased because his Viera-dun was still fine after having made his daughter into that state. No, he was even more dissatisfied at the fact that she had climbed higher. And so that was why he brought it up, but... You can't. Yeon-woo shook his head. Brahm furrowed his eyebrows. What? I'll be the one to rip her apart. I can't give that up. As Yeon-woo replied with a serious face, Brahm sighed subconsciously. What should we do? I can't give that up either. Then let's make a bet on who'll do it in the end. Sounds good. Multiple godly societies are looking at you with dissatisfaction. Brahm snorted, seeing the messages. So what if they were dissatisfied? For all their amazing powers and their level, they couldn't even move from the 98th floor. They couldn't do anything to them. Also, Brahm strongly believed that he could do it. If he was with Yeon-woo, nothing was impossible. The future he drew in his head. It was almost gone after his holiness was taken, but in the prophecies that he could barely see with the small amount of holy power he had, everyone was laughing happily, like a family picture. Himself, Galliard, Shay, and Ananta. And between them was Yeon-woo, with a smile so tender he almost looked like Jeong-woo.